My name is Zhang Han, and I am utterly aggrieved by my demise. In my youth, I was abducted by human traffickers while attempting to rescue my sister. Later, my family found me, and I believed I would enjoy a life replete with familial affection. Little did I know, my parents were solely motivated by my grandfather's inheritance. In university, I encountered Liu Ruyan, initially perceiving it as the dawn of love, only to discover it was the culmination of a sinister plot. At my wedding, I callously pushed aside the woman who loved me most, Yaoyao. In this new life, I am determined to reclaim all that I have lost. However, at present, I shall not boast. I must attend to my ailing and delicate wife. Yaoyao, Hanhan, if you dare to flee. Zhang Han, Yaoyao, I love you. Yaoyao, if you dare to seek Liu. Yaoyao, Ruyan, Zhang Han, Yaoyao, I love you. Yaoyao, upon encountering my father, eliminate him. Upon meeting my mother, eliminate her. Upon seeing my elder and second sisters, eliminate them. Upon confronting Yaoyao, just fetch her a coconut. Upon encountering Liu Ruyan, this one must be dispatched to Myanmar. Chapter 1. The Fall of a Genius. As flames engulfed him, Zhang Han began to grasp the harsh reality. The woman he had loved for 3 years, Liu Ruyan, conspired with his adoptive brother, Zhang Lufang, to bring about his demise. The fire seared his flesh, emitting a hissing sound as it cooked his body. The aroma of charred meat wafted from his own form. His vision blurred, and consciousness slipped away. Zhang Han felt his body grow lighter as his soul began to detach. Gradually ascending, he beheld the charred remains of the body within the small cabin, its skin grotesquely ruptured. He recognized it as his own. Meanwhile, the two culprits were affectionately entwined, laughing as they gazed upon the cabin, now ablaze. When the cabin had been reduced to its skeletal frame, Zhang Lufang triumphantly raised his phone, notifying the family of this tragic news. Elder sister Zhang Qing, his death is for the best. It is hardly a significant matter. The impatient voice of the elder sister echoed through the phone before she abruptly hung up, resuming her meeting. The second sister, Zhang Linglong, did not even answer, merely sending a hasty reply indicating she was busy, leaving no further communication. Zhang Han observed this scene, his heart growing cold. In his childhood, he had been abducted while attempting to save his elder sister. Later, when he was found by his family, he had hoped to live a carefree life anew. Yet he found himself constantly undermined by their adopted son, Zhang Lufang. Consequently, his family harbored disdain for him. The most absurd aspect was that they all chose to believe in an adopted son with no blood ties, rather than in him. What, then, is familial affection? This is what it entails. Zhang Lufang laughed triumphantly, asserting that even if Zhang Han were a biological son, he could not compete with him. He patted Liu Ruyan's soft posterior, gazing at her with satisfaction. Well done. What reward do you desire? Liu Ruyan, nestled in his embrace, playfully complained, Naturally, I wish for you to let brother Lufang have his way. Excellent. Watching Zhang Lufang and Liu Ruyan embrace as they ventured into the woods, Zhang Han felt his teeth grind in frustration. This was the woman he had loved for 3 long years. Once, due to her remarking, I do not wish to engage in such matters too early, he had tenderly cared for her over the years. Little did he anticipate that she would turn out to be this person. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Pondering it further would bear no fruit. Zhang Han sighed. The woman he could not forget was Yaoyao, the one who had once loved him deeply, yet whom he had hurt profoundly. The person who cared for him most had become the one he had wounded the deepest. Zhang Han smiled bitterly at his own misfortune. My wretched life. Truly, it is pitiful. Suddenly, a hurried figure approached the cabin, causing Zhang Han's pupils to constrict. Yaoyao. Ever since that wedding with Liu Ruyan, when Yaoyao had attempted to disrupt the ceremony, she had vanished from Zhang Han's life for 3 long years after enduring his insults and resistance. Her eyes were now bloodshot, having searched tirelessly since receiving news of his disappearance. Zhang Han could not comprehend why Yaoyao was here. Was she not supposed to be abroad? Her exquisite face bore no expression, her gaze fixated on the collapsed, charred cabin. After what felt like an eternity, she finally took a step forward. Miss Su, it is dangerous here. The cabin's framework is exceedingly fragile and may. A bodyguard in black cautioned from behind. She did not falter, instead laboriously moving aside the charred debris without regard for the soot that stained her delicate hands. After an extensive search, she finally spotted a figure. Upon seeing this silhouette, emotion returned to Yaoyao's face. Hanhan. She hastened her efforts. Zhang Han's corpse was unearthed, blackened, and unrecognizable. His face was marred with cracks, presenting a frightful visage. The bodyguards, witnessing the scene, frowned in dismay. Yaoyao held Zhang Han tightly in her arms, gently caressing his face, her body trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Hanhan, I have come too late. She wept quietly, tears cascading onto Zhang Han's face, tracing a path of sorrow. Zhang Han, witnessing this, felt a tumult of emotions as he beheld this formidable woman of the workplace shed tears for the first time. Clearly, In the past, he inflicted such wounds and humiliation upon her, trampling her love beneath his feet as if it were mere refuse. Yet, she still does not disdain herself. I am truly a beast. No, no, it is entirely my fault. It is my fault for not taking you away back then. It is all my fault. Su Yao screamed in a frenzy, her former calmness utterly shattered. The bodyguard behind her attempted to step forward to offer comfort. Ms. Su. In an instant, Su Yao whirled around, glaring at him. Get lost. Han is mine. She is mine. Her gaze was icy, as if she wished to slay him. The bodyguard felt a shiver run down his spine, too intimidated to take another step forward. After sobbing for an indeterminate duration, her tear-filled eyes suddenly turned frigid. With a wave of her hand, she commanded her subordinates, prepare the car. Yes, Ms. Su. In the car, Su Yao still clutched the lifeless body of Zhang Han, unwilling to let go. Han, wait for me a moment, grant me some time. After speaking, she pressed her lips against hers with fervor, and upon parting, the reluctance on Su Yao's face was unmistakable. Zhang Han gazed at Su Yao in shock. He himself found his current state utterly revolting. How could he even bring himself to touch her? At that moment, Zhang Han's understanding of Su Yao's obsessive nature elevated to a new level. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and regret. He had pushed her away with his own hands. Zhang Han's body was taken to a pristine white hall, preserved within a double coffin. Su Yao gently caressed Zhang Han's face, whispering, wait for me, Han. I will ensure that those who have wronged you pay dearly. That night, Zhang Han's spirit followed Su Yao, astonished by all that she was doing for him. The Zhang family's villa lay in a deathly silence, with all individuals collapsed in pools of blood. Zhang Lufang and Liu Ruyan were bound by Su Yao. She methodically shattered their skulls with a hammer, reviving them with cold water whenever they lost consciousness, offering them no respite whatsoever. Zhang Lufang and Liu Ruyan transitioned from pleading for mercy to hurling insults, until they ultimately lost the strength to make sound. Finally, Su Yao set them ablaze. She reveled in the warmth that enveloped her, feeling immense joy. Let them experience the torment that Han endured. Zhang Han observed this scene, not feeling exhilarated but rather overwhelmed by irony and sorrow. The betrayal of his wife, the ostracism from his adopted son, the disdain from his kin. It was this woman, whom he had once humiliated, who exacted revenge on his behalf. How truly. Subsequently, Zhang Han's gaze followed Su Yao back to the hall. Su Yao stood beside the coffin, gently embracing Zhang Han's lifeless body. Zhang Han looked on in confusion at this sight. What was she about to do? Su Yao's hand lightly brushed Zhang Han's face. Have you waited long? Han, the road to the underworld must be so lonely. It's all right. I will keep you company. Even on the path to the underworld, I will not allow you to be alone. As she spoke, Su Yao raised the knife in her hand, and Zhang Han's eyes widened in realization of her intent. No, he could not intervene. Su Yao was entirely oblivious. The blade fell straight down, plunging in her chest, blood splattering forth. Blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth, yet she summoned every ounce of strength to reach out and caress the face of her beloved man. I am coming. Han. Zhang Han weakly knelt beside the coffin, tears streaming down his face in torrents. He wished to touch Su Yao's face with his hand. Yet, his hand passed through her visage, unable to grasp anything, unable to touch anything. He sobbed uncontrollably, and gradually his vision began to blur. Chapter 2. Am I reborn? Zhang Han abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He found himself seated in a vehicle. Bewildered, he contemplated his situation. Had he been reborn into another world? Upon examining his attire, clarity dawned upon him. He had returned to the day he was en route to marry Liu Ruyan. Overjoyed at the prospect of reliving this moment, Zhang Han felt a swell of exhilaration. This time, he would reclaim all that he had lost, be it his betrayal of Su Yao or his disdain for the Zhang family. After a considerable time, Zhang Han re-entered the Liu residence. Indeed, in his previous life, he had been brought into the Liu family as Liu Ruyan's husband. Initially, the Liu family intended for Zhang Lumang to marry Liu Ruyan, as it was well known that Zhang Han, the reclaimed true heir, was not favored at home. However, Zhang Lumang was unwilling, leading to Zhang Han's reluctant entry into the Liu family. In his past existence, Zhang Han had been led astray by Liu Ruyan's duality, flattered like a sycophant. Thus, he had been indifferent to the implications of his status as a son-in-law. Observing the sparsely attended venue, Zhang Han noted the absence of any guest from the Zhang family, while Liu Ruyan had invited only a handful of acquaintances he scarcely recognized. He reflected on the gravity of this pivotal moment in his life. This time, he would ensure that history did not repeat itself. Meanwhile, in the makeup room, Liu Ruyan diligently applied her cosmetics. Though she was marrying Zhang Han, she resolved to look absolutely stunning. Darling, you look exquisite, Zhang Lumang said with a grin, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Liu Ruyan playfully tapped his nose. Why are you seeking me now? Gazing intently at Liu Ruyan, Zhang Lumang's hand gradually ascended. I desire. Liu Ruyan playfully swatted his hand away, blushing as she protested. Stop it, you little rascal. The wedding is in half an hour. Zhang Lumang, undeterred, leaned in for a kiss, asserting, half an hour is ample time. Don't you want this? The thought of Zhang Lumang's typically rough techniques made Liu Ruyan's cheeks flush. Half an hour seems sufficient, but please don't ruin my hair or dress. I'm about to marry Zhang Han. All right. In an instant, garments were strewn across the floor, a frenzied atmosphere enveloping the room. How's this, Liu Ruyan? Am I not superior to Zhang Han? By now, Liu Ruyan was overtaken by her feelings, and she exclaimed, rest assured, I have not allowed him to touch me. Even after marriage, I won't permit him to lay a finger on me. Very obedient. With less than half an hour remaining until his marriage to Liu Ruyan, Zhang Lumang reveled in the thought of her cries of pleasure beneath him. The mere sight of Liu Ruyan's dazed expression filled him with a sense of gratification. The ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. The couple emerged from the makeup room, and Liu Ruyan, her face flushed, spotted Zhang Han already on the wedding stage. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, she approached him. It's quite warm today. I'm sweating, she feigned. Zhang Han had seen Liu Ruyan and Zhang Lumang exit together, the latter provocatively smiling at him. Observing the flush on Liu Ruyan's face, it was evident she had been engaging in activities that left her breathless. Zhang Han clenched his fists, a surge of rage boiling within him as he contemplated the two betrayers. Liu Ruyan had clearly been entangled with Zhang Lumang long before. How had he been so blind in his previous life to marry her? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, his jaw tightening. Noticing Fan silença. Liu Ruyan immediately reached for his hand. What is wrong, Zhang Han? Are you feeling unwell? Her words ignited Zhang Han's fury. Though he longed to lash out, he needed to steer the plot towards Su Yao's impending interruption of the wedding. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly no. Liu Ruyan, momentarily anxious at his response, relaxed upon realizing he had discovered nothing. That's good, she sighed, her demeanor brightening as she offered a sweet smile. Today is our joyous occasion. In the past, such a display would have delighted Zhang Han, but now he felt nothing but a profound sense of nausea, a visceral aversion that churned within him. At that moment, Zhang Lumang approached, presenting an envelope. Brother, the family is busy, so it's just me here. Wishing you and my sister-in-law a blissful marriage. Zhang Han remained unmoved, while Liu Ruyan eagerly accepted the envelope, pouting flirtatiously, I thank you on behalf of my fiancée. Their exchanged glances only deepened Zhang Han's disgust. Zhang Lumang smirked mockingly at Zhang Han before descending from the stage. The thought of Zhang Han's wife finding satisfaction solely beneath him was exhilarating. Zhang Han coldly observed Zhang Lumang's retreating figure, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. You won't be able to prance about for long. At that moment, the officiant spoke up. All right, since most guests have arrived, let us commence the wedding. Raising the microphone with fervor, he proclaimed, Miss Liu Ruyan and Mr. Zhang Han have known each other for many years, weathering numerous storms together. Now, they shall finally bind their love in the sacred union of marriage. Let's extend our applause to congratulate the newlyweds. However, instead of the anticipated applause, derisive murmurs filled the air. Isn't Liu Ruyan marrying Zhang Lumang? Why is she marrying Zhang Han? Indeed, everyone knows Zhang Han is a neglected son. What a pity, Liu Ruyan is so beautiful yet marrying a worthless man. Zhang Lumang raised his wine glass, grinning maliciously at Zhang Han. Unperturbed by their taunts, Zhang Han silently gazed at the entrance. Where was Su Yao? In his previous life, she would have arrived by now. Seeing that not a single clap erupted, and only disdainful remarks surfaced, the officiant felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What's going on? In my many years of experience, I have never encountered such a situation. Yet, maintaining his professionalism, he quickly regained composure. Mr. Zhang Han, do you take Miss Liu Ruyan to be your lawfully wedded wife, to cherish her in both poverty and wealth, for all the days of your life? Zhang Han remained silent, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. His silence stirred discontent among the guests, who began to murmur. Why isn't this useless man responding? Does he not wish to marry Liu Ruyan? You're mistaken. He is just a sycophant who follows her around at school. Exactly. For someone of his status, to marry Liu Ruyan is already a stroke of luck. Hearing these comments, the officiant forced a smile, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Mr. Zhang Han, do you vow to protect Miss Liu Ruyan for the rest of your life? At that moment, Liu Ruyan's expression darkened, and she irritably tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Han, what are you daydreaming about? Speak up. Don't touch me. Zhang Han cleared the hair, feeling increasingly annoyed as the absence of Su Yao began to frustrate him. Liu Ruyan continued to chatter away, her demeanor unwelcoming, which only served to amplify his irritation. Stunned by the outburst directed at her, Liu Ruyan widened her eyes in disbelief. How dare he raise his voice at me? The MC, witnessing this scene, felt as if the sky were collapsing upon him. Please, not this. I am merely a humble MC, desperately wishing to keep my job. You, the Zhang family and the Liu family, both powerful and influential, please do not make my life difficult. With a resigned sigh, he raised the microphone and asked, Mr. Zhang Han, do you wish to? He does not wish to. A chilling voice pierced through from outside, resonating throughout the hall. Chapter 3. I only need to prove my love for her. Bang! The doors were forcefully kicked open. Zhang Lulang, witnessing the unfolding drama, instinctively touched his throat. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Is it merely a trick of the mind? The tension weighing on Zhang Han's heart finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply. Phew! I thought my rebirth had altered the course of events. I was convinced Su Yao would not come. At this moment, the MC was genuinely distraught. Damn it! I accepted the Liu family's exorbitant offer. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? With a dramatic shrug, he resigned himself to merely observing the spectacle. As Su Yao entered, 20 bodyguards stationed outside rushed in, standing at attention with their hands behind their backs, creating a clear path for her. Those present had never witnessed such a display and were rendered speechless by fear. Once they comprehended the identity of the newcomer, their astonishment was palpable. How can someone be so extraordinarily beautiful? Draped in a black dress, Su Yao stood as an alluring figure. Her regal silhouette exuded nobility, and her fair, exquisite face bore no trace of emotion. Standing there, she possessed an aura akin to a sovereign, worthy of being compared to Wu Zetian herself. Zhang Lulang was equally awestruck by her beauty. This woman, I must have her for myself. Su Yao advanced slowly, her piercing gaze fixed on Liu Ruyan. He does not wish to. Liu Ruyan, a celebrated beauty from U City University, was accustomed to her privileged background, making her dismissive of others. The low murmurs of admiration directed at Su Yao filled her with disdain. I, Liu Ruyan, have never allowed anyone to overshadow me. In a fit of annoyance, she demanded, Who are you? Do you understand that this is a matter between the Zhang and Liu families? Su Yao shot her a frosty glare, her icy eyes sweeping over Liu Ruyan. In an instant, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of menace wash over her. She instinctively lowered her head, silenced by fear. Despite her reluctance to admit it, in comparison to Su Yao, she was simply not in the same league. Su Yao continued to stride forward, and everyone held their breath. Captivated by her presence, she approached Zhang Han, playfully caressing his face. Han, without my permission, how could you possibly leave me? The crowd was left in shock at her words. This stunning woman has come for Zhang Han? How coveted he must be. Moreover, it appeared their relationship was quite intimate. Zhang Lulang glared at Zhang Han with envy, feeling deeply dissatisfied. Why does someone like Zhang Han get to associate with a woman of such caliber? Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan seethed with rage, even though she held no affection for Zhang Han. He was her devoted admirer. No one else could encroach upon him. Overwhelmed by trepidation, she shouted, What are you doing to my fiancé? Su Yao swiftly delivered a slap across Liu Ruyan's face, uttering not a word. This scum was beneath her contempt. Gasps filled the room, for Liu Ruyan was, after all, the daughter of the Liu family, which held significant status in U City. To provoke the Liu family would surely lead to dire consequences. Zhang Han felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing Liu Ruyan being struck. Serves you right, you wretched woman. He knew that the next part of the narrative would involve Su Yao asking if he wished to leave with her. All he needed to do was respond affirmatively, and he could fulfill the regrets of his past life, loving Su Yao for eternity. He gazed deeply at Su Yao, intending to speak, but before he could finish, a swift strike from Su Yao landed on his neck, causing his vision to blacken, and he fainted. Saman. This is not how the story unfolds. Su Yao gestured to the bodyguards, who immediately acted on her command, lifting Zhang Han and carrying him away as if he were a festive pig. Saman lamented. Have some consideration for me. Then, Su Yao turned her cold gaze toward Liu Ruyan, as if contemplating something. TSH, never mind, after all. She is someone Han cares about. If I were to eliminate her, it would only cause him sorrow. With that thought, Su Yao exited the hall without looking back, leaving everyone bewildered. As the hall fell silent once more, the attendees slowly regained their composure. What was that woman's background? How could she be even more stunning than Liu Ruyan? And it seemed she shared a particularly close relationship with Zhang Han. Liu Ruyan clenched her fists in silence as she listened to the murmurs around her. Later that evening, within the Su family estate, Su Yao mused, Han. You truly are quite the disobedient one. If I were to sever your hand, would that ensure you remain mine forever? Zhang Han, feeling the icy touch of the blade in his hand, was jolted awake. He opened his eyes to find Su Yao's crimson, cold gaze fixed intently upon him, radiating an irresistible dominance. At that moment, Su Yao was provocatively draped over Zhang Han, one hand wielding a dagger that glided across his skin, while the other caressed his face. Su Yao intended to possess Zhang Han forcefully, believing that only then would he truly belong to her. With a sorrowful expression, she gazed at him. Han, why can't you just be obedient? Once again, she felt the cold sensation of chains around her arm, reminding Zhang Han that he had returned to this place, the very prison he had once perceived it to be. Looking at the face of the woman before him, guilt washed over him. Despite Su Yao's profound love for him, he had acted in such a manner, as tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Su Yao, heartbroken, observed him, her voice trembling. Are you afraid? Han, it's all right. From now on, you are mine. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed in Su Yao's ears, causing her to freeze. For Zhang Han had tightly embraced her, holding onto the woman who loved him with an all-consuming passion. His warm embrace sent a shiver through Su Yao, causing the dagger to slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. Han, what trickery is this? Her heart fluttered at the warmth of his tears soaking her shoulder. This felt so surreal. Just moments ago, he had despised anyone touching him. In an instant, everything clicked for her. She forcefully pushed Zhang Han away, her eyes cold as she glared at him, fiercely declaring, "Let me make this clear. Do not think you can escape. Today, no matter what, you will not leave." Zhang Han, tearfully nodding, replied, "I will not leave, Su Yao. I will forever belong to you alone." Su Yao regarded him with a frigid stare, seeking to discern his next move. "Then how will you prove it?" With that, Zhang Han's lips descended upon hers, igniting surprise in Su Yao. Han took the initiative to kiss her. Su Yao immediately embraced Zhang Han's back, fiercely kissing him. Zhang Han found himself breathless, overwhelmed by Su Yao's assertive kiss, his body instinctively resisting. Yet, desire soon triumphed over instinct, and he began to reciprocate. He felt his brain start to swell from a lack of oxygen, forcing him to pull away. "Su Yao, I love you." Zhang Han wished to articulate more, but Su Yao offered him no respite, kissing him again without hesitation. Her kiss was dominantly passionate, even causing Zhang Han's lips to bleed. The metallic taste of his own blood spread through his mouth, yet he did not resist. He understood that this was Su Yao's manifestation of mistrust, but it mattered not. All he needed was to prove his love for her. With this thought, Zhang Han fervently responded, his hands gradually moving down from Su Yao's waist. This delighted her. Today, Han was so obedient. Yet, everything felt disingenuous, a mere facade. Su Yao felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Still, even if Zhang Han was deceiving her, it was inconsequential. All she desired was to have him close, confined to her side. Zhang Han was ablaze with desire. His eyes filled with yearning as he gazed at Su Yao, whispering, "Su Yao, I want." This confession left Su Yao momentarily stunned. Did Han truly desire her? Hadn't he always loathed her? In the realm of adults, meanings could drastically differ, and in that instant, Su Yao grasped what Zhang Han wished to convey. She recognized that although Zhang Han was not fully willing, what did it matter? At that moment, she simply yearned for an impassioned life with him. In an instant, both were consumed by madness. Zhang Han learned that Su Yao had single-handedly propelled the Su family to the pinnacle of success. Yet, in his past life, he had scorned such accomplishments, deeming them pointless. Now, he truly felt the weight of Su Yao's prowess. Chapter 4. I Am Your Father. The following day, Zhang Han awoke groggily around noon. As he stirred, he noticed the chains on his wrists had vanished. However, Su Yao was nowhere to be seen by the bedside. He felt a lingering soreness throughout his body, vividly recalling last night's experience of being smothered by the overwhelming presence of the big white rabbit. The sheer intensity of it had disarmed him within mere minutes. How infuriating. With that thought, Zhang Han shivered. Next time, he must ascend to a position of power. He wandered into the bathroom to freshen up, scrutinizing himself in the mirror. The bite marks on his biceps were starkly visible, alongside conspicuous red scratches that served as constant reminders of Su Yao's wild nature. But so what? It was merely a playful scratch. Women often behave this way, after all. After washing up, he emerged and, feeling slightly peckish, decided to check for something to eat. He gingerly descended the stairs, his body still weary from last night, where Su Yao had been exceedingly cooperative, coupled with her perfect physique and alluring voice. It had been all too easy to lose control. Who on earth coined the term one night with 17 lovers, leading Su Yao to believe it so readily? Upon reaching the ground floor, he was greeted by a warm smile. "Good afternoon, young master. Lunch is ready." It was Uncle Chun, the steward of the estate. He appeared to be around 50 years of age and was known to be the longest-serving steward in the manor. Zhang Han held a fondness for him, as he showed genuine concern for both Su Yao and himself. He straightened his posture, not wanting anyone to think he was incapable due to his cautious gait. "Where is Su Yao?" he inquired. Uncle Chun replied humbly, "The young lady has gone to the company." Zhang Han chose not to press further. After all, he was genuinely famished, feeling as though he could devour an elephant. Upon arriving downstairs, he found the table already set with dishes. Zhang Han's eyes lit up at the sight of scrambled eggs with chives and stir-fried oysters with chives, all of his favorites. Uncle Chun pulled out a chair for him, saying, "These dishes were all prepared at the young lady's request." Zhang Han sat down, relishing the fact that he didn't have to cook and was being catered to. What a delightful change from his previous life. It was utterly foolish of him to have wanted to escape his circumstances. Just as he was about to dig in, Uncle Chin's serious demeanor interrupted him. "Wait a moment, young master." Startled, Zhang Han wondered if the food had been poisoned. "What's wrong?" he asked. Uncle Chun placed 2 bottles of pills on the table, revealing them to Zhang Han. Coherent Shinbao tablets. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this nonsense? I'm my prime. I don't need this." Although Su Yao could be quite demanding, he refused to touch those pills, even if it meant starving or jumping out of the window. Uncle Chun wore an expression of understanding, as if to say, "We men know what this is about." When the young lady had instructed him to prepare these in the morning, he had been taken aback, realizing that Zhang Han had finally come to his senses. He advised, "These are the young lady's orders." Uncle Chun was genuinely pleased, for he had witnessed Su Yao's struggles since childhood. Since finding Zhang Han, her mood had been contingent upon his. Now, seeing him calmly dining at the Su household and interacting with her had moved him deeply. "I don't need what Su Yao ordered. I'm at my peak," Zhang Han declared, ignoring Uncle Chun as he began to eat. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he glanced at the screen, which displayed the contact name, Mother Fan Jian. Uncle Chin noticed too, feeling a slight tension as he worried that Zhang Han might attempt to flee again. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Han answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, Fan Jian was infuriated by Zhang Han's brazen tone. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am your mother. Sanham Litotid. You're my mother? I could just as easily claim to be your father. You old hag, how dare you talk to me like that? Your father? Old hag?" Fan Jian stared at her phone in disbelief. Nearby, Zhang Lumeng, overhearing his words, patted his mother-s back, reassuring her mom, Zhang Han might have been kidnapped. The kidnappers could be nearby, and he is saying that to protect us. Realizing this, Fan Jian had an epiphany. Perhaps the harsher Zhang Han spoke, the more he loved her. With that thought, she reflected on how, in a strange way, Zhang Han's insults were quite endearing. Her tone softened considerably. "Little Han, make sure the kidnappers leave you in one piece. I will come to ransom you." "Kidnappers? One piece?" Zhang Han was taken aback and laughed in anger. "Dare to speak of my wife like that, do you? You son of a gun. Kidnapper? That's my precious wife. Furthermore, you're just as repulsive as your name. I've heard of bound feet, but never of bound brains. Meeting you, as my mother truly leaves me, starving while searching for nourishment. Had I known you would be my mother in this life, I would have gladly taken my own life. I would rather have a dog as my mother than you." Fan Jian was instantly infuriated. "You little beast. How dare you speak to your mother like that?" Zhang Han retorted, "Did you just have a bowel movement for breakfast? Your words reek. I'm speaking to your mother, you fool." With that, Zhang Han hung up the phone and promptly blocked all contact with the Zhang family. What relief. Just wait, Zhang family. And that Zhang Lumeng, whose name sounds like a rogue, behaves like one too. Just wait for me. Uncle Chun was left in shock, wondering what had transpired. He never anticipated that Zhang Han would sever ties with the Zhang family. Moreover, it didn't seem like an act at all. Most notably, he referred to the young lady as his wife. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Quickly, send a message to the young lady. Uncle Fu wiped his face, which was stained with tears and snot. After all these years, young Master Zhang has finally matured. He immediately produced a bottle of kidney tonic and handed it to Zhang Han. "Zhang Han, damn it." Meanwhile, in the Zhang family villa, "What? That little rascal really said that?" After hearing Fan Jian and Zhang Lumeng's words, Zhang Tianba was furious and smashed Fan Jian's phone. The phone was quite resilient, landing directly on Zhang Lumeng's leg. "Damn it." Zhang Lumeng winced in pain. How can his family be so foolish? However, it was fortunate that they were all so foolish. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily pushed Zhang Han away. Fan Jian exclaimed, "That's my phone." Zhang Tianba, flustered, replied, "Oh, my apologies, just a habit, just a habit." Elder sister Zhang Qing could no longer sit idly by. She glared at the two, "Dad, Little Lu Meng's foot is bleeding. Why are you still concerned about a broken phone? Only then did the two realize the gravity of the situation. Zhang Tianba hurriedly checked Zhang Lu Meng's leg. Are you all right? Of course I'm not. There's a bruise now. Do you think I'm fine? No waities. Dad, let us first see how to handle the situation with my brother's kidnapping, Zhang Lu Meng said, clutching his leg, feeling utterly exasperated. If it weren't for the prospect of inheriting the Zhang family business, I would have laid everything bare. Zhang Tianba sighed. You're just too kind-hearted, which has allowed that Zhang Han to become increasingly insolent. Zhang Qing, equally exasperated, interjected, let us not waste time. Get little Lu Meng to the hospital first. We might be late for treatment. Soon, Zhang Lu Meng was sent to the hospital. Chapter 5. The CEO actually smiles. After finishing his meal, Zhang Han felt immensely bored. He longed to cuddle with his wife and play with them by Tuesday. He lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, filled with messages of concern and money transfers from Su Yao. Meanwhile, he had only a few scattered replies and declined transfers. I'm truly a fool. With this thought, it proactively messaged Su Yao. On the other side, within the Su Corporation's executive meeting room, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Due to operational errors this quarter, profits had plummeted by 10%. Su Yao's icy gaze swept across the attendees, her eyes seemingly devouring them whole. In this world, there are two subjects that one must not touch. First, Zhang Han. Second, the funds that can purchase gifts for Zhang Han. Clearly, the executives present had crossed the latter line. Of course, her anger was not solely due to this. It was also because the partner from the collaborating company had arrived late. Su Yao despised those lacking punctuality. Zhang Han, however, was the exception. The cold aura radiating from Su Yao left the executives too terrified to breathe, fearing that any sound could lead to their demise. Su Yao toyed with the pen in her hand, her face betraying a murderous intent. Ms. Su, the guests have arrived. Su Meng, Su Yao's secretary, placed a stack of documents before her. Su Yao nodded, signaling that they could enter. Upon hearing her permission, Su Meng opened the meeting room door. A tall, handsome young man entered, wearing a sunny smile filled with apology. My sincerest apologies, Miss Su. I was caught in traffic. Ji Yufeng extended his hand, intending to shake Su Yao's hand. This shocked the executives, who stared wide-eyed, thinking he had truly reached the end of his road. He would likely need his 40-year-old mother to bury him. Before he could grasp Su Yao's hand, Su Meng stepped in front of him. I'm sorry, but our CEO does not have the habit of shaking hands. Ji Yufeng chuckled. I just wanted to say hello. Su Meng was about to retort, but Su Yao's voice, cold enough to freeze marrow, cut through, get lost. As Su Yao's secretary for so long, Su Meng understood her aversion to men, and Ji Yufeng had clearly breached that boundary. Hey, she was talking to me. Miss Su wants to shake my hand. Ji Yufeng mistakenly thought Su Yao was referring to Su Meng and confidently tossed his hair back, believing no woman could resist his irresistible charm. Witnessing this, Su Yao coldly commanded, drag him out and slap him. Immediately, 3 or 4 bodyguards entered and forcibly removed Ji Yufeng. He was bewildered as he was carried away. Ji Yufeng, wait, I'm being dragged out just like that? Doesn't my name look like that of a protagonist? At this moment, Su Yao's mood plummeted to an all-time low, her gaze icy as she surveyed the crowd. The sounds of Ji Yufeng's slaps echoed from outside, sending chills down everyone's spines. The executives averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet each other's eyes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a WeChat notification shattered the silence. The sound startled everyone, prompting them to rummage through their pockets, fearing it might be theirs. If it was, they were as good as dead. During meetings, they always kept their phones on silent, terrified of disturbing Su Yao or ruining her mood. Everyone looked up, searching for the source of the sound, only to discover that it was Su Yao's phone. At that moment, the executives silently prayed for the person who had messaged her. To dare message the CEO at such a time was to court death. Su Yao, already irritable, felt her frustration intensify. She impatiently picked up her phone. What followed was an event the executives could scarcely believe. The CEO was smiling. Having worked there for 5 or 6 years, they had never witnessed Su Yao smile. What on earth was happening? Su Yao glanced at her phone, where a contact labeled Hanhan had messaged her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Shichi, Su Yao, when are you coming back? I miss you. She slowly tapped the screen to reply, Su, right now. After that, Su Yao set down her phone, her face returning to its icy demeanor as she regarded the crowd. The executives felt utterly bewildered. The fluctuations in Su Yao's mood were too extreme. We're dismissed. This month, everyone's bonus will be doubled. Executives? The crowd, initially bracing themselves for a reprimand, was left agape. What on earth? Who was that who just sent the message? Indeed, to elicit a smile from President Su, and to uplift her mood so instantaneously. Could it be your little lover? Shoo, are you courting death? President Su just stepped out not long ago. My apologies, I was just too exhilarated. Su Ming, overhearing the discussions behind her, followed Su Yao out of the conference room. Observing Su Yao's unwavering gaze on her phone screen, she felt utterly astonished. Who could possess such charm to sway President Su's emotions so dramatically? Could it be young Master Zhang? Lost in her thoughts, Su Yao abruptly halted, turned, and commanded. I'm leaving early today. You handle the subsequent matters. Su Meng, Hu. Oh, no problem. Upon receiving Su Yao's instructions, Su Meng felt as though her worldview was on the verge of shattering. The paragon of punctuality, President Su, had never left early nor arrived late. Yet today she was departing ahead of schedule. Moreover, Su Yao exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman. What on earth was happening? Chapter 6 Within the estate, Zhang Han, upon seeing Su Yao's reply, contemplated how exceptionally kind she had been to him. He felt compelled to repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude. He resolved to personally prepare a meal for Su Yao. In his previous life, he had been shackled within a room, but now those chains had vanished, and he was blessed with a beautiful wife. This was truly a paradise on earth. Though he remained uncertain if he could even leave the estate, what more could he desire? He sauntered into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to inspect its contents. In his past life, he had often cooked for his elder and younger sisters, as well as his parents, solely to bring them joy. Yet to his dismay, that ungrateful lot, with their mouths watering, would still find fault with his cooking. At that time, Zhang Han had not pondered deeply, merely believing his culinary skills were lacking, which had driven him to refine his techniques. Thus, he had cultivated a remarkable culinary prowess. The kitchen staff, upon witnessing his presence, were struck with panic. The kitchen was one of the few perilous places. If anything were to happen to young Master Zhang, President Su would certainly unleash her wrath upon them. The kitchen staff immediately adopted a humble tone, advising young Master, this isn't suitable. The miss will be angry. Zhang Han replied, I'm cooking for my wife. It's nothing. She won't be angry. The staff exchanged anxious glances, turning their eyes toward the head chef, who pointed to himself. Me? Who dares to stop him? Are you seeking death? After a brief internal struggle, the head chef, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile, said, Young Master, cooking is the duty of us servants. You may simply relax. However, despite their attempts to dissuade him, Zhang Han remained resolute, insisting on cooking himself. The head chef, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce. How could he dare refuse? The Miss' attitude toward young Master Zhang was such that even if he were to be harmed, she would ensure no injury befell young Master Zhang. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Han's deft knife skills and his handling of ingredients, he was astounded. This young master can indeed cook, and with such finesse. Little did he know of the hardships Zhang Han had endured in his previous life. Prior to cooking, Zhang Han had already inquired about Su Yao's culinary preferences and aversions. He was no fool, unlike the protagonists in those twisted, wealthy romance novels who fed their wives what they were allergic to without a second thought. Su Yao hurriedly returned to the estate. Although Zhang Han had sent her a message expressing his longing for her, she remained deeply concerned for his well-being, fearing he might escape once more. Upon alighting from the car, she rushed into the empty hall, frowning at the desolate surroundings. Could Hanhan have run away again? This thought ignited a wave of anxiety as she dashed to the second-floor bedroom. Upon opening the door, she was met with an empty room. Her expression soured instantly. Where had he gone? In a flash, Su Yao's mood plummeted to its nadir. Saying he misses me was all a lie. All a lie. Just as she was about to message Uncle Chun, he hastily arrived, fearing that if he delayed, the household would fall apart. Miss, you've returned. Su Yao cast a cold glance at him, demanding, Where is Zhang Han? Uncle Chun felt a wave of relief for having heard the sound of a car outside the estate. Otherwise, he would have lost his head. He.S. in the kitchen, preparing a meal for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao paused, stunned. Hanhan is cooking for me? But she quickly regained her composure, nodding coolly. By the time she changed and descended the stairs, Zhang Han had already prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Seeing Su Yao, he felt a surge of joy, stepping forward to embrace her and plant a kiss on her cheek. Su Yao, I've missed you so much. Su Yao froze for a moment after the kiss. Is this what life with Hanhan is like? Could it be that he has truly fallen for me? In an instant, she shook her head to dispel the thought. Impossible. He must be pretending. Zhang Han, bewildered by Su Yao's emotional fluctuations, brushed it aside, reasoning that women often behaved in such a manner. Subsequently, he personally pulled out a chair for Su Yao, ensuring she was settled comfortably, even going so far as to steady the table to prevent her from bumping into it. After completing these thoughtful gestures, Zhang Han took his seat beside her, leaving Uncle Chun and the staff utterly astonished. Previously, young Master Zhang had detested sitting with the young lady, let alone engaging in such considerate actions now. Delighted by Zhang Han's transformation, Su Yao thought, as long as Hanhan doesn't leave me, I can endure any act. The two began their meal under the watchful eyes of the staff. Zhang Han continuously observed Su Yao as she delicately brought food to her lips. Her exquisite, fair face and graceful movements made him realize how unjustly he had treated himself by being with Liu Ruyan in his past life. How could my wife be so enchanting? I could gaze at her endlessly. Noticing Zhang Han's intense scrutiny, Su Yao inquired, "What are you staring at?" Zhang Han furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Witnessing this, Su Yao's expression darkened instantly. She knew his affection was merely an act. Uncle Chun and the staff were equally startled by Zhang Han's demeanor, their hearts racing. In the past, whenever Zhang Han displayed such a face, he would throw things and argue with Su Yao, creating chaos throughout the household. The most exhausted were the servants. Everyone watched Zhang Han intently, anticipating the inevitable crash of dishes. Zhang Han slowly spoke, "What? Is it wrong for me to admire beauty?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao's icy demeanor thawed, as she turned back to continue her meal, though the blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. How could Su Yao be so adorable? Zhang Han gazed at her with a sweet smile, while Uncle Chun and the staff were left in shock. Not to mention that their young lady typically despised anyone uttering sweet nothings to her. Countless men had met their demise for trying to flirt with her. Yet today, young Master Zhang was different. Even when Su Yao had been gentle with him in the past, he had never uttered a word of concern. Today, he was even speaking sweetly. Moreover, Zhang Xiao, please refrain from engaging in such perilous games in the future. Our delicate hearts cannot endure it. Before long, the two had finished their meal. The chef, observing the remnants of food scarcely left on the table, began to question his life choices. He was aware that Su Yao had a weak stomach, hence she always consumed very little. To his astonishment, he realized that his painstaking efforts in the kitchen paled in comparison to Zhang Xiao's casual cooking. The sky had fallen. His career was ruined. The servants were equally astonished. Having witnessed Su Yao's fastidiousness regarding food, the dishes on the dining table were nearly empty. Was Zhang Xiao's charm truly so potent? Uncle Chun regarded them with disdain, thinking, a bunch of naive individuals. Today, the young lady even made me deliver kidney tonic to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Han exclaimed, "What the hell?" He had not noticed their expressions as he intended to rise, but Su Yao pressed him down, sitting on his lap. Today, Hanhan was so obedient that she could hardly contain herself. "Kiss me." Feeling the sweet scent of the girl and Su Yao's dreamy gaze, Zhang Han instantly became flustered. There were still so many people present. He swallowed hard, gazing at the large white rabbit before him. "Yaoyao, listen to me. It's not appropriate with so many people around. Let us go to the room." He pointed towards the dining table. But Uncle Chun and the servants had already vanished from view. "What? They can fly like thunder gods." Seeing Zhang Han's lack of response, Su Yao immediately leaned in to kiss him. Her tongue boldly invaded his mouth. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhang Han struggled to breathe, but quickly reciprocated. He embraced Su Yao's waist, which was perfectly soft and supple, akin to a gentle serpent. As they parted, Zhang Han felt a delightful tingling sensation. He caressed the large white rabbit, his heart stirred by her softness. Just as he intended to draw closer, he noticed tears streaming down Su Yao's face. Zhang Han was taken aback. Heartbroken, he tenderly stroked her cheek and softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Su Yao, sorrowful, leaned on his shoulder, saying, "Hanhan, I'm truly afraid that you might leave me." Zhang Han fell silent, his heart heavy, although he had only returned for 2 days. He had already fallen deeply in love with this fragile girl. He could not fathom why Su Yao would have affections for him. But what kind of man would allow his woman to shed tears? Zhang Han gently patted her back. "I don't know if you believe me, but I will accompany you for a lifetime. If there is a next life, I'll continue to be with you. If reincarnation is a possibility, I will be by your side in every future life. No matter where you are, I will traverse oceans to be with you." Upon hearing this, Su Yao still bore an expression of disbelief. Zhang Han gently leaned in to kiss her, his tenderness aimed at proving his genuine feelings. This delicate girl harbored such simple wishes. She merely desired his affection. Su Yao, enchanted by Zhang Han's tenderness, momentarily froze, but soon she responded. "As long as Hanhan can forever deceive me, it matters not." Zhang Han was instantly overwhelmed by her fervent kiss, struggling to breathe. "What? Is this a sudden change of face?" Soon, Zhang Han became numb, quite literally. As for the subsequent events, I am aware that you may not wish to read them, so I shall refrain from describing them. Chapter 7. The Zhang family, I have arrived. The next morning, Zhang Han rose early. The bed was already empty. His wife had gone to work again. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han felt a pang of heartache for Su Yao. Her love for him overflowed like water from a bucket. Just his mere presence could bring her immense joy for a long time. Zhang Han sighed and prepared to leave. His efforts the previous night had successfully convinced Su Yao to allow him to leave the estate. Although it might have caused some discomfort to young Zhang Han, it was of no consequence. Today he had to accomplish something significant. Zhang family, your father is here. Zhang Han descended the stairs, where Uncle Chun approached him. Young master, breakfast is ready. Zhang Han waved his hand dismissively. No need. By the way, is there a car available? I need to go out. Hearing that Zhang Han intended to go out, Uncle Chin's expression grew troubled. After all, it had always been quite challenging to retrieve Zhang Han once he ventured outside. Perceiving Uncle Chin's dilemma, Zhang Han explained, Su Yao has given her consent. Upon hearing that Su Yao had agreed, the creases on Uncle Chun's face began to smooth. Follow me. Uncle Chun led Zhang Han to the underground parking garage. Upon entering, dozens of luxury cars stood silently, exuding an air of grandeur. My goodness! Zhang Han gasped in awe at the sight. This was truly extravagant, comparable to a car exhibition. Uncle Chin merely smiled lightly. These are all gifts from a young lady to you, young master. Feel free to choose. Zhang Han gazed at the dazzling array of luxury vehicles, momentarily overwhelmed by the decision of which one to select. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He found it. The Koenigsegg 11, the quintessential car for every male protagonist in a delicate romance. Soon, Zhang Han emerged from the estate with over 10 bodyguards in tow. A luxurious convoy swiftly departed, with other vehicles on the road yielding to them, wary of provoking the convoy's owner. After all, a motorcade of this magnitude was rarely dispatched by any family across the nation. Uncle Chun followed at a distance, acutely aware that if young Master Zhang were to go missing, it would spell disaster for him. Especially after witnessing the changes in Su Yao over the past 2 days, she had been eating more and no longer scolding anyone. Inside the Zhang family villa, Zhang Lumeng had also been discharged from the hospital, his foot now bandaged. Zhang Tianba and Fan Jian supported him as they returned home. Yem Fine. Mom and Dad, you should go check on my brother. He has been tied up for 2 days. Fan Jian rolled her eyes at the mention of Zhang Han. It's nothing. That little brat can die, for all I care. Zhang Tianba shook his head helplessly. You needn't worry about that, little Lu Meng. Your elder brother is nothing but a little rascal. If he dies, he dies. Zhang Lu Meng displayed a conflicted expression, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. At the very end, Zhang Han approached Zhang Tianba with a fierce glare. What do you intend to do with that bamboo pole? Zhang Tianba immediately tossed the pole aside, a trembling smile gracing his lips. Well, isn't it our little Su and Han who have returned? I was merely planning to chop some bamboo for you. Zhang Han unsheathed his 7 wolves from his waist. I have no desire for bamboo. Crack. 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 In an instant, several holes appeared in the seat of Zhang Tianba's trousers, revealing his SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Zhang Lumeng and Fan Jian could not suppress their laughter, though they quickly stifled it. Their mirth stemmed not from mockery, but from the sheer absurdity of Zhang Tianba's plight. Such was the irony of sorrow breeding laughter. Indeed, it was their grief that compelled them to chuckle. Zhang Han, relishing the moment, patted Zhang Tianba's face and spoke slowly. From now on, show some respect during our encounters. Remember to honor your elders and cherish the young. Otherwise, next time I might strike a different spot. With that, Zhang Han tossed the document aside and made his way to the far corner of the room. The rest is in your hands, Lawyer Zhang San. Still groaning in agony, Zhang Tianba clutched his backside, staring in confusion at the document before him. What is this? Zhang San, his expression calm, replied, It is a severance agreement. Once signed, you shall have no further ties to young Master Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lumeng felt a surge of joy. My fortune, the wealth, is within my grasp. Zhang Tianba's fury ignited. Is this scoundrel truly attempting to sever ties with the Zhang family? Yet soon he grasped the ruse. This little scoundrel was merely using this ploy to garner attention from the family. Zhang Tianba chuckled, dismissing the notion. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Zhang Lumeng, expecting Zhang Tianba to sign immediately, panicked when he saw Zhang Tianba's hesitation. He quickly devised a scheme. Father, regardless of what happened, he's still our kin. Even if he exposed your SpongeBob underwear, he remains family. Wow, I can't hold it in anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianba hastily scrawled his name. Witnessing this, Zhang Lumeng finally relaxed. Meanwhile, at the company, Zhang Qing was engrossed in her paperwork. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach. Ugh! Her stomach ailment had flared up again. In the past 2 days without Zhang Han to administer her medication, she felt utterly miserable. The color drained from her face, and her lips paled. Red secretary. Red secretary. After calling out twice, the secretary arrived, albeit slowly. What is it, Director Zhang? Zhang Qing, still holding her stomach, reprimanded. Where is Zhang Han? Why hasn't anyone delivered my medication in these past 2 days? The red secretary appeared, quite flustered. Zhang Han was taken away at the wedding a couple of days ago. Zhang Qing paused, then bellowed. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You were the one who said not to concern ourselves with it, Director Zhang. Zhang Qing was taken aback, realizing she had indeed made such a statement. By the way, Director Zhang Han is currently at the Zhang residence, insisting on severing ties with the family. Zhang Qing nodded, not overly concerned. She knew Zhang Han could not truly leave this family. Nevertheless, she decided to return home to ascertain what had transpired. Take me back to the Zhang residence. As you wish, Director Zhang. Chapter 8, 300 a month. Before long, Zhang Qing arrived at the Zhang family villa. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Zhang Lu Meng and others encircled by numerous bodyguards. And there, prominently displayed, is that a SpongeBob? Upon seeing his elder sister return, Zhang Lu Meng instantly donned a pitiful expression. Sister, you have finally returned. Please do not blame your brother. It was my fault for attempting to usurp his position. Fan Jian and Zhang Tianba were deeply moved, touched by Zhang Lu Meng's unwavering support for his brother despite the latter's embarrassing predicament. How moving. I can hardly contain my emotions. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. I shall confront him and demand to know his intentions. In her previous life within this household, Zhang Han had been closest to Zhang Qing. When she had been brought back, Zhang Qing had not taken over the company, which allowed Zhang Han to cling to her for companionship. At that time, Zhang Han had yet to face the slander from Zhang Lu Meng, and Zhang Qing had not shunned playful interaction with her younger brother. Thus, if anyone in the family held sway over Zhang Han, it was undoubtedly Zhang Qing. Later, however, Zhang Lu Meng had cruelly orchestrated a scheme that involved placing Zhang Qing's original black lace underwear on Zhang Han's bed, leading to Zhang Han's unjust accusation. Consequently, Zhang Qing interpreted Zhang Lu Meng's subsequent kindness as his attempt to atone for his misdeeds. At this moment, Zhang Qing made her way toward Zhang Han's room. The bodyguards were momentarily perplexed. After all, the 3 individuals being detained were under young Master Zhang's orders. Although young Master Zhang had indeed made his stance clear to the family today, they still could not fathom the depth of his ties to the Zhang household, rendering them hesitant to act against Zhang Qing. Just then, Zhang Han emerged, causing the bodyguards to exhale in relief, thankful that they need not concern themselves further. Zhang Han dragged a suitcase behind her. Zhang Qing was momentarily stunned, questioning, "Are you truly planning to leave the Zhang family?" She found it hard to believe that Zhang Han would depart, especially after all she had endured to remain there. Do you think I am merely playing house with you? Seeing Zhang Han's carefree demeanor ignited a spark of uncontainable anger within Zhang Qing. Oh, you wish to leave? Then return all that you have consumed during your years in the Zhang family. Hanhan scoffed. Years? I have lived in conditions worse than a servant. 20 kilometers from school, I had to rise early every day to cycle there. A monthly food allowance of 300, barely enough to keep me alive. Were it not for my part-time job, I would long have perished. In return, what? I have not even reported you for child abuse. Hanhan looked ahead disdainfully. So tell me, how much have I spent from the Zhang family? How much have I used from this household? Huh, you ungrateful wretch. Devouring meat while refusing to spit out the bones. Is it? Zhang Qing was infuriated, retorting, children of the Zhang family receive a monthly allowance of 50,000. There are also various fees for your schooling and meals. Do you not consider these expenses? 50,000 a month? I haven't seen a single cent of that. It has all been siphoned off by your family to alleviate poverty. Meal expenses? I only received 300 a month. I would not have survived to this day, striking Zhang Tianba, that scoundrel, without my part-time job. Zhang Qing was momentarily stunned. She could not detect any deceit in Zhang Han's expression. This could not be right. The children of the Zhang family could never lack for their monthly allowances. At that moment, Zhang Qing furrowed her brow and glanced at Zhang Tianba. He, in turn, asserted with righteous indignation, Zhang Han was just brought back. I feared he might become complacent. So I only allowed the servants to provide him with 300 a month. 300 is already quite generous. If he saves a bit each day, he should have some left over. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han could no longer contain herself. 300 a month, and you suggest saving a bit? Is this even human? Zhang Qing found herself in a quandary. From a young age, she had displayed remarkable business acumen, allowing her to take over her father's company at a tender age. She managed every aspect of the company, with only the most significant investments falling under Zhang Tianba's purview. because of her busy schedule. She remained oblivious to the household's trivial matters. However, she concurred, is 300 a month really so little? Zhang Han chuckled. 300 a month? That hardly amounts to what Zhang Lugang spends on a single meal, does it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing felt a bit embarrassed and slowly replied, Then why don't you ask me or second sister for money? Zhang Han found it rather amusing. Ask you and second sister? I searched for help for such a long time. Did either of you even consider me? When I sought you out, you claimed to be busy with work. When I approached second sister, she said she was preoccupied with experiments. Initially, Zhang Qing felt some sympathy for Zhang Han's plight, but the memory of him stealing her underwear made her feel he deserved it, saying, You brought this upon yourself. Don't you recall what you did back then? Zhang Han chose to ignore this intellectually challenged creature, merely letting out a scornful laugh. At that time, he and T argued with them, simply wishing to avoid debating with someone like Zhang Lugang. He and T anticipated that this sister would be so extraordinarily foolish. Even the dimmest of individuals know to hide stolen goods. Am I so naive? Hearing Zhang Han's words, Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the validity of his point. Back then, Zhang Lugang had continuously urged her to forgive Zhang Han, which prevented her from contemplating the matter deeply. Subsequently, Zhang Han had treated her quite well. Whenever his stomach was unwell, he would cook porridge and study medicine to heal himself. She had always thought of this as Zhang Han atoning for his past misdeeds. Now, however, Zhang Qing felt a bit perplexed. If asking me and second sister is out of the question, then why not seek financial assistance from our parents? Zhang Han, upon hearing this, was even more speechless. Ask our parents? They only brought me back to be near them because they covet my grandfather's inheritance. Inheritance? Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Zhang Qing's face. She genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Only Fan Jian and Zhang Tianba were privy to it. At that time, Zhang Tianba's company had entered an economic crisis, and he had secretly appropriated the inheritance meant for Zhang Han. He had not disclosed this to anyone, and only Fan Jian was aware. Zhang Han, feeling increasingly impatient, disregarded whether Zhang Qing was feigning ignorance and turned to Zhang Tianba fiercely. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware. You must return my grandfather's inheritance, 100 million, not a penny less. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Zhang Tianba immediately panicked. After all these years, he had nearly forgotten about this. 100 million? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhang Han, remaining silent, simply drew out his 7 wolves belt. Crack, crack, crack. All right, 100 million it is. Song Han looked at Song Tianba, who was now kneeling and begging for mercy, feeling a wave of disgust. He had endured torment from Su Yao without uttering a word, yet now, after just a few strikes, he was already crying out. Zhang Lugang, observing the contemplative expression on his elder sister Zhang Qing's face, immediately feigned concern. Brother, don't hit Dad anymore. If you must hit someone, hit me instead. Oh, such a delightful proposition. Zhang Han spared no effort, striking down hard. I was wrong, brother. Just hit Dad instead. Hearing this, Zhang Han cast another glance at Zhang Tianba. At this moment, Zhang Tianba was genuinely frightened, unable to meet Zhang Han's gaze, as tears streamed down his face in desperate pleas. Xiao Han, I was wrong. Please stop, it truly hurts. Crack, crack, crack. Who is the father now? You are. Crack, crack. I've never had such an unfilial son. Zhang Han felt a sense of satisfaction from the thrashing and turned to leave. Zhang Tianba watched Zhang Han's retreating figure and shouted loudly, If you have the courage, then go. Once you leave, don't expect to return to the Zhang family. I won't be missing you. Chapter 9. The Black Card. Observing Hans da parting silueta. Zhang Qing hurriedly helped Zhang Tianba up. Dad, are you alright? Zhang Tianba awkwardly covered his backside. I'm fine. This is just a scratch. Not painful at all. Zhang Qing glanced at his rear, which looked as though it had been beaten into a pulp, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Yet, she felt a lingering sense of confusion as she gazed towards the door. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Han was somehow different today. Zhang Lugang immediately chimed in. Dad, sister, don't blame big brother. It's just his temperament. He must have left the Zhang family in a huff. Zhang Tianba comfortingly patted his head. If only your elder brother were half as obedient as you. Rest assured, unless he kneels and begs for forgiveness, I want to allow him to return. Fan Jian glared fiercely at Zhang Han's retreating figure, agreeing, exactly. In the past, at such a moment, Zhang Qing would have found Zhang Lugang quite endearing and charming. Yet today, for reasons she could not fathom, she felt that the family had indeed misunderstood Zhang Han and treated him unjustly. After all, Zhang Han was the biological child. Moreover, Zhang Liugong's every attempt to ingratiate himself seemed overly calculated. Dad, what did Zhang Han mean by inheritance just now? Zhang Qing asked, puzzled, looking at Zhang Tianba. Zhang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to know. Focus on your own responsibilities. Zhang Qing wanted to inquire further, but Zhang Tianba's expression made it clear he wanted to avoid the topic. After Zhang Qing left the villa, Fan Jian sidled up to Zhang Tianba. Are you truly planning to return that 100 million from back then? 100 million was indeed a substantial sum for the Zhang family. Although the company was valued at over 20 billion, 100 million in liquid assets was not something one could simply withdraw. Zhang Tianba shook his head. How could that be possible? Besides, that little brat Zhang Han wanted to leave the Zhang family. What if? Zhang Tianba merely smiled, settling into the sofa to read the newspaper. Do you think that's likely? Indeed. How could that little rascal Zhang Han ever bear to leave the Zhang family? As Zhang Han exited the Zhang family villa, he felt the weather was bright and clear, a refreshing change. Delightful. Uncle Chun looked at Zhang Han with great satisfaction. Young Master Zhang has grown up and learned to be filial to his parents. Today, he won't have to endure scolding from the young lady. How wonderful. With that, Zhang Han drove towards the central shopping street, intending to buy a gift for Su Yao. In a vast shopping mall, Zhang Han found himself in a quandary. After all, it was his first time purchasing a gift. He wanted to spend his own money on Su Yao, but his spare funds were mostly from scholarships awarded for his excellent academic performance. However, previously, he had spent most of that money on Liu Ruyan, leaving only a small amount. He initially considered buying a ring or a necklace, but alas, his budget was insufficient. What could he purchase that Su Yao could carry with her daily? Yet wouldn't he break the bank? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He walked into a lipstick store. The shop assistant was a young woman who, due to her makeup and attire, exuded a mature charm that was quite captivating. Initially occupied with her makeup, she noticed Zhang Han's well-dressed appearance and promptly set aside her mirror. She discreetly assessed him, thinking to herself, not bad-looking at all. With sparkling eyes, she approached, adjusting her neckline. Hello, handsome. How may I assist you? Her voice was incredibly sweet, making Zhang Han immediately regret stepping into this store. If Su Yao found out that this woman spoke to him in such a tone and flaunted her figure, it would spell disaster. Little Zhang Han would probably have a hard time being forgiven. To secure his own happiness, Zhang Han nervously distanced himself from her, saying, I'd like to choose a lipstick for my girlfriend. Upon discovering that Zhang Han had a girlfriend, the store attendant felt a twinge of regret, yet dismissed it quickly. Such individuals often exhibit lavish spending. With a face adorned in sycophantic smiles, she inquired, What is your budget, handsome? Zhang Han pondered for a moment, realizing he had merely a few hundred yuan left in his pocket. 500, he replied. 500. The attendant's heart silently rolled its eyes at the paltry sum. A mere pauper, it seemed, masquerading in high-quality imitations. She had anticipated a substantial order, but was met with a pretender. Upon hearing this figure, the attendant's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her tone grew chilly as she said, Feel free to browse. She then called out Xiao Jiang, Come here and assist. With that, she retreated to a nearby mirror to continue her makeup routine. Xiao Jiang, evidently in turn, hurried over, flustered at being summoned. Zhang Han found the situation utterly absurd. The reality was indeed harsh. What style does your girlfriend prefer? Xiao Jiang asked timidly, clearly inexperienced in attending to customers. Zhang Han scratched his head, recalling Su Yao's appearance. Although she exuded an icy elegance, her heart was quite endearing. Cold on the outside, warm within, she resembled a sophisticated woman, yet possessed a playful, almost childish spirit. She enjoys playing with daggers, decisive in her actions. Understanding the general type, Xiao Jiang began her recommendations with enthusiasm. I suggest this tangerine red lipstick. It should suit your girlfriend perfectly. Once she commenced her suggestions, her spirit seemed to flourish, and Zhang Han could discern her genuine passion for her work. After introducing over 20 options, Zhang Han felt overwhelmed, akin to a student being force-fed mathematical concepts by a high school teacher. How much do all the lipsticks at this counter total? Xiao Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback. She had overheard him mention his budget of 500. Thus, his inquiry caught her off guard. Well, sir, there are over 100 varieties here, totaling nearly 100,000 yuan. All right, I'll take them all. Initially intending to purchase with his own funds, Zhang Han found himself unable to make a choice after listening for so long. His primary annoyance stemmed from the attendant's earlier behavior. Today, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. Xiao Jiang stood frozen. Will you be paying by card or WeChat? By card. The makeup attendant chuckled upon hearing this. This loser, how could he possibly pull out such a sum all at once? With a dismissive tone, she added, Oh, Xiao Jiang, don't waste your efforts. He's just a pathetic loser, incapable of producing that kind of money. Ignoring her remarks, Zhang Han retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Jiang. It had been given to him by Su Yao previously. Although he had no intention of using it today, the woman before him was insufferable. As Xiao Jiang grasped the card, her palms began to sweat. While she was merely a regular employee, she understood the rarity and value of such a card. The makeup attendant, upon seeing the black card, was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Oh my, this is hilarious. Nowadays, anyone dares to flaunt a fake. Ding, payment successful. What? The makeup attendant could hardly believe her ears. She rushed over to grab the card machine. 114,000 yuan. Is this black card real? Xiao Jiang was equally astonished. Initially, when the attendant suggested that black cards could be faked, she thought Zhang Han was joking. But it turned out to be genuine. Zhang Han casually picked a packaged lipstick from the counter, intending to personally present it to Su Yao, instructing, just pack the rest and deliver them to my home. I'll provide the address. He then turned and exited the store. Having completed his purchase, Zhang Han felt a sense of smoothness in recent events. Yet, based on his extensive reading of novels, he anticipated complications ahead. Sure enough, a familiar voice broke the tranquility. Ah, isn't this Zhang Han? Upon hearing it, Zhang Han felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. It was as if he were living in a novel. Chapter 10. I absolutely cannot stand by while my country is betrayed. Bai Ningbing approached Zhang Han, her eyes sparkling as she caught sight of the lipstick in his hand. She noticed that Zhang Han, having made an effort to groom himself, looked rather handsome today. With a seemingly kind demeanor, she asked, "Is this for Liu Ruyan? Allow me to deliver it for you." With that, she reached out to snatch it away. "Help me deliver it? More like secretly pocketing it for yourself." Saman Vitaptid. Rolling his eyes and stepping aside, he held no favorable impression of Bai Ningbing. She had always leveraged her friendship with Liu Ruyan to boss him around, which he found exasperating. Moreover, when he wished to present gifts to Liu Ruyan, he often felt too embarrassed to do so directly and would enlist Bai Ningbing's help, only to find she would discreetly select items for her own collection. She was the real-life equivalent of a phantom thief. With that thought, Zhang Han coldly regarded Bai Ningbing, stating, "This is not for Liu Ruyan." Bai Ningbing smiled knowingly. "Zhang Han, apart from Liu Ruyan, do you know any other women? And especially buying lipstick? If it's not for Liu Ruyan, then who else could it possibly be for? A wife, perhaps? How absurd. Where would I get a wife? Someone's go fit. Don't joke around, Zhang Han. If you don't give it to me, I'm leaving." "Then go ahead," he replied dismissively, turning away. Seeing that Zhang Han was truly unwilling to part with it, Bai Ningbing grew frantic. "You better hand it over now, or I'll tell Liu Ruyan." In the past, whenever Bai Ningbing invoked Liu Ruyan's name against Zhang Han, it always worked like a charm. He would invariably comply, more effective than his own parents. However, today, Zhang Han had no desire to engage further and headed straight for the parking area. Bai Ningbing, noticing his indifference, became increasingly irate, tugging at his shirt to prevent him from leaving. What? Is this turning into a tug of war? Uncle Chun, watching this unfold, broke into a cold sweat. Should the situation escalate even slightly, his life would be at stake. He hurriedly sent a message to Su Yao, fearing that if he delayed, his lady would unleash her fury. "Miss, something terrible has happened. Zhang Xiao is being bullied." At that moment, Su Yao was in her office, attending to financial reports when she received Uncle Chen's message. A smile crept upon her lips, wondering if it was yet another piece of good news about Hanhan. However, upon reading the message, an icy aura enveloped her. She tossed the documents onto her desk, urgency coursing through her as she rushed to Su Meng, exclaiming, "We must go now." Su Meng, bewildered, replied, "What is going on?" "Just a moment ago, I was handling paperwork." Zhang Han flinched as Bai Ningbing pulled him, startled. Though the person before him was not Liu Ruyan, he feared that if his wife witnessed this, he would surely face her wrath. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Yao was merely 5 minutes away from the scene of the altercation. Desperate to break free from Bai Ningbing's grasp, he warned, "Don't touch me, or I'll accuse you of harassment." "No. Wait, was it he who would be accused of harassment by Su Yao?" He quickly corrected himself. "Be careful, or I'll accuse you of disturbing the peace." With that, he managed to escape Bai Ningbing's hold. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth as she glared at Zhang Han. The Zhang Han of yore had always been obedient to her, yet now he dared to address her in such a manner. "Let me make this clear. If you leave, I will report you to Liu Ruyan. You can forget about delivering gifts to her then." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han burst into laughter. "Is that so? Who would care to present gifts to that despicable woman?" Seeing Zhang Han disregard her, Bai Ningbing immediately seized his hand. "I tell you, if you do not give me that lipstick today, you shall not leave. I am Liu Ruyan's close friend." By Ningbing Krutid Sanghansan Taitri. This scene was unfortunately witnessed by Su Yao, who arrived just in time. Squinting at the two, she pondered, is this what it means to be bullied? I think it's Zhang Han who wants to flirt with another woman. As Su Yao's car approached, Uncle Chun hurried over to open the door. Miss, you're here. Would you like me to call young Master Zhang? No need. Su Yao was eager to ascertain whether her beloved Zhang Han was indeed trying to seduce another woman. At this moment, Uncle Chun was at a loss for words, bowing his head in silence. Su Ming, oblivious to the unfolding drama, sensed Su Yao's cold demeanor, which had lowered the surrounding temperature significantly. She shivered, wondering, what is going on? Why is President Su suddenly angry? Su Ming followed Su Yao's gaze and saw Zhang Han being embraced by a woman, appearing quite intimate. Instantly, Su Ming understood. This was indeed a scene of infidelity. The gossip-loving girl felt her heart race, eager to inform her colleagues. However, she suddenly recalled that this juicy tidbit seemed too personal for President Su. Zhang Han had evidently noticed Su Yao's arrival and quickly withdrew his hand. You idiot! Are you trying to get me killed? Bai Ningbing looked at him in confusion, interpreting his flustered expression as fear. With a determined look, she extended her hand. Then give me the gift you were going to give to Ruyan. I'll deliver it for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao trembled in rage. So, all those declarations of love from Zhang Han were mere deceit. Uncle Chun and Su Ming quickly suppressed their playful demeanor, aware that Su Yao was in a perilous state. One misstep could lead to an explosion of emotions. Oh my goodness, please don't prance around in the danger zone. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. Zhang Han, hearing Bai Ningbing's words, swiftly slapped her, anger coursing through him. I've told you, this gift is not for Liu Ruyan. It is for my gentle, understanding, and kind-hearted wife, Su Yao. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at Su Yao. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Su Yao's mood improved slightly. What Zhang Han said is acceptable. Su Ming found it amusing. Everyone knew that President Su was not swayed by flattery. Yet, when she noticed a faint smile appearing on Su Yao's face, she was taken aback. Wait, Zhang Han, this soft-hearted person, can actually turn President Su's frown into a smile with just a few words. But are you sure gentle and kind truly describes President Su? Answer me. Bai Ningbing touched her flushed cheek, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Zhang Han. You dare hit me? Zhang Han responded with irritation. Yes. I hit you. What do you mean? She retorted. What do I mean? I said I hit you. Bai Ningbing thought she must have misheard. I ask you. What do you mean? You dare hit me? I am Liu Ruyan's close friend. Damn it, this woman doesn't understand Chinese. She must be a traitor. I cannot stand by and let this slide. Saman declared. He then discreetly withdrew a knife from his waistband. Witnessing Zhang Han's seriousness, Bai Ningbing quickly warned. I am Liu Ruyan's close friend. Do you still wish to be on good terms with her? Zhang Han merely smiled, but just as he was about to strike, Su Yao's voice rang out. Wait. Chapter 11. How much do you say? Although Su Yao despised women who pursued Zhang Han, she did not want him to be the villain. Most importantly, if people perceived Zhang Han as a bad person, it would break her heart. Leave the role of villain to me. Su Yao approached, her cold gaze landing on Bai Ningbing, and with a swift motion, she delivered a slap. Get lost. Bai Ningbing was furious, thinking that Zhang Han, the sycophant, can hit me, but now another one comes along. However, the moment she met Su Yao's eyes, she immediately cowered. Su Yao exuded an aura of authority. Just a single glance made Bai Ningbing feel as though she were facing death. She scrambled to her feet and fled, not forgetting to warn Zhang Han. Zhang Han, wait for it. I will tell Liu Ruyan. And with that, she dashed away. The onlookers in the shop had long since been intimidated by Su Yao's presence, trembling in fear. Such a fierce aura could only emanate from someone at the pinnacle of society. The makeup artist felt relieved that Zhang Han had not targeted her and was grateful she had not acted on her grievances against him, lest she become the next victim. Su Yao gazed at Bai Ningbing's retreating figure, deep in thought. Should I cut her down? But if I do, Liu Ruyan would be upset. And if Liu Ruyan is upset, Zhang Han would be upset too. With this thought, Su Yao's mood slightly darkened. She was fully aware of everything that had transpired today, including Zhang Han severing ties with the Zhang family. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Zhang Han was acting or genuinely wished to be with her. Zhang Han exhaled deeply, relieved that it was finally over. He approached, intending to embrace Su Yao. Darling, why are you here? Su Ming, seeing Zhang Han attempt to embrace Su Yao, rushed over to obstruct him. After all, President Su detested other men touching her, even if that man was Zhang Han. I apologize, but our President Su does not like others to touch her. President Su, quickly praise me. Get lost. Su Ming adjusted her glasses. Did you hear that, Zhang Han? Our President Su has spoken. Su Ming, I was referring to you. Did you hear that, Zhang Han? Su Ming pointed at herself. Not me? You mean me? Zhang Han chuckled and sidestepped Su Ming, rushing to gently embrace Su Yao. Su Yao, why are you out here? He wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling the softness, which was quite comforting. Su Yao remained unmoved, merely responding with a faint, Su Ming was astonished, having been Su Yao's secretary for so many years. She had never seen a man able to get so close to President Su, even as rumors circulated that she preferred women. Su Ming was utterly shocked by the transformation in Su Yao these past few days. Is this still my decisive and ruthless President Su? Seeing Su Yao's displeasure, Zhang Han felt immense resentment toward Bai Ningbing. Damn that sycophant. She nearly caused my dear wife to misunderstand me. Oh, Su Yao, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Looking at the serious woman in his embrace, Zhang Han could not muster any resentment. She was simply too adorable. What can I do to make you not angry? Kiss me. Huh? Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Here. Su Yao observed Zhang Han's unwilling expression, immediately furrowing her brows. What? Are you reluctant? Of course not. Zhang Han quickly leaned in to plant a kiss. Su Yao watched as he lightly pressed his lips against her cheek, only to withdraw immediately. His bashful demeanor filled her with delight. Su Ming, come here. Earlier, when she had heard Su's own call for Zhang Han to kiss her, she had been eager to witness the moment. However, upon seeing the bodyguard from the Su family and everyone else promptly turning their heads away, she had no choice but to look away as well. Suddenly hearing Su Yao call for her, she felt a bit bewildered. Aren't I also part of this? Nevertheless, she approached, awaiting instructions. Acquire this commercial street, and name it Hanhan. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief internally, almost thinking she was being summoned over for a kiss as well. Understood, Su-son. At that moment, Zhang Han's mind was a blank slate. Wait, an entire commercial street? Is this even real? Is this what a domineering CEO is like? A kiss equates to a commercial street. What about my efforts over the past 2 nights? A faint smile graced Su Yao's stunning face. Do you like it? Hanhan. Zhang Han, somewhat taken aback, was unsure how to respond but still nodded. Thank you, Su Yao. What should you call me? Yaoyao. Su Yao nodded in satisfaction, then waved her hand, ushering Zhang Han into the car. This left the few people inside the lipstick shop utterly dumbfounded. Once in the car, Su Yao besischten herself on Sanganslap, flashing a wickedly charming smile. Han, what were you doing at the commercial street today? The enticing scent of her perfume enveloped Zhang Han, her breath tickling his neck, leaving him in a state of confusion. Moreover, Su Yao deliberately twisted her body, the softness of her thigh rendering Zhang Han utterly flustered. He swallowed hard, fumbling in his pocket for a small gift box. I got you a present. Though it's not expensive, I promise to strive for the best for you in the future. Su Yao eyed the lipstick-wrapped box in Zhang Han's hands, her heart brimming with joy. Here, a reward. What? Zhang Han barely caught her words before he felt the softness on his lips. Taken by surprise, he gasped for air, his hands flailing in a panic until they encountered something soft. Yaoyao, please calm down. His lips began to tremble, regretting why he hadn't indulged in the kidney tonic the night before. So this is what Han desires? No. This is a colossal misunderstanding. I wasn't prepared. Really? Nothing at all? No, absolutely none. Very well, I shall let you off for now. Su Yao gazed at Zhang Han's flushed face, a smirk dancing at the corners of her mouth. Upon seeing the playful expression on Su Yao's face, Zhang Han realized he had been outmaneuvered. But it was fine. Women were often like this, perfectly normal. As Su Yao contemplated how Zhang Han had been shyly entangled with by Ningbing to protect the gift he intended for her, her mood soared. She smiled slightly. Do you still have enough money? Zhang Han, who had been quietly comforting his brother to sleep, paused at Su Yao's question. Soon, a black card appeared next to little Zhang Han. This card contains 10 billion. Feel free to spend it as you wish. If it's not enough, come to me. Zhang Han glanced at the black card resting on his thigh, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wait, I haven't even used what I have at home. And now there's another one? And did you just say how much? 10 billion. Chapter 12, a battle of 300 rounds. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the estate. Zhang Han dashed into the kitchen, seeking the kidney tonic. He stared at the Hui Rin kidney tonic pills in his hand, hesitating briefly before swallowing them down. Damn it, here goes. Tonight, I shall engage in a battle of 300 rounds. That night, within the confines of Su family's estate, Zhang Han's room prepared for an impending clash. He intended to carve out a path for himself. However, there was no way. He simply could not compete with Su Yao's version T0. After 300 rounds, he succumbed to her prowess. Han defaulted. Why can't I win? Zhang Han lay sprawled on the bed, while Su Yao, victorious, retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Zhang Han reflected on the recent battle. Next time, I will definitely win. The ping of his phone on the bedside interrupted Zhang Han's thoughts. Exhausted, he extended his hand. Ugh! Thud! Zhang Han clutched his backside as he stood up, cursing his bad luck. Not only did he lose the battle, but he also fell out of bed while trying to grab his phone. Su Yao's combat skills were indeed formidable. Looking at the message on his phone, he saw it was from his good friend, Yang Wei. Yang Wei is not wilted. Hangu, how is the wedding with Liu Ruyan coming along? Upon seeing his friend's message, Zhang Han felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his mind drifting back to his previous life. In that life, after marrying Liu Ruyan, he had lived in utter misery. Without money and freedom, he had been little more than a servant in her household. During that time, he had endured considerable hardship, with classmates mockingly branding him a total sycophant, ostracizing him from their circles. Yet, Zhang Han had stubbornly defended Liu Ruyan. Reflecting on it now, it struck him as rather amusing. Yang Wei had seen through Liu Ruyan's true nature long ago. He had consistently urged Zhang Han to reconsider, and, at times, their arguments had escalated. Yet, he remained a steadfast friend, even sharing part of his part-time earnings with Zhang Han, encouraging him to treat himself during tough times, ensuring he didn't suffer unduly. Yang Wei's family was not wealthy either. He had a sick mother and a deceased father, with Zhang Han being the only one left to support them. Later, Yang Wei found himself a girlfriend, if he remembered correctly, named Hibiku. However, Hibiku had a male best friend. During Zhang Han's 3 years of marriage, Yang Wei had aspired to better himself, starting a small company with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a scam. After swindling money, she fled with her male best friend. Subsequently, Yang Wei was left with nothing, and within 6 months, news of his suicide surfaced. He had passed away even earlier than Zhang Han. Now, with a second chance at life, these events must not repeat. A night with 17 Lang. It's over. Yang Wei is not wilted. Good. Damn it. Liu Ruyan is nothing but a fake. A night with 17 Lang. I've seen through it too. No need to worry about me. Yang Wei, upon reading Zhang Han's message in the dormitory, was immediately startled upright. What? This is completely unlike my Han Ji's usual character? He quickly sent a reply. Yang Wei is not wilted. Have you really figured it out? Or are you just fooling me? A night with 17 Lang. Really? Smile, JPG. Yang Wei is not wilted. That's the best news. Seeing Zhang Han send a familiar emoji, Yang Wei finally relaxed a bit. He valued Zhang Han as a friend, despite his utter cluelessness when it came to matters of love. But as a brother, he was irreplaceable, the kind who would even lend his underwear. Though, he didn't particularly fancy Zhang Han's brand of underwear. Zhang Han pondered whether to share the experiences he had with Su Yao. Forget it. Tomorrow, he would drive a luxury car to school and give Yang Wei a good scare. Haha, who are you chatting with? A chilling voice emerged from behind. As Su Yao emerged from the bath, she found Zhang Han grinning as he gazed at his phone, furrowing her brow in displeasure. She wondered if he was once again chatting with Liu Ruyan. Upon turning his head, Zhang Han's eyes fell upon Su Yao's fair form, draped only in a bath towel that clung to her curves like a second skin, leaving little to the imagination. The sight of her ample bosom, nearly revealing a hint of pink, was utterly captivating. Zhang Han stood transfixed, feeling a stir of desire, yet he quickly suppressed the urge, recognizing that Su Yao was clearly upset. What's the matter, Su Yao? I'm just chatting with my good buddy Yang Wei, he said, lifting his phone to show her. Zhang Han was accustomed to Su Yao's inexplicable jealousy. After all, it was only natural for women to feel that way. If I don't comfort my woman, who will? As Su Yao glanced at the contents of Zhang Han's phone, the icy tension surrounding her dissipated. I advise you to cease all contact with Liu Ruyan, or else you'll face my wrath. Zhang Han set down his phone, playfully pinching her thigh. Not a chance, Su Yao. My heart belongs solely to you. In response, Su Yao pushed him down and shed her towel, ready for a playful battle. Zhang Han, you are no match for the formidable Su Yao. Ascension is a ruse. The alien races above feed upon our kind. Zhang Han, defeated, remarked, this must surely declare my genuine affection now. What did you call me? Yaoyao. Well, that's more acceptable. Su Yao observed Zhang Han smile, a quiet sorrow enveloping her. Was it merely her body that he desired? If so, she resolved that what belonged to her was his too, as long as he remained by her side. Noticing Su Yao revert to her usual aloof demeanor, Zhang Han spoke softly. Su Yao, dear wife, I plan to return to school tomorrow. It's been several days since I last went. Zhang Han's intention was not merely to attend classes. He was concerned about his dear friend, having returned to life. It had been nearly a few years since he last saw Yang Wei. Su Yao, gazing at the moon outside the window, seemed lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, clarity struck her. If Zhang Han wished to go to school, then let him. Turning to speak, she realized he had already succumbed to sleep. watching him slumber peacefully. She leaned in for a gentle kiss before carefully curling up in his embrace, ready to drift off. These past few days had afforded Su Yao her most tranquil sleep yet. In Zhang Han's arms, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and comfort. Please don't leave me. Hanhan. The next morning, Su Yao awoke early, for how could she present the finest things in the world to Han without going to work? Observing Zhang Han still in slumber, a soft smile graced her lips. Life with Han was truly delightful. She placed a kiss on his forehead before descending the stairs. Uncle Chun noted the improvement in Su Yao's complexion and felt a deep sense of gratitude. It seemed Zhang Han and the young lady were getting along splendidly. He was aware of Su Yao's typically poor sleep quality, though she rarely showed it. Yet, her temperament and spirit were evident. Uncle Chun felt immensely thankful to Zhang Han. For without him, Su Yao would not be as joyful as she was now. Take good care, Zhang Han. Don't let him escape. Su Yao remarked coldly as she turned to leave. I understand, he replied. Chapter 13. Are you insane? Ding ding ding. Zhang Fan's alarm go wrong. He picked up his phone to find a message from Su Yao. Su, I agree to your return to school, but you must not seek out Liu Ruyan or any other girls. Zhang Han chuckled at the message. What girl could possibly rival his wife in beauty? After missing a few days of school, Su Yao had helped him secure a leave of absence, and today he decided to return. Standing before the mirror, he took a moment to groom himself. A white shirt paired with a black jacket and black trousers created a simple, yet understatedly luxurious look. Perfect. Soon, he drove off in his Koenigsegg from the estate. Upon arriving at school, he drove straight onto campus and found a spot to park. It had been a long time since he last visited. Exiting the car, he felt the campus breeze caress him. This prestigious university truly lived up to its reputation. Even the wind seemed to carry an artistic essence. He followed the vague recollections in his mind to locate his classroom. Inside, Liu Ruyan was listening to Bai Ningbing vent her frustrations. Ruyan, you must confront Zhang Han. Huh? Why? Upon hearing Zhang Han's name, Liu Ruyan recalled Su Yao from the wedding day and felt a surge of displeasure. How could the dog she raised be whisked away by someone else? Especially by a woman of such beauty as Su Yao? Yesterday, I saw him buy you a lipstick, but didn't get one for me. You must give him a piece of your mind. Bai Ningbing, of course, refrained from mentioning her attempt to snatch the lipstick, which resulted in a slap from him. However, a little smear of his reputation was permissible. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's anger dissipated. Just a few days prior, she had posted about wanting lipstick, and Zhang Han had already purchased it. Surely, that devoted admirer only had eyes for her. The woman who had taken him away during the wedding was merely a fool. That essay must. Just as Liu Ruyan finished her sentence, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Whoa, look outside. There's a handsome guy. Where? Whoa. Is that Zhang Han? Impossible. The class's impression of Zhang Han was that of a devoted admirer, albeit a rather handsome one, but still, a devoted admirer nonetheless. Liu Ruyan and Bai Ningbing peeked outside to see Zhang Han striding in, illuminated by golden sunlight that cast a halo around him. The wind tousled his white shirt, subtly revealing the contours of his well-defined muscles. At that moment, he exuded a radiant charm, hardly resembling the devoted admirer they once knew. Bai Ningbing excitedly nudged Liu Ruyan's shoulder. Is that really Zhang Han? Upon hearing her words, Liu Ruyan felt an inexplicable thrill. She could easily recognize him. After all, he had been her devoted admirer for 2 years. Teacher, I'm back. As Zhang Han entered the classroom, astonishment filled the room. The handsome figure was indeed Zhang Han. Wow, it really is Zhang Han. Has he changed so much in just a few days? The teacher at the podium was equally taken aback by Zhang Han's transformation. Earlier, they had learned how the powerful Su family had intervened to excuse his absence, leaving the entire office in shock. After all, it was the Su family. The fact that Zhang Han had been able to secure their assistance indicated his formidable status. Now, upon his return, it was evident that his aura had shifted significantly. Thus, the teacher, rather than reprimanding him for the commotion, merely nodded and allowed Zhang Han to enter the classroom. Zhang Han quickly located his good friend, Yang Wei. Yang Wei gazed at Zhang Han with astonishment, marveling at the remarkable transformation he had undergone in just a few days. The current Zhang Han bore no trace of the infatuated admirer he once was. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, Hanga, you're back. Upon seeing his good friend, Zhang Han felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Despite having exchanged messages previously, the reality of their reunion stirred deep emotions within him. He swiftly concealed his feelings, smiling as he nodded. Yes, did you miss me? Yang Wei smacked his lips, replying, miss you? Not a chance. Zhang Han chuckled as he sat down, engaging in playful banter with Yang Wei. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan furrowed her brow, observing Zhang Han seated in front of her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Normally, he would come to sit beside her. Why had he chosen to sit with his friend today? Bai Ningbing, noticing Liu Ruyan's thoughts, flashed a mischievous grin and remarked, Zhang Han has become clever. He understands the art of subtlety. No wonder he didn't give me the lipstick. He must have intended to present it to you personally upon his return. Liu Ruyan pondered this, finding some merit in the idea. So, it was indeed a game of subtlety? Very well, man, you have successfully captured my attention. The bell rang. Yet the group remained in the classroom, anticipating a performance featuring Zhang Han as he humbly pleaded with Liu Ruyan to dine with him. Regardless of his transformation, Zhang Han was still Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer. A chorus of male voices gathered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhang Han did not seek out Liu Ruyan. Instead, he followed Yaoyao out of the classroom. The atmosphere froze instantly. Had the dog become a man? Liu Ruyan, who had been waiting for Zhang Han to offer her lipstick, felt her mood plummet. She hurried out of the classroom to catch up with him, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Had the man become a dog? Why was Liu Ruyan chasing after Zhang Han? Liu Ruyan swiftly caught up with Zhang Han, grasping his hand and demanding, Zhang Han, where's my lipstick? She pulled him with such force that he stumbled. Taken aback by her sudden grip, Zhang Han thought to himself, what a lunatic. Turning around, he was shocked to find that she truly was a lunatic. What lipstick? Liu Ruyan, growing impatient, insisted, stop pretending, I know all about it. Bai Ningbing told me you bought lipstick for me yesterday. Zhang Han, bewildered, retorted, you must be out of your mind. That was for my wife. Liu Ruyan frowned. What wife? Sangari plaitersli, Suyao. Liu Ruyan scoffed. Do you think you can fool me with a random name? Hand over my lipstick. Zhang Han muttered a curse under his breath and turned to leave with Yaoyao. Liu Ruyan assumed he was merely playing hard to get, declaring, if you walk away now, don't think you can reconcile with me later. Hearing this, Zhang Han paused momentarily. Yaoyao frowned at him, perplexed. Isn't it true that you promised not to be a devoted admirer anymore? The classmates who had come to witness the spectacle were relieved. Indeed, Zhang Han was still the same devoted admirer. A mere threat had rendered him immobile. Zhang Han turned around, a look of surprise on his face. Is that really true? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you serious about not wanting to be friends anymore? That's fantastic. I won't have to deal with Su Yao anymore. Liu Ruyan took a moment to process Zhang Han's words, her expression darkening. If you have guts, then go. But don't expect to be friends with me again. Zhang Han, hearing this, dragged the bewildered Yaoyao away without a backward glance. Liu Ruyan stood there, trembling with anger. What? Zhang Han is truly no longer devoted? Does that mean I have a chance? I should write a love letter first. You all continue to make a fuss. Hearing the murmurs around her, Liu Ruyan suddenly exploded. Are you all insane? The crowd, startled by her outburst, looked at her with expressions of disbelief before dispersing. Chapter 14. Mom, I'm bringing the big sniper. Bai Ningbing approached Liu Ruyan, observing the veins popping on her forehead with mild surprise. After all, Liu Ruyan had never displayed such emotional turbulence over Zhang Han before. Are you all right, Yin Yin? Liu Ruyan seemed to find the question ludicrous. What could possibly be wrong? What could I be worried about? If it weren't for Liu Mangu urging me to keep Zhang Han on a string, he wouldn't even deserve to fawn over me. Bai Ningbing shook her head in exasperation. Zhang Han's intentions were as clear as day. How could you not see it? Sigh. It's so obvious he was playing hard to get. How could he be so dense? Although Zhang Han was Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer, if he were uninterested in her at that moment, it would imply that she was inferior to the woman at the wedding, which was absolutely unacceptable. Really? Liu Ruyan tilted her head, inquiring. Absolutely. Based on my understanding of him, it's a certainty. Liu Ruyan finally grasped the reason behind Zhang Han's earlier refusal to acknowledge her in front of others. He had aimed to draw her attention. Huh, Zhang, you sly fox. You've truly decided to stop being a devoted admirer. Reflecting on the recent events, Yaoyao still found it hard to believe. My brother really said he wouldn't fawn over anyone, and he actually meant it. Zhang Han shot him an annoyed glance. Do I really seem like someone who enjoys being a devoted admirer? Yes, you do. Yaoyao's words slightly eased Zhang Han's mood. You do. It's not just a matter of appearance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han spat out the water he had just taken a sip of, hitting Yaoyao squarely in the mouth. Yaoyao, oblivious to the source of the liquid, assumed it was a drink Zhang Han had prepared for him, savoring the taste. Wow, Hangge, after just a few days apart, you're already feeding me water. You must have missed me. He licked his lips, curious. But why does this water taste a bit salty? Zhang Han scratched his head, feeling awkward about revealing the truth, fearing it would upset him. Ahem, by the way, do we not have class this afternoon? After years of absence, he could hardly recall the class schedule. Yaoyao, bewildered by Zhang Han's question, replied, Have you lost your mind? Of course, we don't have class. At this, Zhang Han smile widened. Great. Then I'll treat you to a nice meal this afternoon. Speaking of which, Hangu, why have you changed so much after just a few days away? Yang Wei's curiosity piqued as he recalled Zhang Han's various behaviors since his return. Finally, you've asked the question I've been waiting to answer. Zhang Han reflected on the tumultuous days spent with Su Yao. Despite the challenges, his feelings have been genuine. Actually, I've struck it rich with a wealthy lady. Yang Wei was momentarily speechless. Zhang Han chuckled inwardly, knowing that any brother would be taken aback upon hearing such news. Come on, hold tight to my leg. Huh? What are you doing? Zhang Han brushed Yang Wei's hand off his head. Yang Wei stared at him in disbelief. You're not feverish, are you? Why are you spouting such nonsense in broad daylight? Get lost, Zhang Han exclaimed, playfully slapping him. The two soon finished their lunch and returned to the dormitory. Zhang Han found himself reminiscing about the dormitory as he reclined on his bed, which felt as comfortable as ever. Meanwhile, Yang Wei could hardly contain his excitement, swiftly booting up his computer to indulge in gaming. Just as Zhang Han was savoring his moment of leisure, he was interrupted by Yang Wei's jarring voice. Mama, I've got the sniper. Oh, Mama, you're so wonderful. I'm your obedient son. What a disgrace. Zhang Han felt an overwhelming urge to pretend he didn't know him. How did my good brother end up being one of those who shouts for his mother while gaming? Chapter 15. Exaggeration and Inexperience. Damn it. Lost again, I'm done. Yang Wei exclaimed, removing his headphones and slumping back in his gaming chair. As the saying goes, the underperforming student has an abundance of stationery. He had all the gear, gaming mouse, keyboard, and chair, all ready for action. The screen boasted a refresh rate of 200 Hz. Yet despite all this, his lackluster skills rendered him a target of ridicule from his mother, leaving him to scroll through the campus wall on his phone out of sheer boredom. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he rushed over to Zhang Han, eagerly tapping him on the shoulder. Oh my goodness, Hangu, you have to see this. Han, still squinting and trying to catch up on sleep, felt persistently fatigued for reasons he could not pinpoint. What is all this excitement about? If it's another beauty on the campus wall, I swear I'll lose it, he muttered. Yang Wei was staring in shock at his phone, oblivious to Zhang Han's grumbling. Zhang Han leaned in for a better look. The image depicted a throng of people surrounding a car, taking pictures. Was that not his beloved Koenigsegg? What was all the fuss about? Holy smokes, a Koenigsegg, right here on our campus. Let's go, Hangu. We need to check it out. Zhang Han chuckled helplessly, unable to resist Yang Wei's enthusiasm as he was pulled along to see his prized vehicle. Upon arrival, they found a crowd of underclassmen already forming a line to snap pictures for their social media. They were all astounded. When did our school get a car of this caliber? Seriously, if I could meet the owner, I'd gladly bear his children. What if he turns out to have a beer belly? Then I'd just have to keep pretending to enjoy myself. Fair point. Count me in for the group. Yang Wei, thrilled by the crowd, felt a pang of regret. The dream every man harbors was tantalizingly close, yet utterly unreachable. Zhang Han perceived Yang Wei's thoughts and smiled gently. Son, do you wish to sit in it? Yang Wei shot him an annoyed glance. Of course I do. Why would you even ask that? Zhang Han stepped forward, intending to clear a path through the crowd. Just then, two exceptionally attractive girls emerged from the throng. Move aside. Let Liu Ruyan take her pictures first. Upon hearing this, the crowd obediently parted. After all, in their school, hierarchy was a palpable reality, and someone like Liu Ruyan, a campus belle with substantial family backing, was undoubtedly at the top of the pecking order, akin to the most formidable player in a competitive game. Liu Ruyan, relishing the attention, felt exhilarated. If only she could meet the car's owner, she mused, she wouldn't have to seek out Zhang Lu Meng anymore. She could simply be pampered by the car's owner and live a blissful life. With that thought, she eagerly began posing for photos, striking what she believed to be alluring and charming poses. If the owner happened to notice her, it would be a win-win situation. Zhang Han, observing her ostentatious display, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. For heaven's sake, what was I thinking in a past life to be attracted to such a person? Well, it wasn't merely a lapse of judgment. It felt more as if his brain had been devoured by a zombie. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of protectiveness. It was his cherished car. Zhang Han hurriedly approached, impatiently shooing her away. Step aside, step aside. Liu Ruyan, excited at the prospect of the owner's arrival, turned only to be met with Zhang Han's familiar face, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. Ugh, what bad luck. Bai Ningbing, upon seeing Zhang Han, displayed a scornful expression. I thought the owner had arrived. Turns out it's just you, the big sycophant. What? Didn't you know you had a cue to take pictures? Zhang Han, uninterested in bantering with them, shot a weary glance at Liu Ruyan. Don't sit on it too hard. That's my car. The onlookers erupted in laughter, fully aware of Zhang Han's status as Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer. It was common knowledge that he was not favored in the Zhang family, and even Zhang Lumang, the pampered heir, couldn't afford such a vehicle. Was Zhang Han perhaps deluded into thinking he was the protagonist of some novel? Liu Ruyan and Bai Ningbing burst into laughter. Zhang Han, you must have read too many novels. Hearing the mocking laughter, Zhang Han sighed in resignation. In this day and age, speaking the truth seemed to invite ridicule. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to pull Zhang Han away. Han go, let us just go. If the owner arrives now, it'll be utterly humiliating. But Zhang Han remained unfazed, standing his ground with an air of calm. Yang Wei could only sigh and remain by his side. Well, if we're to be ridiculed, we might as well face it together. After all, you are my brother. At that moment, Liu Ruyan adopted a disdainful expression. Han, don't think you can attract my attention this way. With that, she forcefully plopped down a few times. This car is of excellent quality. You think a loser like you can even comprehend that? Just then, her phone slipped from her pocket, tumbling down and landing directly on the car emblem, leaving a noticeable scratch. Zhang Han's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Oh no! He immediately shoved Liu Ruyan aside and stared mournfully at the scratch on the car's front. My beloved car, what have you done? He turned, frowning at Liu Ruyan. Look what you've done. You would listen, and now look at the consequences. Liu Ruyan, taken aback by the scene, was at a loss. Glancing around to find that Bai Ningbing had already vanished. Hey, where did Bai Ningbing go? Unable to locate Bai Ningbing, Liu Ruyan felt panic rising within her. After standing there for a few moments in confusion, she concocted a plan. With an angry glare at Zhang Han, she accused, it's all your fault. This isn't even your car. You kept blabbering, and now my phone fell. The onlookers chimed in. Exactly. Zhang Han, look what you've done. Yes. Prepare to pay up. Zhang Han, utterly speechless, couldn't fathom the collective stupidity of the crowd. They wouldn't believe it until they faced the consequences. He pulled out his keys and pressed a button, prompting the car to respond almost immediately. First off, regardless of whose car this is, you should know the basic rule of not touching it while taking pictures. Secondly, this is indeed my car. Now, what do you propose for compensation? As the crowd witnessed the car's reaction, astonishment swept over them. Wait, the Koenigsegg is responding. Is it really Zhang Han's car? How is that even possible? Isn't he just a sycophant? The crowd dispersed in a hurry, not wanting to be remembered for mocking Zhang Han just moments before. A car like that was certainly beyond the Zhang family's means. It must be that Zhang Han had recently made some noteworthy acquaintances. Just the thought of renting such a vehicle, let alone finding a way to do so, was quite impressive. And with that, they scattered. Yang Wei was utterly incredulous, his eyes nearly glued to Zhang Han's face. Brother Han, is it true that you've got a wealthy mistress? Han fuckled helplessly. If I told you and you still don't believe me, what good would it do? You're just making a fuss over nothing, clearly unaccustomed to the world. He turned to Liu Ruyan. Why don't you explain how we're going to settle this? Liu Ruyan had been dazed ever since Zhang Han summoned his car, still unable to regain her composure. You. Noticing her bewildered state, Zhang Han decided to cut her some slack. Let's make it a bit easier. 5 million. He then ushered Yang Wei into the car. Watching the vehicle drive away, Liu Ruyan remained in shock. Is this really Zhang Han's car? Isn't he just my devoted admirer? Isn't he the least favored young master of the Zhang family? Isn't he just a pawn in my play with Zhang Lumang? A multitude of puzzles left Liu Ruyan at a loss. Moreover, 5 million. Where on earth could she possibly come up with that much? Chapter 16. Hey, sister-in-law. Yang Wei exclaimed, no way. Brother Han, you really have a wealthy mistress? This car feels entirely different. Zhang Han found his friend's naive astonishment amusing. Keep it low-key. Suddenly, Yang Wei seemed to have an epiphany. Staring at Zhang Han with a look of concern, Zhang Han felt a chill run down his spine under Yang Wei's unsettling gaze. Please don't look at me like that. I'm not gay. The thought of the luxurious car being funded by his friend's daily sacrifices under a hefty woman left Yang Wei feeling uneasy. You've worked hard, Brother Han. He sobbed. Kluching Zhang Han. What are you doing? I'm really not gay. Someone protested. I mean, it must be tough being crushed under a hefty woman, right? Zhang Han was baffled. What on earth are you talking about? Soon, he pieced together Yang Wei's words. Apparently, he was referring to Su Yao's appearance. Remembering how kind Su Yao had been to him, Zhang Han smiled contentedly. Indeed, the wealthy mistress was even more beautiful than Liu Ruyan. Yang Wei's heart sank further at Zhang Han's smile. My brother Han has been traumatized to the point where a 300-pound woman could be considered more attractive than Liu Ruyan. Oh, I feel so guilty. And here I am enjoying this hard-won life in his car. Wait, Brother Han isn't planning to introduce me to a 300-pound woman, is he? I may be tempted by wealth, but my frail body can't handle it. Please, Brother Han, spare me. Zhang Han was equally perplexed. What kind of script is this? He cursed under his breath. Seriously, what are you thinking? Yang Wei leaned back in despair against the car's seat, awaiting judgment. Before long, Zhang Han parked in a rather empty underground garage. It was peculiar. Only a few cars were scattered about. Among them, an Audi A8 had a woman sitting by the front, evidently waiting for someone, and several bodyguards surrounded her. Zhang Han esquinted in disbelief. Yaoyao. What is she doing here? He quickly shook off his astonishment. Regardless of the reason, he was simply delighted to see Yaoyao. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he turned to Yang Wei, grinning. Come on, let me introduce you to my wife. At those words, Yang Wei's despair deepened. Oh no, Brother Han really is going to sell me to a 300-pound woman. However, as they exited the vehicle and Zhang Han dashed toward a woman with a slender figure and delicate features, Yang Wei could hardly believe his eyes. No way. This can't be. That is sister-in-law. By what right? What does that little rascal Zhang Han have that I don't? Asangane prawit, Yaoyao. He felt the air around him grow heavy. Yaoyao was sitting calmly on the car's hood, her arms crossed, her tranquil gaze betraying an underlying sharpness. Yaoyao, what are you doing here? Zhang Han asked with a smile. She ignored him, her piercing eyes scrutinizing him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Did someone upset Yaoyao again? The atmosphere turned awkward, and Yang Wei, having approached, was also captivated by Yaoyao's beauty. This is beyond just being more beautiful than Liu Ruyan. She outshines her by several leagues. Yet, the icy demeanor emanating from Yaoyao made Yang Wei tremble. Looks like sister-in-law has a bit of a temper. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Yang Wei realized they were clearly in a disagreement. For the sake of his friend's future happiness, he decided to intervene. Hello, sister-in-law, he called out, breaking the silence. Upon hearing his words, Yaoyao's serious expression softened slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. What? Before he could fully register, a bank card was thrust into Yang Wei's hands. A bodyguard explained, "There's 500,000 in here as a reward for your earlier comment." Huh? Yang Wei stood, dumbfounded, staring at the unexpected windfall. What just happened? How did calling her sister-in-law lead to money? He reflected on how hard he had worked at his previous jobs. Zhang Han was equally dumbfounded. Wait, if he gets money just for saying sister-in-law, what about all my efforts? Just as Zhang Han was processing this, two bodyguards shoved him into the car. Yaoyao coldly regarded Yang Wei. I have matters to discuss with Zhang Han. You can leave now. Feel free to take any car in this garage. Without another word, she entered the vehicle, leaving Yang Wei in a state of confusion. After a long moment, he finally reacted. Wait, did I just strike it rich? Brother Han really knows how to pick a wife. Inside the car, Zhang Han anxiously watched Yaoyao, who had been gazing out at the scenery for several minutes. What's wrong? Who made you upset? Yaoyao man saident. Her gaze fixed on the outside world. What happened? I need to know, urgently. I already know. Yaoyao's voice, both alluring and innocent, carried a hint of sorrow. Zhang Han scratched his head in confusion. What? Suddenly, Yaoyao turned to him, her sharp red eyes piercing through him like a predator eyeing its prey. You were chatting with Liu Ruyan today. Zhang Han froze for a moment, then realized, oh, so that's what this is about. But who is spreading these rumors? Chapter 17, I could truly love her. Yaoyao, you have to believe me. Today, that vile Liu Ruyan came to find me on her own. Samhan hurriedly explained it. Fearing Yaoyao would become enraged. But alas, it was too late. Yaoyao's expression had already begun to twist into something menacing. I don't believe you. Her head throbbed as her rationality slowly slipped away. Zhang Han, witnessing the fury in Yaoyao's eyes, could hardly reconcile this fierce woman with the one who had shared his bed for the past few days. Yaoyao was akin to a lion when calm. She resembled a gentle kitten, even welcoming a gentle stroke. However, once provoked, she becomes the queen of the jungle. At that moment, Yaoyao inexplicably produced a knife. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Han. Zhang Han pressed his hand firmly against the car's seat, a chill coursing through him, rendering him motionless. It's over. This thought surged from the depths of his being, breaking through the barriers of his mind, resonating directly within his consciousness. Yaoyao brandished the knife, slowly advancing toward Zhang Han, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her youthful form enveloping him. Whether it was the overpowering scent or sheer fear, his brain began to suffocate. Fortunately, just then, the car finally arrived at the villa. Uncle Chen opened the door, announcing, Miss, young master, we have arrived home. This intervention pulled Yaoyao back from her frenzy. She stared blankly at Zhang Han, then at Uncle Chen, before bolting from the car and rushing into the villa. Watching Yaoyao's retreating figure, Zhang Han swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Slumped in the car, he realized his back had become drenched with cold sweat at some point. Uncle Chen furrowed his brow. watching Su Yao's hurried departure with concern. Has the young lady had another episode? Since Zhang Han began living in the estate, she had experienced a remarkable period without incidents. Prior to Zhang Han's arrival, she would succumb to her afflictions 5 or 6 times a week, each time retreating to the basement to inflict pain upon herself with a small blade, a manifestation of her desire to mask her emotional turmoil. Moreover, she would deliberately avoid Zhang Han, not wishing for him to witness her in such a state. Uncle Chun felt a profound ache for Su Yao. Logically, at his age, he had weathered life's many storms, yet the traces of despair were evident on his aged visage. Zhang Han's mind was a blank slate, replaying Su Yao's recent behavior. Women are all like this. Normal, what nonsense. He could no longer convince himself. His body involuntarily trembled. It dawned on him that he had fallen for a quintessentially troubled soul. He began to question himself. Do I truly love Su Yao? Or am I merely drawn to her beauty and wealth? He posed a question to himself, but swiftly dismissed it. No. What on earth are you thinking, Zhang Han? Have you forgotten who pulled you from that decrepit, burning house? Have you forgotten who attempted to take their own life just to be with you forever? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhang Han seemed to grasp the truth. Upon witnessing her in such distress, his initial reflex was fear, yet instinctively. He pondered, is Su Yao in pain? Is she exhausted? Is she crying somewhere? It was at that moment Zhang Han realized he had deeply fallen in love with this fragile girl. To love someone is not merely to cherish their virtues, but to embrace their entirety, including their imperfections. Who in this world is truly whole? The answer is evidently no one. Zhang Han excelled deeply, he truly loved her. He resolved to alleviate Su Yao's suffering. He earnestly inquired of Uncle Chun, Uncle Chun, where is Su Yao now? Uncle Chun gazed at him in surprise. He had hoped that Zhang Han might attempt to help treat Su Yao's mental illness, yet he hesitated to take the risk. Zhang Han was the only person who mattered to her. During her episodes, not even Zhang Han, but even Uncle Chun, who had been by her side for half a lifetime, could easily be hurt by her. Firstly, he did not wish for her to discover that she had caused Zhang Han harm during her episodes. Secondly, she had once confided in him not to let Zhang Han know about her mental health issues. In the basement, I will take you there. Uncle Chun observed the sincerity in Zhang Han's eyes and sighed. Please don't blame me, young lady. It is Zhang Xiao's sincerity that has moved me. I hope he can help alleviate your condition. Chapter 18. I will never tire of you. Get out. All of you, just get the hell out. Su Yao screamed furiously at the torn photographs of Zhang Han scattered across the basement floor. In the past, whenever she had an episode, taking medication and gazing at these photos would gradually calm her down. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the more she looked, the more agitated she became. Her pale hands were now marred with numerous cuts, fresh crimson blood oozing from them, a sight both chilling and grotesque. Still, Su Yao felt it was not enough. Not enough. Hiss. Another cut. Why? Why can't Han stay with me forever? Why can't he just ignore that vile woman, Liu Ruyan? Throughout their journey, Uncle Chun had explained Su Yao's condition to Zhang Han and how to soothe her. Zhang Han listened intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Soon, they arrived at the basement. The entrance was fortified with an iron door, and the atmosphere was dark and damp. The ground was faintly stained with a mixture of red liquid and water, exuding a foul, acrid odor that was almost suffocating. Uncle Chun hesitated to proceed, as this was the young lady's sacred space. No one dared to enter. The rest is up to you, young master. Su Yao's episodes were notoriously unpredictable, often lasting at least an hour or two, leaving her utterly spent. Hence, Uncle Chun sincerely hoped Zhang Han could help ease her suffering. He had witnessed her in a fragile state before, and the memory had left an indelible mark on his heart. Zhang Han said nothing, but gradually approached the iron door. Covering his nose, he drew closer, the stench intensifying with each step. Upon opening the door, a scene of utter chaos greeted him. Torn photographs littered the floor, mingled with water and crimson liquid. There stood Su Yao, her hair disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual poised self. She appeared more like a deranged soul than the dignified heiress of a Su family. Zhang Han felt a surge of compassion at the sight of her in such a state. Hearing the iron door creak open, Su Yao assumed it was an inexperienced servant who had mistakenly wandered into her domain. She shouted at the door, "Get out!" instead of the expected terrified scream. She heard slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. Upon lifting her gaze and recognizing the visitor, her pupils dilated. Why is Han here? He'll be terrified if he sees me like this. Will he ever want me again? No, absolutely not. As she spiraled into her thoughts, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Zhang Han held her tightly, his heart aching for the girl before him. Although she appeared strong, he knew she often grappled with insecurity. Zhang Han was also aware that Su Yao frequently sent people to follow him, even going so far as to place trackers in his clothing. Yet, he feigned ignorance. If it brought her joy, it was of little consequence. Su Yao suddenly shoved Zhang Han away with force. "Get out. I want tea. You must leave. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." With a roar, both individuals were left momentarily stunned. At this moment, Su Yao found herself at a loss for her own thoughts. Earlier that day, upon discovering the location tracker concealed within Zhang Han's clothing, which was directed towards Liu Ruyan, her desire for control had reached its zenith. Yet, after experiencing Zhang Han's warmth, she realized that Hanhan was the most wonderful person in the world and should not be confined by her possessiveness. Thus, she resorted to self-destructive behaviors to alleviate these tumultuous emotions, unwilling to burden Zhang Han with her unfounded, pathological sense of ownership. Fearful of losing Zhang Han, she simultaneously yearned to maintain an iron grip on him. Tears slowly began to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Why must fate be so cruel to me? Suddenly, a warm embrace enveloped Su Yao, followed by Zhang Han's gentle voice. "Yaoyao, why do you suffer so? Can you share your pain with me?" Lifting her head from his embrace, Su Yao looked up, her expression one of deep grievance. "I fear losing you." Zhang Han smiled softly as he caressed her hand, her hair silky and smooth, as obedient as a kitten napping under the sun. "How could I? My dear Yaoyao is far too precious. I could never leave you." Taken aback, Su Yao hesitantly inquired, "Aren't you afraid of how I just was?" Zhang Han remained silent, gently pressing his lips to hers. The sweetness and softness of her lips were unlike anything else, a stark contrast to her usual assertiveness. In this moment, she was more docile than a sleeping kitten basking in sunlight. "How could I forget? I promised to always be by your side. But my love is pathological. What of it? I fear you may grow weary of me. I will never tire of you." Chapter 19. A change of face. Uncle Chun paced anxiously at the door, glancing at his pocket watch. Zhang Xiao had been inside for nearly 20 minutes. Why was he not yet out? Could something have gone awry? The image of the young Mrs. Anger and episodes of distress only heightened his unease. He hesitated at the iron gate, torn between entering or remaining outside. "I must go in. Even if the young miss decides to turn me into a whistle, I must ascertain the situation." Just as he reached for the gate, it swung open from the inside. Zhang Han, bearing Su Yao on his back, struggled to open the door, only to be met by the startled visage of a silver-haired elder. "Oh my, a ghost!" Uncle Chun exclaimed, equally startled by the sudden outcry. "Zhang Xiao, it's me. Oh, you nearly scared me to death. Keep your voice down. Su Yao is asleep." At that moment, Su Yao was utterly exhausted from her affliction. Zhang Han placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Uncle Chun was at a loss for words, who had just reacted so dramatically. He gazed at Su Yao, peacefully resting on Zhang Han's back, his heart swelling with joy. In less than half an hour, the young Mrs. condition had improved. It must be said, Zhang Xiao truly is remarkable. Please take the young miss to her room. I will prepare some medicinal soup. Very well. Heaving Su Yao, Zhang Han exited the basement. If only he had not scheduled so many flights during university and had engaged in more exercise. This college student's physique was weaker than his own after entering society. Zhang Han shook his head in resignation. Finally, they arrived. He gently laid Su Yao on the bed, patting his sore arms, feeling utterly inadequate. Moreover, he could not fathom why Su Yao held such affection for him. In all his memories, she had never been present. Their only interaction had been a meal shortly after he returned to the Zhang family and enrolled at U City University, based on his diligence and prior academic inclinations. By all accounts, he fit the mold of a typical male protagonist in a novel. Gazing at the slumbering Su Yao, Zhang Han suddenly felt the urge to enhance his own capabilities. Otherwise, he would truly be a man living off someone else's success. Though his wife was extraordinarily capable, with wealth abundant enough to support a child every year for eternity, Zhang Han was still a man. A fleeting indulgence in being supported was one thing, but a perpetual dependence was unacceptable. A man should stand tall and proud. With this thought, Zhang Han leaned back in the chair, contemplating ways to earn money and grow stronger. However, after much deliberation, he could not devise any immediate means of financial gain. In his past life, he had been utterly consumed by Liu Ruyan, even failing to remember the lottery numbers. How foolish he had been! If only he possessed a golden opportunity like other male protagonists. A soft knock echoed at the door. "Zhang Xiao, the medicinal soup is ready." "I'll forget it. There will always be ways to grow stronger. Such matters can wait for another time." Hearing the voice, Zhang Han ceased his contemplations and moved to open the door. Bringing in the medicinal broth, he placed the bowl on the desk, quietly observing Su Yao's serene sleeping face. It is often said that being loved by Yandere is a disaster, but since he had resolved to love her well, he must accept her obsessive tendencies. Although Su Yao's recent episode had startled him, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having feared her. This woman simply loved him too much. Why should he be afraid? Isn't that just how women are? Slowly, Su Yao opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Did I have another episode? Turning her head, she discovered Zhang Han deep in thought at the chair. Relieved, she mused how wonderful it was to have Hanhan in her life. Yet, observing his contemplative demeanor, a nagging feeling arose in her heart that he might be plotting his escape from her, causing her discomfort. Upon noticing Su Yao's awakening, Zhang Han promptly brought the medicinal soup before her. Su Yao, please drink your medicine. Hanhan, I want you to feed me. All right. Zhang Han gently blew on the soup, deeming it cool enough. He carefully brought the bowl to her lips. I don't want to like that. Huh? Seeing Su Yao's pitiful expression, Zhang Han was momentarily perplexed. If not this way, then how? Feed me mouth to mouth. That way, it won't taste bitter. Zhang Han chuckled in resignation, acquiescing to her request. He gazed at her fair neck, swallowing hard. Despite their previous encounters, they had been dominated by a certain dynamic. Now, in this clear-headed moment, the girl before him appeared increasingly alluring, resembling a siren. Damn it, I'm a man. In this scenario, I should wield the power. How outrageous. Zhang Han took a sip of the medicine, gradually leaning in to kiss her. The faint fragrance of her skin was irresistible, drawing him closer. Before he knew it, his arms instinctively wrapped around Su Yao's waist. As he gazed at the pitiful girl who had just awakened, he continued to kiss her tenderly. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of guilt? After finishing the medicine, Su Yao licked her lips, gazing at Zhang Han with a hint of lingering desire. Her expression transformed instantaneously from one of pitiful vulnerability to a captivating smile, signaling that it was time for Hanhan to get to the crux of the matter. Huh? What happened to that pitiable look just now? How did she suddenly morph into a seductress? Very well, you force my hand. All systems, initiate. Zhang Han, done for. Chapter 20. How's this strength? The following morning, upon waking, Zhang Han found it peculiar that Su Yao had not gone to the office. At present, she had ensnared herself like an octopus. Regarding Su Yao's behavior. After all, women tend to be this way. Maintaining his position, he unlocked his phone, intending to inquire with lawyer Zhang Sen whether the affairs concerning the Zhang family had been resolved. Mainly, he was currently devoid of funds. Generating income was impossible, and he knew he had to grow stronger independently, without relying on Su Yao. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a kept man? Thus, his grandfather's inheritance was of paramount importance. Moreover, with the household register separated, he could also obtain a marriage certificate with Su Yao. Then he could rightfully call her his wife, albeit with a hint of diminished excitement. However, life after obtaining the certificate should bring a bit more joy. Upon opening his phone, he immediately noticed a WeChat message from Zhang San. Young Master Zhang, the documents severing ties with the Zhang family have been processed, but they have yet to transfer the 100 million into your account. Furrowing his brow at the message, Zhang Han exclaimed, "What the hell? Are they attempting a rebellion? If they don't produce the 100 million, I'll uproot the Zhang family. Send a lawyer's letter directly. Let them experience the treatment akin to that of Brother Ji during his peak." Understood, young Master Zhang. What are you looking at? A striking young woman's cool voice interrupted. Zhang Han grinned and handed her his phone. If it could provide Su Yao with a sense of security, then why not? Privacy was of little consequence. Su Yao frowned, unable to believe the significant changes in Zhang Han over the past few days. Are you truly going to sever ties with the Zhang family? Zhang Han affectionately ruffled her hair, of course. Upon hearing this, Su Yao flashed a charming smile, wrapping her arms around Zhang Han's neck. Zhang Han gulped at the proximity of the alluring beauty, realizing this was occurring far too frequently. Could that man withstand it? Wait, he had to go to school. This is a reward. Afterward, Zhang Han sat on the edge of the bed, feeling utterly despondent. Oh dear, I'm a man here. Emerging from the bathroom, freshly showered and dressed for work, Su Yao declared, "Today, I'll take you to school." Oh, can't you go to the office? The office isn't as important as you. Primarily, Su Yao was concerned about Zhang Han going to school alone. It wasn't safe for a man to venture to school by himself. Soon, they finished breakfast and set off for school. With Su Yao's escort, the convoy was unprecedentedly impressive. Upon arriving at the school gates, the crowd was particularly large. Yet, everyone made way for Su Yao's convoy. Many students had witnessed Zhang Han summoning the Koenigsegg with his own hands, so they recognized the vehicle. However, they didn't anticipate such opulence today. One extravagant convoy, exclaimed one. 666, wow. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and Zhang Lulang walked together. Zhang Lulang, having been recuperating from a leg injury at home, was unaware of Zhang Han's glorious deeds at school the previous day. He gazed enviously at the line of luxury cars. When will the Zhang family strive for such a lifestyle? Liu Ruyan was equally astonished. She hadn't realized Zhang Han's current strength. Moreover, his aura had transformed remarkably, making him undeniably handsome. Liu Ruyan didn't even notice that Zhang Han's standing in her heart had quietly risen. All right, Yaoyao, I must attend class. MHM. Although Su Yao felt reluctant, she didn't want Zhang Han to resent her for her overwhelming possessiveness. As Zhang Han exited the car, everyone was taken aback. Today, he was exceptionally handsome, with sharp hair and a confident, radiant smile, along with an assertive presence that drew the attention of many junior and senior female students. Previously, they had heard rumors of Zhang Han being a sycophant, but upon seeing him today, that didn't seem to be the case. Indeed, and he looked so striking. Seeing Zhang Han step out of the car, Zhang Lulang was astonished. Is that Zhang Han's convoy? When Zhang Han had caused a stir at the Zhang family gathering, Zhang Lulang had thought him merely a plaything for the woman at the wedding. He had no idea Zhang Han was so favored by that wealthy woman. Why is that? Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Han was indeed quite handsome. If he continued to be my sycophant and apologized for the 500,000 incident that day, I would grant him a chance. Moreover, I would allow him to hold my hand in the cafeteria. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhang Han overheard the surrounding gossip. But he paid no mind. After all, which girl could compare to his Su Yao? Hearing the infatuated voices of the girls outside, Su Yao felt quite uncomfortable. Hanhan. What is wrong? Upon hearing Su Yao call him, Zhang Han smiled and leaned closer. Kiss me. All right. Glancing at the girl leaning out of the car window, Sananyent noted. Being in front of so many people at school made him feel slightly shy. Su Yao was quite pleased. This served as a declaration of ownership. She couldn't allow Han to escape. All right, you go to school, and remember what I said. Sure. The onlookers were mesmerized. The woman in the car was exceptionally beautiful. So, Zhang Han was being kept. No wonder he was so capable. Damn. I wish I could be supported by such a wealthy and powerful beauty. Who would want that? Zhang Lulang instantly recognized the woman who had taken Zhang Han away at the wedding. She was as stunning as ever. He seethed with anger. Why does Zhang Han get to be favored by such an ice-cold beauty? No way. Everything about Zhang Han belongs to me. He's a child of the Zhang family, so I will seize all familial ties. If he likes Liu Ruyan, I'll take Liu Ruyan. Whatever he desires, I will claim it. That woman, I must possess her. Beside Zhang Lulang, Liu Ruyan was equally incensed. Did this not imply that she, too, lacked the charm of the woman in the car? No way. Song Han is mina. Watching Zhang Han's convoy fade away, he could only smile helplessly. He certainly knew Su Yao was feeling jealous due to the whispers. TSK, what could he do? Who could manage a wife that gets jealous? Subsequently, Zhang Han strode towards the classroom. Upon entering, he found a seat and sat down. As soon as he did, Yang Wei's gaze fixated on him. Zhang Han felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Are you even different from a gay? Yang Wei approached, excitedly pointing at his phone. Dude, the photo of you and your sister-in-law at the school gate has been posted on the campus wall. Zhang Han shrugged, and then Yang Wei gritted his teeth. You little rascal, you're going to pay for this. Why should you get all the good fortune? At noon, I invite you to lunch. Hee. I was just joking, Brother Han. How's the strength? A bit harder. All right, how about now? Not bad. Chapter 21. Bah, despicable woman. Finally, the long-awaited noon break arrived. Zhang Han, however, was not particularly keen on attending school. Yet, there were scholarships available, and he found himself in dire need of initial capital. Of course, he wasn't lacking in funds. Su Yao had provided him with ample support. It was simply that he wished to rely on his own efforts, diligently keeping pace with Su Yao's strides. Besides, who knows? Inspiration might strike him at school on how to earn some money. Zhang Han smacked the drooling Yang Wei beside him, disdainfully handing him a tissue. What on earth made me want to be brothers with him? Awake. So, it's truly a mystery that anyone would find you appealing. With a slurp, a still drowsy Yang Wei retracted the drool he was about to spill. Instinctively, he retorted, Your father is quite impressive, having already met a girl, one from our school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han rolled his eyes in disgust. Met a girl? More like met your mother. Wait, in this timeline, it seems Yang Wei indeed met Biku around this time? Good grief. So Biku was introduced to him as Mother by Dewa? Abstract. However, he couldn't afford to ponder too much. What if Biku was a decent person and her male friend turned out to be a beast? In any case, he decided to take things one step at a time. Observing Yang Wei still asleep, Zhang Han smacked him on the back of the head. Get up. Aren't you supposed to join me for lunch? Why are you still in bed? Yang Wei, annoyed by the slap, looked back at him. But upon hearing Zhang Han mention lunch, he immediately broke into a wide grin. All right, Brother Han, did I hurt your hand? Should I blow on it for you? Blow on your mother. Get lost. You wretched gay. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria, where the crowd was overwhelming. Zhang Han couldn't resist kicking Yang Wei's backside. It's all your fault. Look at how many people there are now. Yang Wei, clutching his rear, looked at him with a pitiful expression. Well, it's not like there's anything to be done about it. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, they finally got their meals. As they surveyed the sea of people in the cafeteria, they realized that there weren't even any available seats, and walking was a challenge. Just then, a girl in the corner waved at them. Zhang Han squinted and, to his dismay, saw it was Liu Ruyan, who was currently seated with Zhang Lumang. Truly nauseating to eat from one bowl while gazing into another. He had truly been foolish in his past life to have harbored feelings for such a person. What a stroke of bad luck. Now, Zhang Han made it a point to avoid Liu Ruyan at all costs. That day, Su Yao had been unwell, and he had exhausted himself taking care of her, administering medicine, and comforting her throughout the night, fearful that she might harm herself again. Yang Wei knew that Liu Ruyan was the type to go with the wind. Now she knows my brother Han is doing well, huh? Bah, despicable woman. The two ignored Liu Ruyan and continued their search for a seat. After a difficult search, they finally found one. Seeing Zhang Han and Yang Wei disregard her, Liu Ruyan felt slightly disheartened. But that was fine. Brother Han, I know you have me in your heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ruyan picked up her tray and moved to sit at Zhang Han's table. Zhang Lumang was incensed, grinding his teeth in anger. Liu Ruyan was supposed to be my plaything. How could she now be cozying up to Zhang Han? Is there no justice left in this world? He quickly followed her. Zhang Han, witnessing Liu Ruyan's shamelessness, rolled his eyes in irritation. What are you doing, huh? Upon seeing Zhang Han's eye roll, Liu Ruyan unabashedly revealed a sweet smile. She had truly mastered the art of being a green tea girl. Brother Han, why didn't you look for me today? I'll look for your mother. Huh? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Do you want to meet my parents that quickly? You little rascal. But no. As a woman, one must maintain propriety. If it's just holding hands, that is fine, but kissing? Well, that could work too. After all, Brother Han is so capable now. Yet, entering the cave still requires the test of time. Isn't it too soon for Brother Han to meet the parents? Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine at Liu Ruyan's flirtatious tone. Who is teaching her this? Even I, Dewa, am not that nauseating. Zhang Han, on the other hand, felt his meal rise in his throat, disgusted. Are you serious? Get lost. Liu Ruyan finally realized Zhang Han had just insulted her mother. Frowning, she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Brother Han, don't you have feelings for me anymore? Zhang Han held his head, feeling overwhelmed, but he didn't want to explode, fearing it might trouble Su Yao. Brother Han, say something. Weren't you the one who loved me most? I love your big butt. Go look in the mirror, for heaven's sake. Are you even half as pretty as my wife? And you're eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. If I had you in my heart, I'd be pulling all-nighters and would probably drop dead from a heart attack. With that face of yours, even if you stripped and danced before me, I would even flinch. Just get lost. With that, Zhang Han slammed his tray down. Good grief, you're like a buzzing fly. I simply can't tolerate it. A barrage of words left Liu Ruyan stunned, and she ran away in tears. Yang Wei, equally baffled, silently gave Zhang Han a thumbs up. Impressive, Brother Han. Zhang Lumang swallowed hard. He had some notoriety in this school due to his tea artistry and being favored as the young master of the Zhang family. As he noticed the gazes of those around him turn towards him, he secretly reveled in his triumph. A splendid show has begun. He feigned concern, saying, Brother, don't be angry. It won't end well if the director comes over. Zhang Han raised his hand and slapped him. Damn it. I was busy criticizing her. Did I mention you? Huh. You still have the nerve to call me brother? You green tea boy. Just by jumping into the water would turn it green with your tea scent. In your home, you might be able to frame me, but here, you think you can accuse me? You're pushing it. Those around them began to murmur. They hadn't expected Zhang Lumang to be such a person, right? And I heard he used to spread rumors that Zhang Han was Liu Ruyan's lapdog. Lately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Upon hearing the discussions, Zhang Han finally understood. It turned out this scoundrel had spread rumors that he was Liu Ruyan's lapdog in his past life. You bastard. Not only did you flirt with Liu Ruyan in the past life, but you also spread that I was her lapdog. Zhang Han remained silent, merely drawing out his 7 wolves. Zhang Lumang, recalling the scene when Zhang Han had struck Zhang Tianba, immediately grew fearful. Boo-hoo, I'm going to tell my parents. With that, he fled, terrified of being hit once more. Get lost. What relief. Gulp, gulp. The tray is smashed. What should I eat now? Zhang Han's gaze fell upon the chicken leg on Yang Wei's plate. Yang Wei swallowed hard, immediately breaking into a smile. Hiv. Hanga, you must be exhausted from cursing. Here, take this. Zhang Han, with a hint of skepticism, picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to scold you. He merely reflected, I just think you've finally grown up. I've been disenchanted with those two for quite some time. Same here. Chapter 22, come on, girls. Liu Ruyan wept as she dashed back to the dormitory, her tears cascading down her face like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Bai Ningbing returned from her meal, only to find Ruyan sobbing fiercely. Curiously, she inquired, what's wrong? Yin? This morning, witnessing Zhang Han emerge from the convoy, coupled with his demeanor towards Ruyan over the past few days, made it evident that he no longer held affection for her. This realization signified an opportunity for her. Therefore, she resolved to mend her relationship with Liu Ruyan, hoping to extract some valuable information. Upon hearing Bai Ningbing's voice, Liu Ruyan immediately began to lament, disregarding the previous incident where Bai Ningbing had abandoned her, leaving her to bear the brunt of Zhang Han's wrath. Woo, Bing, Zhang Han doesn't want me anymore. Bai Ningbing, upon hearing this, secretly scoffed. Serves you right. Bah, shameless. That conniving girl. You think I don't know about your clandestine relationship with Zhang Lumang? It's all right, Yin. What is really going on? What's going on? It's best if there's nothing going on. That way, I can pursue Zhang Han, who is now both wealthy and handsome. His loyalty to Liu Ruyan is still fresh in my memory. Isn't he the epitome of a good man? Liu Ruyan clung to Bai Ningbing, weeping. Zhang Han said he has a wife. He even remarked that my private area is as dark as coal. Well said. Liu Ruyan, it is indeed dark down there. Bai Ningbing retorted, I've noticed it for a while now. How dare you be unfaithful while having such a dark secret? I'm out here struggling to find a boyfriend while you, with your coal blackness, are playing both sides. Zhang Han is the kind of man who deserves me. Wait, Zhang Han has a wife? Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Bai Ningbing suddenly recalled that she had indeed seen Zhang Han kiss a striking girl at the school gate that morning. But it was of no consequence. With the strength of that convoy, she could easily play the role of the third party. Hanhan, wait for me. Bai Ningbing had no intention of comforting Liu Ruyan. Her thoughts were consumed with how to deceive Zhang Han for financial gain under the pretense of being his girlfriend. Bing, say something. Does Zhang Han not love me anymore? Seeing Bai Ningbing's silence, Liu Ruyan looked at her with a pitiful expression. Bai Ningbing gently patted her head, speaking in a soothing tone. Yin, he has just tried to provoke you. Do you know what it means when he scolds you so harshly? Liu Ruyan looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, asking in confusion, what does it mean? It means he cares about you. If he didn't, why would he bother getting angry with you? Isn't that right? He cares about you so much, you silly dark pencil. Hurry up and get lost. Once I find Zhang Han, I'll treat you like a fish. Upon hearing Bai Ningbing's words, Liu Ruyan suddenly saw the light. What a valid point. If he didn't like me, why would he be angry? Although I approach him first, the more he scolds me, the more he must care. Ooh, Bing, you're the best. After declaring this, Liu Ruyan embraced Bai Ningbing, her previous anger about the 500,000 dissipating entirely. It dawned on Liu Ruyan that Bai Ningbing was truly the one who cared for her the most. Sniff. Subsequently, Liu Ruyan calmed down, pondering how she would seek out Zhang Han after class. Wait, I need to put on some makeup first. Ignoring her growling stomach, she dashed to the restroom with a mirror to beautify herself. Bai Ningbing watched Liu Ruyan's retreating figure, rolling her eyes. Bah, how disgusting. She thinks she is a pure lotus flower with that makeup. Zhang Han was right. You're nothing but a filthy black thing. Bing, how does my makeup look? Beautiful. Yin, you look the best. I look good, you big sister. In the afternoon class, Zhang Han, weary and fatigued, gazed at the teacher at the podium. Fortunately, this lesson was a breeze, requiring minimal effort. Zhang Han silently lamented that he hadn't slept well last night and intended to catch up on sleep during lunch. However, some dorm mate had been hollering for his mother incessantly, making it impossible for him to rest. Conversely, the one calling for his mother seemed full of energy. Han Yi, I think I found love. Zhang Han lacked even the energy to scold him. Well, I'm glad you're happy. You know what? I found a mother figure. I even added her on WeChat. Good for you. She is the one I mentioned this morning. She is at this school. And I got her name. It's Bai Chu. What did you say? Upon hearing the name of the person responsible for his previous life's misfortunes, Zhang Han immediately perked up. Yang Wei, noticing Zhang Han's sudden enthusiasm, eagerly shared. Her name is Bai Chu. Isn't it poetic? Bika, Aulovdi. Zhang Han pondered for a moment, deciding that he would indeed like to meet this Bai Chu. Has she asked to meet you? Yes. When? At 6 this evening. Zhang Han nodded. Looking at him seriously, you must bring me along. He immediately opened his phone to inform Su Yao. Failing to do so would undoubtedly incite her wrath. Yang Wei eyed him suspiciously. You're not trying to steal my girlfriend, are you? Get lost. Zhang Han kicked him lightly. At home, Su Yao is as beautiful as a fairy. Why would I be interested in your Hebai Chu? Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. As Zhang Han stepped out of the classroom, Liu Ruyan chased after him. The onlookers halted their activities, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Hanhan, Liu Ruyan cooed sweetly, her face flushed with shyness. Anyone unaware would genuinely think her to be a pure lotus flower. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han immediately approached her and slapped her hard. Do you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. I have a wife. And when are you going to pay me back the 500,000? Liu Ruyan misinterpreted Zhang Han's words, believing he was offering her 500,000 to surrender her body. Ah, since Hangu is so eager, I suppose I can oblige. She leaned in closer to Zhang Han, whispering, Brother, I'll be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. Zhang Han's eyes widened in shock. He was well aware that Su Yao would send someone to follow him. If this got back to her, it would be catastrophic. Liu Ruyan and that vile, flirtatious girl were all trouble. They were out to ruin him. In a fit of rage, Zhang Han kicked Liu Ruyan to the go find your so-called Lu Meng brother. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhang Han was aware of her affair with Zhang Lu Meng. She wished to say more, but Yang Wei was not pleased. This rascal intends to sever the bond between my brother Han and his sister-in-law. Absolutely not. I still rely on my brother Han's sister-in-law for a lavish lifestyle. He then turned and shouted, Ladies, Liu Ruyan claims you are for sale. The girls inside the building were incensed by this remark. They rushed out, encircling Liu Ruyan and preparing to strike, daring to accuse me of being for sale. It's you I'm targeting. I cannot tolerate this. Charge. Charge. Hey. I didn't say that. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Chapter 23 Woe is me. Within the confines of the corporate headquarters, the employees and executives dared not utter a word. As the atmosphere rivaled the eerie calm before a tempest, Su Yao gazed at the message in her hand, her heart heavy with despair. Yuan Shilang. Yaoyao. I have something important to attend to shortly. I'm going out to dinner with Yang Wei. Just want to keep you informed. Don't be upset. Remember to have dinner. I'll check in tonight to see if you've eaten. Su Meng timidly knocked on the office door. Su, here are the documents for approval. Just place them on the table. Su Yao barked without raising her head. Su Meng felt a shiver run down her spine. Who had angered the CEO again? After depositing the documents, Su Meng made a hasty retreat. Wait. Before she could reach the door, Su Meng was called back. She slowly turned, trembling as she looked at Su Yao. Forcing a smile, is there anything else, CEO Su? Su Yao's ears began to flush, spreading warmth to her neck as she slowly extended her phone towards Su Meng. What is going on? Should I answer this call or not? Su Meng swallowed hard, steeling herself before accepting the phone. Upon seeing the chat window labeled Hanhan, she thought it was no big deal, merely a notification. Su Yao's lovely face turned grave. I want to know if Zhang Han is losing interest in me. Su Meng felt her mind cloud with confusion. No, my dear. I'm single. If you wish to flaunt your relationship, seek out someone else to do so. However, Su Meng was also aware that Su Yao, a woman in her mid-20s, had grown up without so much as a boyfriend, let alone any meaningful contact with men. How could that be, CEO Su? That's merely a sign that Zhang Han prioritizes you. If he didn't value you, why would he bother to keep you updated? Upon hearing Su Meng's words, Su Yao's beautiful face began to furrow with doubt. Really? When it came to matters of love, even a monkey in front of her would elicit an open heart. Su Meng's interest peaked, of course. Besides, look at how he cares for you, urging you to eat properly. Su Yao remained skeptical. But how can you be sure he's not just deceiving me to go out with someone else? Impossible. Look, you shared what you were doing tonight with him, and he told you everything. With your capabilities, you could easily find out. He has no need to deceive you. Seeing Su Meng's confidence and analysis, Su Yao began to believe her. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, you may leave now, huh? You're letting me go, just like that? For a couple of sentences of analysis. Noticing Su Meng still lingering, Su Yao frowned. Why are you still here? With a heavy heart, Su Meng exited pouting. What a person. Fed me a mouthful of dog food, and then sent me on my way, like a dog being dismissed. Woe is me. Once Su Meng left, Su Yao leapt up in excitement. A sickly smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with affection that she could not conceal. She fixated on the messages from Zhang Han. Han cares about me. Han is concerned for me. How blissful. Zhang Han observed Liu Ruyan being encircled and attacked, feeling a wave of exasperation. Damn it. That Yang Wei really knows how to stir things up. Yang Wei grinned and nodded at Zhang Han. What do you think, Brother Han? Am I impressive or what? Zhang Han gave a thumbs up. Absolutely incredible. Suddenly, Yang Wei received a message on his phone. He by Chu. Location, Jade Pavilion. He by Chu. Brother Yang Wei. Come here and have a meal with us. Yang Wei, captivated by the hard-won attention from a girl, had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Without a second thought, he replied, sure. Wait, I'll treat you. He by Chu. Thank you, brother. Zhang Han stood, dumbfounded, as he observed the entire exchange. He was aware that Jade Pavilion was an expensive dining establishment. In his past life, even the Zhang family would only indulge there on special occasions. A meal for 2 or 3 would easily set one back at least 5,000. For a student like he by Chu to invite Yang Wei there for dinner, was she not treating him like an ATM? Yet, seeing Yang Wei's love-struck expression, Zhang Han realized it was futile to save this foolish friend. He then drove Yang Wei to Jade Pavilion. Chapter 24. My brother is in deep trouble. Before long, they arrived at the venue. Yang Wei stepped out of the car, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the restaurant. Completely oblivious to the feeling of being taken advantage of, Zhang Han could only shrug in resignation. My brother is in serious trouble. He has fallen straight into a trap. As they entered the restaurant, Zhang Han inquired, did he by Chu mention where she would be seated? Yang Wei shook his head, no. She said she hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Han felt increasingly exasperated, his opinion of he by Chu plummeting further. Who sends their location to someone they're dining with and expects them to wait when it's their treat? It seemed he by Chu was treating his brother as a mere pawn. Zhang Han and Yang Wei chose a random table, and Yang Wei sent he by Chu a message with their seating details. However, after a lengthy wait, 2 grown men were close to finishing their water. Not a single soul had appeared. Other tables had already moved on to their next courses. This is unbearable. Zhang Han stood up, pulling Yang Wei along. I am done waiting. It's been too long. Let us go. Yang Wei hesitated, reluctant to leave. Having witnessed the sweet moments between Zhang Han and his sister-in-law, though he had only glimpsed it a couple of times, he felt immense envy. Such pure love was enviable. Wasn't he it? How about we wait another 5 minutes, Brother Han? Zhang Han looked at his dear friend, aware that although he was a bit of a fool, he was also a hopeless romantic, the kind who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. Fine. Who am I to deny my brother? Zhang Han sighed, sitting back down. After finishing another glass of water, he by Chu finally arrived, accompanied by a male companion. They appeared quite chummy, exchanging laughter and camaraderie. Upon her arrival, she confidently introduced, this is my male best friend, Liu Ruyan, but our friendship is entirely platonic. Upon noticing Zhang Han's well-dressed appearance, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You must be the famed Zhang Han of recent notoriety, right? I'm he by Chu, a freshman this year. At this point, Zhang Han's assessment of he by Chu had plummeted to an all-time low. First, she greeted him, yet the attention was directed toward someone else. Secondly, she had brought another man to dinner with a male suitor. 666. Upon noticing that Zhang Han had disregarded her presence, Hibiku did not feel the slightest embarrassment. Instead, she extended her hand to greet Yang Wei. Hello, Senor Yang Wei. Yang Wei, unfazed, cheerfully accepted her handshake. Hello. Although their initial encounter was rather impolite, Hibiku remarked, since Liu Ruyan is my good friend, I thought it would be nice to bring him along for a meal. She flashed a sweet smile, undeniably a beauty who could easily captivate the hearts of boys at school. In internet parlance, one might describe her as a white lotus, evoking a sense of first love. Zhang Han clicked his tongue in disdain. He found such types utterly detestable, as if they were all molded from the same template as Liu Ruyan. Yang Wei, however, was utterly captivated, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Liu Ruyan offered an apologetic smile. Sorry for the interruption. Yang Wei, upon hearing this, felt no discomfort. Rather, he jovially replied, no worries, more people is better. Zhang Han, with a hint of sarcasm, muttered, 666, you realize you're intruding, yet you still linger? However, seeing that Yang Wei had no objections, he refrained from further comment, not wishing to dampen his friend's spirits. Soon, the food was served. Yet Zhang Han barely touched his meal. He was curious about Hibiku's intentions in bringing a male companion and how the bill would be settled. Although Yang Wei had offered to treat Hibiku, the meal was rather expensive. Zhang Han was keen to see if Hibiku would indeed let Yang Wei foot the entire bill. As the four finished their meal, it came time to settle the bill. The waiter approached with a check, inquiring who will be paying for this table. The total is 6,883. Zhang Han leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, observing the engrossed conversation between Hibiku and Liu Ruyan, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Yang Wei, realizing the awkwardness, steeled himself to take on the bill, having deposited the 500,000 given by Su Yao into his mother's bank account. He was left with merely a couple of thousand for living expenses, supplemented by 3,000 earned from his part-time job this month. Still insufficient. He cast a pleading glance at Zhang Han, who promptly adopted a stern expression in response. The two at the table were laughing heartily, while Yang Wei's face began to pale at the thought of paying. Zhang Han, exasperated, declared, "All right then, let's cease the chatter." With a congenial smile directed at Liu Nan, he inquired, "Given the exorbitance of this meal, should we split the bill?" Taken aback by Zhang Han's words, Liu Nan assumed he was expecting a free meal. He glanced at Biku, who was equally surprised by Zhang Han's remark. With a smile, she attempted to smooth things over. "My male friend, didn't he bring any money today?" Zhang Han's expression hardened. "Oh, so he is here for a free meal?" Liu Nan bristled at the insinuation, retorting, "What do you mean free meal? Why must you speak so harshly? First of all, you were late, and now you claim he was in a hurry? Secondly, my brother only said he would treat Biku, not you." Zhao Han's gaza sharpenat, causing Liu Nan to feel uneasy. Yet the latter, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "If it weren't for Yang Wei insisting on treating, I wouldn't have come. I have a good relationship with Biku. What's wrong with me being treated to a meal? If you can't afford it, just say so." Sensing the tension in the air, Yang Wei quickly intervened, gently tugging at Zhang Han's sleeve. "Han go. Let it go." Zhang Han dismissively shrugged off Yang Wei's hand. "Let go? You think this is merely a trifle? You believe that just because you're close to her, you deserve to be treated? Why not have her treat you instead? How shameless can you be?" Liu Nan, incensed by Zhang Han's insults, retorted, "If you won tea treat, then I won tea either." He tossed down 2,000 in cash and hastily stood to leave. Biku, witnessing this, glanced between Yang Wei and the exit. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to Yang Wei with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, my friend has depression. I'm worried he might do something rash, so I must check on him." With that, she dashed away. Now anyone can use depression as an excuse. Zhang Han muttered in disbelief before retrieving his black card to pay the bill. Yang Wei watched Biku leave with a heavy heart. Zhang Han rolled his eyes at Yang Wei, thinking to himself that this overly naive friend truly deserved a reality check. He kicked Yang Wei lightly. "Look at you. Seriously?" Yang Wei wore an expression of dismay, replying, "But she is a nice girl, beautiful and kind. My male friend has depression," and she immediately rushed out after him. Zhang Han felt a surge of frustration, finally understanding how Yang Wei had been so easily deceived in the past. His romantic intelligence was woefully lacking. "Fine, I'm done with you. I need to get home to my wife." Sighing, Zhang Han noticed Yang Wei still looked downcast. He turned and exited the restaurant, realizing that some lessons in life could only be learned through experience. Chapter 25. Han, you've changed so much. Zhang Han soon returned to the estate, where evening had fallen, nearing 8 o'clock. Upon stepping out his car, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance, Zhang Lumang. Zhang Han was taken aback, wondering what this fellow was doing there. Zhang Lumang, eyes wide at the sight of the grand estate, had earlier returned home from school to complain about Zhang Han's supposed bullying. Little did he know, his family was now embroiled in chaos due to Zhang Han's lawyer's letter, leaving them no time to attend to him. Consequently, he had sought out Zhang Han's current residence, shocked to discover the lavish lifestyle he was leading. Upon seeing Zhang Han approach, Zhang Lumang immediately adopted a woeful countenance. "Brother, you must return to the Zhang family. Our parents miss you." Zhang Han inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, "Miss me? More like they're concerned about my fortune." With a hint of annoyance, he retorted, "It's just the two of us now. Why are you putting on airs?" Zhang Lumang furrowed his brow, looking pitiful. "What are you saying, big brother? I've always regarded you as my elder, and seeing you live so splendidly with such beautiful women around, how could you not continue to enjoy life?" Hanhan, uninterested in idle chatter, urged him to speak plainly. Zhang Lumang, now seething with anger, could no longer contain himself. Having witnessed Su Yao's beauty and wealth, he felt it was unjust that Zhang Han was living better than him, the young master of the Zhang family, with no one else around. Zhang Lumang dropped the pretense. "Zhang Han, why do you get to live so well? Better than even me, the young master of the Zhang family?" Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "What are you trying to convey?" Before Zhang Lumang could respond, a woman emerged from the estate. It was Su Yao, dressed not in professional attire, but in a casual, ankle-length black dress that swayed slightly with her movements. Her piercing gaze fell upon Zhang Lumang, scrutinizing him with an emotionless expression, her red lips pressed into a thin line. Zhang Lumang swallowed hard. She was the kind of woman one only dreams of. Just moments ago, he had wanted to berate Zhang Han, but now his tone shifted to one of ingratiation. "Big brother, it's just that the Zhang family has been a bit upset with you, but our parents miss you dearly. Please come back." With a feigned smile, He attempted to appear humble. Zhang Han chuckled, refusing to indulge, and with a swift kick declared, "Get lost. You are disturbing my world with Su Yao." Subsequently, Zhang Han merrily dashed over to entwine his arm with Su Yao's. "Su Yao, he approached me first. This has nothing to do with me. I have severed all ties with the Zhang family." Su Yao cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Lumang and coldly remarked, "Drag him away." Soon, several bodyguards escorted Zhang Lumang away. Confused, Zhang Lumang pondered, "Wait, usually when women see me like this, they feel pity, right? Besides, Su Yao clearly has the demeanor of an older sister. Shouldn't she feel more sympathy for a little puppy like me?" Watching Zhang Lumang being dragged further away, someone smiled. "It's fine. You still have the energy to create a scene. In a few days, the Zhang family will meet its demise." Hanhan. The chill in Su Yao's voice startled Zhang Han. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the mere sound of this address now rendered his legs weak. What's wrong, Yaoyao?" Su Yao furrowed her brows as she regarded Zhang Han, perplexed by his recent transformation. Why had he chosen to sever ties with the Zhang family? Why had he decided to ignore Liu Ruyan? Especially today, his attitude towards Zhang Lumang and Liu Ruyan had raised her suspicions. She had received reports from her informants at school, initially disbelieving that Zhang Han would dare to scold Liu Ruyan. However, having just witnessed Zhang Han's disdainful attitude towards Zhang Lumang, she was convinced. These questions weighed heavily on her, particularly after receiving Zhang Han's concern message today, which intensified her doubts. Was it truly realistic for Hanhan to care for her? "Are you willing?" Zhang Han scratched his head in confusion, recalling that Su Yao had never inquired about such matters before. What was different today? After pondering for a while, he realized Su Yao was asking if he was willing to cut ties with the Zhang family. "Of course I am." Su Yao scrutinized him with suspicion. Had I see geis oproising Song Han. Yet, the sincerity etched on his face suggested that perhaps Hanhan had truly changed. How delightful. Su Yao's lips curled into a faint smile, her tone frosty. "Let me tell you, Hanhan, now that you have shown me your warmth, there is no escape for you." Samamerli smiled. "Escape? How amusing. With a wife and daughter at home, where could I possibly run?" He gently wrapped his arms around Su Yao, his breath brushing against her neck, causing her heart to flutter. This sensation was something only Zhang Han could evoke in her. "I have even warmer things in store." Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately understood, her lips curling into a seductive smile. "Really? What if I don't believe you?" Observing Su Yao's alluring demeanor, the well-rested Zhang Han could hardly contain his eagerness. He swiftly lifted Su Yao into his arms and made his way towards the room. "Young Master Zhang has returned." Uncle Chun, witnessing their intimacy, realized he had stumbled into a predicament. Concerned that Su Yao was worried Zhang Han hadn't eaten enough, he had instructed the staff to prepare a late-night meal for him. Yet, upon arriving, he was met with this scene. What to do? He feigned ignorance, turning away to mutter to himself as he made his escape. "Ah, I'm getting old. I didn't even notice young master was preparing to eat abalone. Seems the crocodile pool needs feeding as well. Better attend to that first." A minor interlude, no matter. Zhang Han headed straight for the second-floor bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhang Han collapsed on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. One big white rabbit, two big white rabbits, three big white rabbits. Boo-hoo, all battle bunnies. I can't fight them. Su Yao beamed with satisfaction as she gazed at Zhang Han. "By the way, Han, why have you changed so much? It's making me quite fond of you." Su Yao's delicate fingers danced across Zhang Han's chest, igniting a delightful itch within him. "It's not that I've changed drastically. Rather, my heart has begun to beat for you, and will forever do so." A smile illuminated Su Yao's fair face. "Really?" Zhang Han watched as her hand wandered toward her abdomen, approaching a perilous zone, causing his breath to quicken. "Absolutely. And who was it that insisted on leaving earlier?" Zhang Han scratched his head, pretending not to understand. "Huh? Who? Who could be so naughty? Who was it that previously asked me to let an African leopard drink pesticide?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's mind short-circuited. Did I really do something so outrageous before? It seems I might have. He glanced at Su Yao's mischievous hand, swallowed hard. "So how do I make amends?" Su Yao's lips curled in a teasing smirk, her hand descending. "Satisfy me." So, she had been waiting for me all along? All right then, round 2. Let the battle commence. Chapter 26. Where are you going, handsome? After being escorted away, Zhang Lumang found himself discarded beside a garbage heap. As he inhaled the foul stench nearby, he clenched his fists. Zhang Han, just wait. He vowed to return. Zhang Lumang hailed a taxi to return home, not wanting his odor to be detected. "Where to, handsome?" The driver, catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, regretted his decision to let him in. This kid must have been around countless men, right? So rank. Zhang Lumang, noticing the driver's disdain, retorted to the Zhang family villa. upon hearing the destination. The driver sighed. Another youth hoping to latch onto a wealthy woman at the Zhang family for a taste of freedom. The driver promptly pressed the accelerator, eager to avoid any unsightly stains in his car. Finally arriving at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Lumeng hurriedly paid the fare and rushed inside. Upon seeing her eldest son return, Fan Jian greeted him with a beaming smile. Little Lumeng, welcome back. However, upon witnessing Fan Jian's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Lumeng's expression soured immediately. It's all Zhang Han's fault. Yet, he was clever enough not to display his displeasure to Fan Jian. Instead, he donned a woeful expression. Mom, although it was my brother's doing, please don't blame him. Upon hearing Zhang Han's name, Fan Jian's anger flared. That little brat. It's him again. Zhang Tianba and Zhang Qing hurried over after hearing the commotion. Zhang Tianba frowned at the disheveled Zhang Lumeng, his temper rising. What happened, little Lumeng? Who did this? Who dares to act against my Zhang Tianba? Are they tired of living? Zhang Lumeng turned to him with a pitiful look. It was my brother, but don't blame him. It's my fault. Hearing this, Zhang Tianba furrowed his brow. What do you mean it's your fault? Why is it your fault? It was my wish for my brother to come back and apologize to you. So he treated me this way. Don't blame him. What? Is there no law left? How dare they bully my son like this? Zhang Tianba immediately tossed aside a nearby bamboo stick. Damn it. If they dare to treat you this way today, they dare to treat me the same tomorrow. They must be taught a lesson. Zhang Qing observed the drama unfolding among the three, choosing not to join in. She recalled how, despite Zhang Han suffering severe injuries, their parents had never shown him any kindness. She shook her head, feeling overwhelmed by the recent turmoil caused by Zhang Han's lawyer's letter. Zhang Qing furrowed her brow as she gazed at Zhang Tianba. The lack of sufficient rest over the past few days had exacerbated her gastric issues. Furthermore, without Zhang Han's massages and herbal remedies, her health had deteriorated even further. Her complexion had lost its vibrancy, and she inquired, Father, how should we handle the lawyer's letter from Zhang Han? Oh, indeed, that's a dilemma. Zhang Tianba scratched his head, clearly at a loss for how to address the matter. Perhaps we should abandon the projects we've been clinging to and hastily repay the money. Otherwise, the lawyer's letter could severely tarnish the company's reputation. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's suggestion, Zhang Tianba vehemently disagreed. You want me to repay the money? How ludicrous. The funds left by my father for my grandson were meant for me, were they not? If I yield this time, will they not trample on me like a dog in the future? Absolutely not. I refuse. Enough of your concerns. This matter is mine to resolve. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Zhang Qing. Zhang Lumeng, witnessing this, quickly offered a glass of water, attempting to diffuse the tension. Calm down, Dad. Sister is merely considering the family's welfare. Zhang Tianba sighed as he gazed at his dutiful son, wishing that the little brat could exhibit even a modicum of such obedience. You are indeed good to me. Bringing you back was the right decision. Now, Xiao Lumeng, go take a shower. Zhang Lumeng caught a whiff of his own collar. Ugh, I suppose it'll smell a bit. He awkwardly scratched his head. All right, Dad. I'll heed your advice. Zhang Qing looked at the three of them with a sense of futility, feeling like the extraneous one in the room. A profound sense of powerlessness welled up within her. She suddenly recalled the day Zhang Han severed ties with the Zhang family. The disappointment in his eyes mirrored her own feelings of disillusionment towards this family. I seem to have truly misjudged him. Returning to her room, she gazed at the handmade necklace she had crafted for Zhang Han's birthday. He had been overjoyed at the time, wearing it daily, even to sleep. However, her disdain for him had led her to reclaim the necklace, causing him to cry for long stretches, refusing to eat. She had scolded him for being overly sentimental. At that time, Zhang Lumeng had desired it too, leading to a fierce argument between them. Reflecting now, she realized that Zhang Lumeng had ample pocket money, a car, and no lack of resources. Why then did he covet the bracelet she had given to Zhang Han? If he desired one, he could have simply asked her to craft a new one for him. Why resort to claiming Zhang Han's? At that moment, a knock echoed through her room. Sister, it's me. Are you asleep? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Qing felt no joy, only a touch of impatience. She remained silent, but the door swung open. Zhang Qing was taken aback as she watched the door open slowly, for she distinctly remembered locking it. Given Zhang Han's previous transgressions, she had the only key. Not even the servants or her parents possessed one. How did you get in? Assuming Zhang Qing was asleep, Zhang Lumeng intended to sneak in for a little favor. To his surprise, upon entering, he found himself face to face with her. Oh, this is a bit tricky, he thought rapidly before forcing a laugh. Sister, your door was ajar. I merely pushed it open accidentally. Zhang Qing chose not to expose his ruse, narrowing her eyes at him. This is rather inconvenient. I just wanted to say that Father hasn't been in the best mood lately, so please don't hold it against him. Fine, I understand. Now, please leave. I'm exhausted and need a rest. Previously, Zhang Qing would have found comfort in Zhang Lu Meng as concern, but now, for reasons unknown, his attentiveness felt utterly revolting. A nauseating sensation creeping over her. Displaying a facade of concern, Zhang Lu Meng replied, "All right, sister, take care." He turned and exited, closing the door behind him. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Damn it, that wretched girl is putting on an act. I'll deal with you soon. The pressing matter at hand is to uncover the identity of that woman beside Zhang Han. With that thought, he dialed a mysterious number. Chapter 27. Did you think I wouldn't strike back? The alarm clock rang, jolting Zhang Han awake. Without opening his eyes, he reached out and silenced it. Why must I endure another 2 years of early morning classes after suffering through 4 years of them in my past life? How irritating. Zhang Han removed the pair of underwear haphazardly tossed on his face. A wave of emptiness washed over him. Yaoyao had gone off to work again. He longed to awaken each morning beside his beloved. Despite the sadness, he felt a flicker of happiness. Yaoyao no longer accompanied him to school, which indicated her growing trust in him. Yesterday, Zhang Han had pondered deeply. If money held no value for Yaoyao, perhaps he could venture into the underworld or the entertainment industry to enhance his visibility. Although Yaoyao didn't require such endeavors, he was still at a loss. With wealth, looks, and a loving partner, one would think he had it all, yet he yearned to carve out his own path. Surely, the esteemed readers can empathize? What a bother. Enough of this. Damn it, the Zhang family still hasn't repaid me. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Soon, Zhang Han drove back to school, making a beeline for the classroom. Upon entering, he found Zhang Lu Meng seated with Liu Ruyan, sharing breakfast. The moment Liu Ruyan spotted Zhang Han, she swiftly distanced herself from Zhang Lu Meng, sensing an overwhelming guilt akin to being caught in an affair. Let me explain. Brother Han, I'm not involved with Zhang Lu Meng. Before Liu Ruyan could finish, Zhang Han silenced her with a sharp slap. Get lost. Who you associate with is none of my concern. Just don't obstruct me from doing what needs to be done. He stomped on Zhang Lu Meng's bun, crushing it beneath his foot. Pointing at Zhang Lu Meng's head, he could no longer endure these deadbeats. I've offered you chances to repay. And now, with the lawyeress letter sent, are you still refusing? Fine. Don't expect to have it easy. Tell me, when will your family repay the money you owe me? Zhang Lu Meng, intimidated by Zhang Han's fierce demeanor, dared not breathe. The surrounding classmates were bewildered. Wasn't Zhang Han a member of the Zhang family? How could they owe him money? What the hell? So, this Zhang Lu Meng isn't as innocent as he pretends. Yang Wei, astonished, dropped his Yaoyao on the floor. Brother Han is formidable. Though he was unaware of the deep-seated animosity between Zhang Han and the Zhang family, he felt compelled to side with him. The Yaoyao landed with a thud on the leg of a nearby girl, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in disgust. How revolting, what a filthy mess. Zhang Lulang felt the piercing gazes of those around him, his irritation mounting. Damn it, what does Zhang family's debt have to do with me? I'm not a member of the Zhang clan. Even if my sustenance comes from the Zhang family, what of it? It is merely a matter of course. A thought crossed his mind, and he sneered, Don't blame me. Zhang Han, you brought this upon yourself. He hastily waved his hand. Brother, is it such a crime to be less favored at home? It's no big deal. I'll even give you my allowance for this month. Upon hearing this, his classmates finally understood. It turned out Zhang Han was the one who felt unloved at home, and thus vented his frustrations on Zhang Lulang. Zhang Lulang could only lament. I am at my wit's end. Despite being treated so poorly by Zhang Han, he still shows him kindness. Indeed, if I were Zhang Lulang, I would have given Zhang Han a proper thrashing. Zhang Han stood there, his expression impassive, as Lulang reveled in his cleverness. This tea ceremony of mine has been honed over a decade. What do you have to counter it? Silly dog, you dare to challenge me? He feigned a look of grievance. Brother, even if you are living off others' kindness, you should not scorn your parents. They miss you dearly. They have hardly eaten or slept well these past few days. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were even more astonished. Not only was Zhang Han living off others, but he also had the audacity to argue with his parents. Yang Wei, witnessing this, picked up the fallen Yaoyao and resumed eating. Brother Han is truly magnificent. A nearby female classmate looked at him with disdain, feeling as if she might vomit from the breakfast she had eaten earlier. The crowd cast judgmental glances at Zhang Han. Assuming a moral high ground from which to condemn him, Zhang Han slightly curled his lips, revealing a wicked smile. Having lived 2 lifetimes, do you really think such petty tricks can leave me helpless once more? Do you think I will be reduced to tears alone in my room again? How laughable! In heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. With a sudden crash, Zhang Lulang was sent flying amidst the astonished stares of the crowd. Zhang Han seized a chair and approached Zhang Lulang, stating bluntly, Let us not waste time. Does the Zhang family owe me money or not? As Zhang Han drew near, Zhang Lulang recalled the chaotic scene from that day. He had stormed into the villa. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling, and began to plead for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Yes, we owe you money. We owe you money. Satisfied with the answer he sought, Zhang Han tossed the chair aside. Casting a scrutinizing gaze at the crowd, the students immediately returned to their seats, picking up their books to study, fearful of speaking out. But did they believe Zhang Han would truly refrain from punishing Zhang Lulang? Did they really think he would hold back? Zhang Han unsheathed his 7 wolves and with a loud crack. No. I was wrong, brother. Don't call me brother. I was wrong, father. I was wrong, father. His screams echoed loudly, causing his classmates to panic and hurriedly open their exercise books or recite their vocabulary, terrified of being targeted by Zhang Han. They silently noted to themselves never to refer to Zhang Han as a sycophant or mock him again. Only when Zhang Lulang lay bloodied and battered on the ground did Zhang Han feel a sense of relief. He quietly returned 7 wolves to its place and walked over to Yang Wei. Yang Wei was left speechless, his mouth agape at the sight of the imposing Zhang Han, causing his Yaoyao to fall once more. Brother Han is magnificent. The girl next to him could no longer contain herself, smacking him on the head with a book. Ouch! That hurts! Seeing Zhang Han take his seat, Yang Wei disregarded the bump on his head and rushed to his side. Brother Han, you're so handsome. Upon hearing the praise, Zhang Han's nose slightly lifted. Of course, just look at who I am. Before long, the bell rang for class. The teacher of the water lesson approached the classroom door, his heart filled with trepidation. Alas, my course isn't compulsory, so it's only natural for students to sleep. He reminded himself not to be angry upon seeing them doze. Otherwise, his blood pressure would skyrocket. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Important matters must be repeated thrice. With that thought, he slowly stepped into the classroom. What is this situation? Is this the senior spring class? Did I walk into the wrong school? Chapter 28. You are simply too beautiful. What is happening? Observing the quiet students engrossed in their studies, the teacher fell into contemplation. Is this still my homeland? Where have I ended up? Upon reaching the podium, he noticed Zhang Lulang slumped at the back of the classroom. Which student is so studious as to sleep in class until morning? No, wait, why does it look like he is still bleeding? He cautiously approached, and the students held their breath, terrified that the teacher might provoke Zhang Han and incur his wrath, which could lead to the teacher being struck down. Though the consequences of a teacher being beaten might benefit them, the frenzy of Zhang Han could very well spell doom for them too. The teacher kicked Zhang Lulang, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is no mere slumber. He is on the verge of passing out. Someone, quickly take this student to the infirmary." As a mere water lesson teacher, if someone were to die in his class, he would be in trouble as well. Where could he seek justice? With that, several students, who usually associated with Zhang Lulang, carried him away like a sack of potatoes. Yang Wei, witnessing the scene, doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach. Brother Han, doesn't he look like a dead pig now? Zhang Han remained silent, for he recalled that he too had been carried out in a similar fashion by Su Yao. Yang Wei laughed so hard he nearly toppled over, slapping Zhang Han on the shoulder. Brother Han, why aren't you laughing? Are you just not the type to enjoy a good laugh? Zhang Han remained mute, quietly drawing out 7 wolves. No, this is my brother. Perhaps I should let this slide. Seeing Zhang Han's lack of amusement only made Yang Wei laugh harder, leaning precariously towards the nearby female classmate. Unable to bear it any longer, she kicked him. Ouch! That hurt. Watching Yang Wei clutch his behind and fall to the ground, Zhang Han couldn't help but think, well done. Great job. You did the right thing by kicking him. He deserved it. On the other side, Zhang Tianba was engulfed in frustration over his company's land competition. You are simply too beautiful. His phone rang, further aggravating his nerves. Who is this? Calling me at such a time. Don't they know I'm in a meeting? He picked up the phone, answering impatiently. Who is it? You better have something to say. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. I am from the school infirmary. Your child, Zhang Lulang. Upon reflecting on this matter, the discussion regarding the ground was set aside, allowing the executives to exercise their discretion. With a casual remark, he instructed them to make their decisions, promising to return for the outcome. He hurriedly made his way to the school. Zhang Lumang lay upon the hospital bed, his eyes closed as he listened intently to the conversation of the nearby nurse. Was this boy's injury truly not severe? Why had he not yet awakened? How should I know? Perhaps we should take him to the hospital. After all, we are merely interns. Zhang Lumang, with his eyes still shut, seethed with frustration. How dare Zhang Han strike me? At the moment of the assault, he had merely cradled the back of his head. The injury was trivial, just a minor laceration on his scalp. The main issue was that no one had come to his aid, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament. Otherwise, he would have surely retaliated and taught Zhang Han a lesson. Now, feigning illness, he had set his father upon him. Damn it. Bang! The door to the infirmary was kicked open, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Lumang instinctively attempted to shield his neck. Wait, I pretended to be unconscious. He suppressed the urge to lift his arms and continued his ruse of being lifeless. As Zhang Tianba entered, he beheld his son lying motionless on the bed. My son, he exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him, bursting into tears. Oh, my son, please don't frighten your father. In secret, Zhang Lumang allowed a smile to creep onto his face. Yes, exactly. This urgency is just what I need. Just wait until I can exact a fitting punishment on Zhang Han. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Tianba. He recalled an expert from the countryside mentioning that slapping someone who has fainted could awaken them. Slap. No response. Zhang Liu Mang. Slap. 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 Still no response. Zhang Liu Mang. Oh, my son, your face is turning red. Why are you still not waking up? Could it be that my strength was insufficient? Seeing Zhang Tianba step back a few paces to gather momentum, Zhang Lumang inwardly cursed. Damn it. Before I can punish that beast Zhang Han, I might just get beaten to death here. He abruptly opened his eyes, fearfully shouting, Brother, stop. Please don't hit me. I was wrong. I should have gone to you to apologize to Mom and Dad. He gasped for breath, glancing at Zhang Tianba, his brow furrowed in confusion. Dad, what are you doing here? Upon finishing his sentence, his eyes began to well with tears. Dad, I missed you. Hearing his words, Zhang Tianba stood frozen with rage, his entire being trembling. He clenched his fists tightly. How dare Zhang Han strike my son? In a fit of fury, Zhang Tianba stormed out of the infirmary. Zhang Lumang knew he was heading to confront Zhang Han, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Dad, it's all my fault. Please don't go after him. Just wait. I'll make that little beast pay dearly. Chapter 29. Are there more experts? Sigh. Recent performance has been lackluster. The expansion of the school's population has not been met with sufficient funding to construct new buildings. What to do about this? The president of Yueqing University gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating strategies to address this dilemma. He was a man in his 70s, yet his robust physique belied his age. Knock, knock, came a sound from outside the door. Kumin, Zhang Han's figure slowly emerged from the doorway, sporting a smile. President, I've come to apologize. Upon recognizing the visitor, the president frowned. Zhang Han had recently become quite the sensation on campus. What could the young master of the Zhang family want with him? Zhang Han's intentions were straightforward. He was aware that Zhang Lumang, in his foolishness, would likely feign illness to deceive Zhang Tianba into coming over. Without any bodyguards present, Zhang Tianba would surely take action against him. Moreover, he wished to avoid troubling Su Yao. Thus, he needed to play his cards wisely and secure the president's assistance, which was akin to possessing a trump card. He slowly recounted the events of his altercation with Zhang Lumang. In no time, the president grasped the situation's intricacies. Hanhan, how do you propose we handle this? You physically assaulted a fellow student? Sitting in his office chair, he intertwined his fingers atop the desk, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was quite unfamiliar with the Zhang family dynamics. How could two scions come to blows? Furthermore, the Zhang family wielded considerable influence. If this matter were mishandled, his tenure as president could very well be at an end. The president scrutinized Zhang Han, attempting to discern his true intentions. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Zhang Han shrugged and donned a casual smile, finding a spot to sit and crossing his legs. I'm not sure how to deal with this either. What do you think, President? Tossing the dilemma back into the president's lap was indeed a tricky maneuver. The president leaned back with a steady smile. I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer either. I believe it's best for you to share your perspective, Zhang Han. The president was no simple figure. Zhang Han observed him closely, sensing that his position likely concealed many ulterior motives. Rising from his seat, Zhang Han composed himself, pushing a bank card across the table towards the president. In my name, make a donation for a dormitory building for the school. Will you assist me with this? The president's pupils constricted as he gazed at the card placed before him. A building donation? Is Zhang Han truly so affluent? In his memory, the Zhang family was indeed wealthy, but not to the extent of casually donating an entire building. It seemed that Zhang Han's ostentatious display of luxury cars at school was unrelated to the Zhang family. He must have someone powerful backing him. The president gradually accepted the bank card, chuckling, Zhang Han, this is a family matter, so I want to involve myself too deeply. With the card in hand, Zhang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing a genuine smile to return to his face. No worries, just a few casual remarks will suffice. Zhang Han sought the president's assistance for two primary reasons. First, having the president's backing in the office would prevent Zhang Tianba from bullying him. Second, donating a building would elevate his profile at the school. In the future, when he opened a company, having recognition at the school could provide him with a source of free labor. The president would undoubtedly agree, as it was evident this was a lucrative arrangement for both parties. Just as both men were plotting their respective strategies, the large office door swung open. Zhang Tianba strode in, his eyes exuding barely contained resentment. Upon spotting Zhang Han, he immediately approached and seized him by the collar, glaring menacingly. "You little brat. How dare you strike my son?" The president frowned at this scene. It was no wonder Zhang Han had sought him out. How could family conflicts escalate to such a degree? Zhang Han, gripped by the collar, wore a defiant grin, unfazed by Zhang Tianba's accusations. Recognizing his indifference, the president understood this was Zhang Han testing his stance on the matter. After all, having accepted a building donation, it was imperative to establish a clear position. "This is the president's office. I must ask you to moderate your tone, sir." Despite his reluctance, Zhang Tianba loosened his grip. After all, the president had considerable influence and was not to be trifled with. Zhang Han adjusted his collar, smirking derisively, a cowardly sort. How pathetic. Wasn't he this the infamous Zhang Tianba? Provoked by the taunt, Zhang Tianba's fury escalated, disregarding the president's words. He removed his leather shoe as a weapon. Observing his intent to strike, Zhang Han felt no fear, only excitement at the prospect of a confrontation. This was a prime opportunity, the third-generation heir. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The door swung open once more. Another expert? This time a woman stepped inside, clad in a sleek black OL uniform that accentuated her porcelain skin. Her presence was striking, embodying the essence of beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. She was the very definition of grace. The onlookers were left awestruck, and Zhang Tianba dropped his weapon in shock. It was Miss Su Yao. What was she doing here? Chapter 30. Fortunately, we stood on the right side. Su Yao slowly made her entrance, her icy demeanor instantly rendering the few present utterly speechless. Zhang Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. The heiress of the Su Corporation had arrived. The principal's heart skipped a beat, momentarily paralyzed with fear. What? The person behind Zhang Han was none other than Su Yao. Thank goodness I stood on the right side just now. Otherwise, my frail old bones would have been left to decay. Su Yao glanced at Zhang Han and beckoned with a delicate finger. Zhang Han skempred over eagerly. A smile plastered on his face. Su Yao, what brings you here? Yaoyao, why have you come? Su Yao remained silent, her gaze shifting to Zhang Tianba. The mere contact of her eyes sent an invisible wave of pressure crashing over Zhang Tianba. He hastily averted his gaze, focusing on his trembling shoes. Too intimidated to meet her eyes. Truly terrifying. No wonder she was the matriarch of the Su family. Su Yao's lips parted slowly, her expression dripping with disdain. Who dares to bully my Hanhan? As her voice echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Upon hearing Su Yao's protective words for Zhang Han, the principal felt an overwhelming sense of pride for having stood on the right side earlier. It was astonishing to discover that Zhang Han's backing was not only Su Yao, but that their bond was astonishingly close. If I can win Zhang Han's favor tonight, let us not just settle for a few young models. I could summon 10, a full 10 for the entire evening. Zhang Tianba was equally stunned into silence. He had initially thought that Zhang Han was merely being whisked away by some princess to play the role of a toy boy. Little did he realize that now, she wielded a power comparable to that of the Grim Reapers. Ah, this is all a misunderstanding, Miss Su, truly. Zhang Tianba desperately sought to alleviate the situation. If he had provoked Miss Su, it would spell disaster for him. Su Yao, hearing this, turned her concerned gaze toward Zhang Han, her voice softening. Hanhan, tell me. What transpired? I shall take charge. This revelation astounded both the principal and Zhang Tianba. Could be true? The rumored decisive heiress possessed a gentle side? Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed this softer demeanor of Su Yao. Yet, he quickly embraced her, feigning a pitiful expression as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Tianba. Yaoyao, he owes me money and refuses to pay. Zhang Tianba thought to himself. I truly find you repulsive. Seeing Su Yao's expression darken, he panicked. If she lost her temper, the Zhang family could very well vanish from existence. He hastily waved his hands, misunderstanding. I was just joking with you, little brat. Zhang Han remained silent, merely smiling. Really? When will you return the money my grandfather left for me? Tomorrow. I swear. All right. Observing the triumphant smirk on Zhang Han's face, Zhang Tianba was infuriated. How had this little brat found such formidable backing? And such an extraordinary one at that. Zhang Han chuckled at Zhang Tianba's grim visage, nearly bursting into laughter. This sensation was exhilarating. It was as if he was in a position to confront someone who wished to harm him, but could not. Deciding not to linger any longer, he turned to Su Yao. Let us head home, my dear. Su Yao said nothing, allowing Zhang Han to lead her away. She relished the feeling of being guided by him. It was Hanhan who took the initiative this time. Usually, she was the one making the first move. By the way, Yaoyao, what brings you here? Zhang Han queried, puzzled as to why Su Yao, typically engrossed in her work, was now present. Su Yao, her lips curving into a smile, replied, well, let us just say the people tracking you informed me about your altercation with Zhang Liu. She felt a surge of joy, for Zhang Han had completely severed ties with the Zhang family. Henceforth, he would belong solely to her, never to escape her grasp. Having recently scrolled through Douyin, she understood that men needed their freedom. Consequently, she chose not to explain, unwilling for her Hanhan to resent her for being overly controlling. It's a secret. Yaoyao, you seem to be in a splendid mood today, even joking around. Quite impressive. You deserve a reward. Zhang Han playfully pecked her cheek, grinning. This is your reward. Feeling the lingering warmth on her cheek, Su Yao's eyes ignited with passion. Is this truly a reward? Oh no. Zhang Han's heart raced, his legs growing weak at the sight of her gaze. Su Yao swiftly pinned him against the wall, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she observed the panic in his eyes. Leaning in closer, she spoke in a low tone, are you scared now? Too late. Reward should be like this. But I'm a guy, and this is school. Han Ye. A voice interrupted the impending encounter. Terning. Su Yao so Liu Ruyan approaching. Ugh. How annoying. She.s. interrupting my moment with Hanhan. Zhang Han felt a chill run down his spine. If Su Yao were to become angry, he might end up submerged in the fish pond tonight. Han Ye. Who is she? Liu Ruyan shouted, pointing at Su Yao, unable to believe that Zhang Han was truly with this woman. Su Yao, irritated by Liu Ruyan's incessant calling of Han Gu, narrowed her eyes. Liu Ruyan's appearance was as unpleasant as ever. Ugh, how bothersome. Yet, she remained silent, eager to see whom Zhang Han would choose. Recalling Su Yao's previous signs of distress, Zhang Han panicked. No, not now. We can't let her have an episode. He quickly wrapped his arms around Su Yao. Yaoyao, I'm here. I'm right here. Seeing sang animbra Su Yao, Liu Ruyan se displeasure herself. Han Ye, didn't you say you love me the most? Shut your mouth. You're a nuisance. I only love one person in this lifetime, and that is Su Yao. Zhang Han retorted, slapping Liu Ruyan's face, desperate to avoid any delay that might trigger Su Yao's wrath. Su Yao, satisfied, secretly would as sinister might. Tonight, she would reward Hanhan for being so obedient. Liu Ruyan, clutching her stinging cheek, let tears fall. I won't bother you again. She turned and fled. Zhang Han grabbed her hand. I knew you couldn't resist me. Remember to return the 5 million to me by the end of the month. Liu Ruyan exclaimed. Her spirits lifted. Zhang Han released her hand, fearful of inciting Su Yao's anger. Turning around, he realized, oh no, she is definitely upset. Yaoyao, please don't be mad. I've told you, I only like you. Su Yao remained unmoved, her arms crossed defiantly. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Kiss me. What? This is school. To hell with it. I'm going for it. Zhang Han surveyed his surroundings, finding no one in sight. The air crackled with tension as a kiss was exchanged, their lips entwined. Chapter 31. A most remarkable son. Within the infirmary, Zhang Lumang reclined leisurely, indulging in grapes. Tisich, that little rascal Zhang Han must be preparing for his demise by now. He chuckled heartily, relishing the moment. Serves him right for striking me. Let us see what comes next. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary creaked open. He hastily discarded the grapes and pulled up the blanket, lying down with perfect posture. The moment Zhang Tianba entered, he was met with the sight of his son Zhang Lumang, unconscious once more. Oh dear, my son, he exclaimed, rushing forward to deliver a couple of slaps, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. Zhang Lumang blinked awake, his eyes reddened. Dad, how did things turn out with that incident involving my brother? Zhang Tianba, overjoyed at his son's revival, let out a sigh upon hearing his question. Don't mention it. We can hardly contend with him right now. What? Even you, Zhang Tianba, can't best that scoundrel Zhang Han? Zhang Lumang felt a wave of disdain for his father, yet his heart ached for him. It's all right, Dad. You will pay for this in due time. Indeed. Zhang Tianba embraced Zhang Lumang, his heart swelling with pride. What a remarkable son you are. Raising you has truly been my blessing. However, there remains a pressing issue to address, our financial situation. There's a crucial piece of land up for auction that we must bid on. It appears we will need a family meeting tonight. Later that evening, within the Zhang family villa, the members gathered around a table. Zhang Tianba, with a conspiratorial glint in his eye, addressed the assembly. My dear family, now is the time for our Zhang clan to stand united in adversity. Fan Jian, exasperated, smacked him on the head. Why didn't you stand up for Lumang today? I heard about this morning's debacle, and it has left me quite irate. A mere woman allows Zhang Han to strike my son? What nonsense is this? Zhang Qing had also heard of the incident, but found it difficult to believe that Zhang Han was the type to instigate trouble. In her memory, he had always been the most obedient and charming of the family. Yet now, she felt an inexplicable distance from him, especially since he had stopped taking his stomach medication. Her mood had soured considerably. Zhang Tianba rubbed the back of his head, filled with impotent rage. That woman behind Zhang Han could drown the Zhang family with a mere trip to the restroom. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. For where would his pride be if he, the head of the Zhang family, feared a mere woman? Yet, the immediate concern was to gather enough funds, 100 million, to placate that little scoundrel Zhang Han. Let us set aside Liu Meng's plight for now. We need to pool our resources. I know you all have saved a pretty penny. Fan Jian rolled her eyes. You can't even protect your own son, and now you wish to give our enemy money? What a joke. Zhang Liu Meng, glancing at his phone's balance, though reluctant, anxiously looked at Zhang Tianba. Father, I have 500,000 left. It's not much, but it's all I have. Zhang Tianba stared at the transfer record in disbelief. This is worth far more than what that scoundrel Zhang Han could ever offer. That little brat only consumes the resources of this household. Now that he has fled, he still expects to reap the benefits. Tears streamed down his face as he proclaimed, "Well done, my remarkable son. You shall be the heir to the Zhang family." Elated, Zhang Liu Meng felt that his 500,000 had been well spent. It's all right, Dad. As long as our family remains happy, I am content. Yes, that's the spirit of a true Zhang heir. Zhang Tianba patted his shoulder, filled with satisfaction. Zhang Qing observed the affectionate bond between father and son with intrigue. She found it odd that Zhang Liu Meng's allowance and holiday gifts exceeded this amount. Where had his money gone? Turning to Zhang Qing, who had been silent, Zhang Tianba inquired, "How much spare cash do you have?" Zhang Qing shook her head helplessly. None. Zhang Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? Zhang Qing truly had little left, as most of her money was tied up in the company's operations, especially with the recent need for extensive business dealings. Her funds had become indistinguishable from the company's liquidity. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, Zhang Liu Meng interjected, "Dad, don't blame my sister. She might need the money right now. That's not it. I haven't spent a dime on myself." Zhang Qing felt wronged, ready to defend herself, but was interrupted by Zhang Tianba. "Be prudent with your spending. The company is in a precarious state. If this continues, the Zhang family will be in decline." His words were heavy with disappointment, leaving Zhang Qing stunned, unable to articulate her feelings. She stood frozen, feeling a weight pressing against her heart. Throughout her life, she had always been Zhang Tianba's pride and joy. Now, witnessing his satisfaction with Zhang Liu Meng and his disappointment in her made her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She had done nothing wrong, yet was unjustly blamed. Zhang Liu Meng had contributed a mere 500,000, hardly enough to match the monthly allowance he would typically request from home. Despite the Zhang family's standard allocation of 50,000 for children, Zhang Liu Meng had always found ways to ask for more, and Fan Jian had indulged him. Zhang Qing's lips trembled as she struggled to find her voice, but ultimately sighed, "I understand." She turned and ascended the stairs, no longer wishing to argue. This sense of helplessness felt far worse than a corporate crisis. In her room, she discovered a new lock had been installed, this time a keypad lock. Ever since Zhang Liu Meng had easily pushed open her door, her perception of him had shifted. Once a charming and vivacious boy, he now seemed increasingly inscrutable. Gazing at the handcrafted necklace in her room, and reflecting on the earlier events, she began to feel that perhaps Zhang Han had been wronged all along. The sensation of being unjustly accused was indeed unbearable. No, I must find him tomorrow. I must clarify that incident face to face. Chapter 32, The Downfall, Insufficient Firepower. This cannot continue. I will perish. Yaoyao returned from school, and it was high time for a break. Zhang Han clutched the blanket tightly, determined to guard the last remnants of his innocence. If I don't do this, I cannot feel your love for me. Then let us go for it. One last time. Truly, life seems to lack meaning, and despite the promise of a final encounter, Zhang Han gazes vacantly at the ceiling. Beside him, a woman is radiantly fixated on him. My dear Hanhan is truly obedient, Su Yao exclaims as she suddenly embraces him, reveling in the bliss of the present moment. Startled by her actions, Zhang Han instinctively recoils. Observing his reaction, Su Yao's demeanor shifts. Hanhan, do you dislike me now? Sensing her imminent displeasure, Zhang Han quickly raises 3 fingers. I swear, I do not. It's just I'm out of tadpoles. Woe is me. Upon hearing this, Su Yao pouts, feigning grievance. Do you no longer like me? Captivated by her woeful expression, Zhang Han silently berates himself. You truly are a brute, Zhang Han. She has only been a bit affectionate, just over 20 times since morning. Women are like this. It's entirely normal. How would you let her feel wronged? No, no. It's just that I'm primarily hungry. Indeed, otherwise I could engage in battle for another 300 rounds. Really? Truly? Zhang Han hesitates to respectivum. For this woman is exceedingly formidable and relentless, leaving him apprehensive. He fears that if he answers affirmatively, a real battle of 300 rounds may indeed ensue. Just kidding. Let us go out to eat. Su Yao giggles, rising with a charming smile, the earlier guise of a delicate woman vanishing instantly. Indeed, a woman who knows how to be coy has the best life. Zhang Han chuckles helplessly and joins the collective for freshening up. Soon, they descend the stairs together, with Zhang Han gingerly supporting his waist. Han, could you accompany me for a drink? Su Yao whispers sweetly as they descend, her breath tickling his ear. Little brother, don't move. All right. He is helpless against her charm. Although Zhang Han typically abstains from alcohol and cigarettes, he indulges for Su Yao's delight. As they take their seats at the dining table, Uncle Chun has already prepared wine, alongside a conspicuous bottle of kidney tonic. Upon seeing the Hui Ren kidney tonic again, Zhang Han feels an unexpected familiarity, devoid of any repulsion. Ah, a tiger fallen from grace, bullied by dogs. Han has fallen to the estate, ridden by Yao. Cheers! Han. Without hesitation, Zhang Han pours an entire bottle of the tonic into the elegant glass presented to him. To dear brothers, bottoms up. After consuming the drink, Zhang Han feels a burning sensation in his throat, the lingering sweetness of grape too potent. His head begins to spin, and he realizes something is amiss. This wine is poisoned. With a thud, Zhang Han collapses onto the dining table. Su Yao takes a delicate sip of wine. Delightful, with a rich grape aroma. It's fine wine. She instructs her men to carry Zhang Han to the room, having administered a sedative. Concerned that the ensuing events may jeopardize his safety, she decides to let him rest for a while. She strides towards the basement, opening the rusty door. A bodyguard, wearing sunglasses, hastily approaches, standing at attention. Report. We caught this individual sneaking into the estate today. Su Yao nods, her cold gaze sweeping towards the man in black seated in the interrogation chair. Who sent you? Confronted by her icy demeanor, the man in black smirks disdainfully. If you have the guts, kill me. I dare you. Su Yao, taking a seat with a slowly curling smile, reveals a sinister grin. Her crimson eyes instill a chill in the man. The bodyguards, swift in action, pin the man down to the table. One of them approaches with a butcher's knife, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light of the basement. Surely you're not serious? The man in black, witnessing the advancing knife, begins to panic, struggling against his restraints. No. Thud. The left hand falls. Thud. The left arm follows. The bodyguard raises the knife again, and the man in black, overcome with terror, cries out, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was Zhang Lufang from the Zhang family that sent me. Don't kill me. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's icy expression shifts to one of astonishment, her brows knitting together. I thought it was those people from my hometown. I never expected it to be the Zhang family. What did he send you for? The man, feeling the emptiness of his left side and the excruciating pain, gasps. He wanted me to investigate the owner of this estate. Why investigate? He didn't say. Su Yao's brow gregually relaxes. Well, that is fine, as long as it's not to abduct Hanhan. She dismisses the matter casually, and the bodyguards immediately release the man in black. Believing he's been saved, the man clutches his shoulder, feeling no sensation, only piercing pain. Had I known, I would never have come. Whatever Zhang family offered me, I would have refused. Kill him. Su Yao's voice is light as a feather. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches her leisurely walk towards the iron door. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? His desperate cries go unanswered as Su Yao exits the basement, leaving him gasping in horror. You can't kill me. I'm from the Zhang family. Hearing his wail, Su Yao nods with satisfaction. However, she decides not to involve herself in the affairs of the Zhang family, as it seems Hanhan prefers to avoid trouble. Let him be a man this time, she muses, returning to her room. Inside, Zhang Han has awakened at some point. Seeing Su Yao enter, he wears a perplexed expression. Wasn't I just downstairs drinking and consuming kidney tonic? How'd I end up back in bed? He looks at Su Yao in confusion. Yaoyao. Weren't we just having dinner? Observing Zhang Han's bewildered expression, Su Yao feigns innocence, pouting, what dinner? You passed out while we were. My dignity. Zhang Han exclaims, incredulous at her words. Isn't that the most embarrassing way for a guy to faint? He narrows his eyes at Su Yao skeptically. Really? Yep. Yet, inexplicably, he feels invigorated, as if he has just ingested a bottle of kidney tonic. Could it be that Yaoyao found me unsatisfactory and forced me to drink a bottle while I was unconscious? No way. Absolutely not. Yaoyao. What is wrong? Seeing the determination in his eyes, Su Yao instantly comprehends his thoughts but pretends ignorance, inquiring, shall we continue the battle? Not yielding. Hearing his words, Su Yao's lips curl into a sly smile, her hand gently exploring downward. All right. Zhang Han's fourth battle concludes with his defeat. Reason for defeat: insufficient firepower. Chapter 33. This is not acceptable. Zhang Han groggily rises from bed. Feeling utterly drained, Zhang Han instinctively opened his phone to check for messages. The screen was inundated with unread WeChat notifications, all from Yang Wei. However, he had been embroiled in a personal battle the previous night, completely oblivious to the messages sent his way. What on earth is this fool up to? Zhang Han scratched his head and clicked into WeChat. Yesterday, at 12:33, Yang Wei had messaged, bro, why did you take a day off today? Followed closely by, I have some great news, and I've started dating He Biku, with an accompanying picture message. What the hell? How could he possibly be dating her? Zhang Han's eyes fell upon a photo of Yang Wei and He Biku together in the cafeteria. He regretted his reckless behavior from the night before. Although Zhang Lumang was indeed troublesome, his brother's happiness was paramount. He had to devise a plan to thwart their budding romance. With that thought in mind, Zhang Han promptly got up, washed up, and headed to school. Upon his arrival, he found Yang Wei beaming at his phone, nearly drooling in delight. Damn it, I'm late. Zhang Han approached and sat beside him. Observing Yang Wei's state, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, Young D. Yang Wei turned to him. First, wipe your drool. Oh right. Once Yang Wei had composed himself, Zhang Han adopted a serious demeanor. Ready to dive into the matter at hand, Yang Wei, noticing his unusual seriousness, also adopted a more earnest expression. To be honest, I've experienced a rebirth. If you continue your romance with He Biku, it will lead to your ruin. What? Yang Wei looked at Zhang Han in disbelief. Seeing the lack of jest on Zhang Han's face, his heart sank. Is Han Gu losing it this early in the morning? Come on, don't joke around. Zhang Han, feeling a sense of urgency, snatched Yang Wei's phone. I'm serious. Yang Wei, startled, stood abruptly, slamming his palm on the table, causing a loud thud. What are you doing? Hey, Han Yi, give me back my phone. A nearby female classmate jumped, her phone tumbling to the floor as she glared at him in annoyance. What kind of person are you? Always acting so erratic. Zhang Han flung the phone out of the classroom. You cannot pursue her. I mean it. Yang Wei, bewildered, looked at him. Why not? How can I explain? You didn't believe me when I tried. Zhang Han, realizing he couldn't articulate his reasoning, opted for a more straightforward approach. You must listen to me. Yang Wei shook his head in resignation. Han Ge, you just don't understand me. He gazed at Zhang Han with a sorrowful expression. You know nothing. What do I need to understand? I'm your brother. Not anymore. With that, Yang Wei turned toward the classroom door. Zhang Han, sensing his anger, quickly grasped his arm. Trust me. Really? Yang Wei yanked his arm away, emotions swelling within him. You have no idea how envious I am of you and your sister-in-law. I'm just a nobody. Only He Biku understands me. She's the one who sent me a sniper rifle when I cry for my mom. Without a backward glance, Yang Wei stormed out of the classroom, retrieving his already shattered phone. To his delight, it still functioned, and he eagerly opened WeChat, immersing himself in his newfound bliss. Witnessing this, Zhang Han felt utterly powerless. Fine, so be it. He made a momentous decision. Yang Wei, let us sever our ties. If that statement could awaken him from his delusion, then let him regard me as the villain. Yang Wei paused, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. All right. For the entirety of the morning, Yang Wei ignored Zhang Han. Sitting beside him, Zhang Han felt profoundly uncomfortable. It was absurd that their once close friendship had devolved into animosity over a woman. In the afternoon, Zhang Han left school and settled into a cafe, having taken a leave of absence from the principal. With so many troubles at school, it was best to avoid it altogether. He messaged lawyer Zhang San. Arrange for me to meet Zhang Tianba. Tell him to bring the money to my location. I'll give him half an hour. Zhang Han sent the cafe's location to Zhang San. Shortly, he received a reply. Understood, young Master Zhang. With his phone dimmed, Zhang Han resolved to channel his frustrations towards the Zhang family. Half an hour later, lawyer Zhang San arrived, but the Zhang family was nowhere to be seen. Han, growing impatient, placed his coffee back on the table, causing it to spill. Zhang San, witnessing the scene, swallowed hard, realizing young Master Zhang's temper was particularly volatile today. Gazing at the spilled coffee, Zhang Han felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. A sly smile crept across his face. Fine, Zhang Tianba. If that's how you want to play it. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianba lounged on the sofa in his villa, checking the time before finally rising. That little brat Zhang Han wants me to arrive in half an hour? I want to comply. What can he do about it? Absurd. I'm the boss here. I want to be bullied by kid. After a considerable delay, Zhang Tianba finally set off for the cafe. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found it deserted. What a low-class establishment, empty of patrons. Oddly enough, there were no staff in sight either. As he stepped inside, he spotted Zhang Han leisurely sipping coffee, completely unfazed by Zhang Tianba's tardiness. Seeing this, Zhang Tianba's heart soared. Huh, that little brat, isn't even angry after waiting so long. I must hold some significance in his life. Feeling a surge of emotion, he thought, I must get him to rescind the lawyer's letter. Then he owe me $1 billion. After that, I'll have him kneel and apologize. Only then will I let him return to the Zhang family. With this thought, a confident smile spread across Zhang Tianba's face as he approached. Zhang Han, upon noticing him, didn't spare a glance and casually waved his hand before returning to his coffee. In response to the gesture, a group of bodyguards emerged from the shadows, encircling Zhang Tianba. Taken aback by the scene, Zhang Tianba's expression shifted to one of apprehension. What is going on, Xiaohan? Zhang Han halted his coffee drinking, turned to him, and slowly smiled. A welcome gift. In an instant, the bodyguards drew their batons and, without hesitation, began to strike at Zhang Tianba. No, please. He immediately knelt and began to pee. Upon hearing the promise of rewards, the bodyguards became even more fervent in their efforts. No, stop. This isn't the place. Chapter 34. If this continues, something will break. Inside the Su Corporation, Assistant Su, could you please deliver this document to President Su? A high-ranking executive in a beige uniform and a black fitted skirt, in her 30s, hastily handed the document to Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming take the document, she hurried back to her workstation as if a tiger were chasing her. Just having finished lunch, Su Ming took the document in a daze, her mind filled with questions. What is happening? Never mind. She shrugged, clutching the document as she made her way to Su Yao's office. However, as she neared the office door, she froze in her tracks. Something was amiss. It was uncomfortably cold. At that moment, Su Ming realized why that executive had urged her to deliver the document. President Su was in a foul mood today. That executive was clearly using Su Ming as a shield. Standing at the door, she took a deep breath, resolved to face whatever awaited her. She twisted the lock and cheerfully announced, President Su, I have a document for you. Get lost, she wailed, already bracing herself for a reprimand. Despairing, Su Ming returned to the executive's desk, placing the document down with a look of reproach. Why didn't you tell me President Su was in a bad mood today? Meeting Su Yao's gaze, Su Ming nearly thought she would be devoured. It was terrifying. The executive in the fitted skirt offered an awkward smile. I'm sorry, Ming. There was nothing I could do. President Su is exceptionally irritable today. Moreover, this document is crucial. Could you please deliver it? I beg you. The executive struck a pleading pose. Su Ming, left with no choice, accepted the task. After all, she was the secretary. Retrieving the document once more, the executive raised her fist in encouragement. Su Ming mu de, en gao. That one tea help at all. Standing at the office door, she hesitated, staring at the doorknob. Entering would be disastrous, but not delivering the important document was equally dire. What to do? A light bulb moment struck. She decided to take a gamble. Dialing a number, she found herself amidst laughter. Haha. Oh yes. Don't stop. As Zhang Tianba lay prostrate on ground, Zhang Han's wicked grin was illuminated by the sound of raucous laughter, a delightfully sinister one. This was exhilarating. It turned out the villains in novels had such splendid lives. Zhang Tianba lay still, tears of regret streaming down his face. I can't go on like this. If I do, I'll break. I was wrong. Shi Yahang, I was wrong. Keep going. Don't stop. The bodyguard continued to whip Zhang Tianba like a spinning top. Suddenly, Zhang Han's phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling an incoming call. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he gestured for them a halt, pressed the answer button, and inquired, hello? Who is this? Upon hearing the call connect, Su Ming anxiously responded, Young Master Zhang, you must come to Su Corporation. Something has happened to President Su. What? Yaoyao is in trouble. Zhang Han's heart jolted. He immediately hung up and turned to Zhang San, saying, It's on you, Lawyer Zhang, before hastily exiting the cafe. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianba, utterly exhausted, remained sprawled on the ground, oblivious to the guns aimed at his face by the imposing bodyguards. Watching Zhang Han's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth, vowing, I will repay this 100-fold in the future. The figure of Lawyer Zhang San slowly emerged behind him. Hee. Zhang San toyed with the whip in his hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Having relished watching young Master Zhang's plight at the Zhang residence, he had longed to try his hand at whipping a top. Now it was finally his turn. Catch this. Oh. Zhang Han pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards Su Corporation. Wait for me. Yaoyao. Upon his arrival at the company, he hurriedly approached the exclusive private elevator of Su Yao. Sir, please hold on. This is President Su's private elevator. Two security guards stepped forward to stop Zhang Han. He paused, realizing that Su Yao had previously set up facial recognition for him. However, since he had not visited recently, the guards did not recognize him. I've undergone facial recognition here. Let me in. Upon hearing this, the guards erupted into laughter, as if he had just told the most ridiculous joke. This is President Su's exclusive elevator. It is not accessible to others. Besides, President Su is notoriously misandrist. How could she grant such high privileges to a man? Seeing their disbelief, Zhang Han could no longer afford to be polite. Time was of the essence. He stepped forward to initiate facial recognition. The guards sighed in resignation. What is wrong with today, youngsters? Facial recognition successful. The guards were taken aback. What? Welcome. Handsome. Please enter the elevator. Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement and walked into the elevator, not wanting to trouble them further, as stopping anyone was their duty. They would be reprimanded if they failed to do so. Following the route Su Meng provided, he bewilderingly made his way to the office. Upon seeing Zhang Han arrive, Su Meng was overjoyed and immediately handed the document to him. This is a very important document for the company. President Su is in a bad mood. We didn't dare to deliver it ourselves, so we called you. Zhang Han, still dazed from the earlier ordeal, accepted the document. As Su Meng hurried back to her workstation, she implored, please. Zhang Han looked at the document in his hand, then at the doorknob. The temperature here was noticeably lower than elsewhere. Was this a setup for me to take the fall? Gritting his teeth, he twisted the doorknob. The furious Su Yao he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. The office was empty. Where's everyone? Curious, he began to survey the office. It occupied only a small space. How peculiar. Where could Yaoyao be? He placed the document on the desk and plopped down in Su Yao's chair. Observing the desk's layout, he noted its simplicity, a computer and a stack of documents. There was also a photo frame. Picking it up, he examined it closely. The image depicted a little boy's back, clearly taken surreptitiously. Zhang Han felt a twinge of confusion. Was that boy not himself? However, he couldn't discern where the photo was taken. Moreover, he had no recollection of knowing anyone named Su Yao at that time. But never mind. Zhang Han was not one to dwell on perplexities. If he couldn't figure out, so be it. But where had Yaoyao gone? Zhang Han looked around the tiny office, wondering if it was possible to hide a romantic interest here. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the wall behind him. The sound of a door opening. The distinct clatter of high heels approached, startling Zhang Han. An alternate entrance? He leaped from the chair. Who is it? The sound startled the figure preparing to unleash their wrath. Hanhan. A silhouette gradually emerged. Upon recognizing the figure, Zhang Han's face betrayed his confusion. Chapter 35, go. As soon as she realized it was Zhang Han, Su Yao swiftly positioned herself to shield the hidden door behind her, as if desperate to conceal something. What brings you here, Hanhan? She inquired, anxious to keep Zhang Han from discovering the secret within. Behind that door lay an array of photographs chronicling Zhang Han's life from childhood to the present, some candidly taken, others extracted from his phone, a diverse collection indeed. She had entered the room to ease her troubled mind, as she was feeling vexed after Zhang Han took a day off without notifying her. This sanctuary had become her solace, a means to alleviate the pangs of longing she felt at work. If Hanhan were to find out, she feared he might grow to resent her. Such a risk she was unwilling to take. Su Meng mentioned you were feeling down, so she sent me over, Zhang Han remarked. Curiosity piqued as he leaned forward to glimpse the clandestine door behind Su Yao. In response, she pressed her hands against his shoulders, guiding him back into his office chair. Hanhan, you don't care about me at all, she exclaimed. Huh? What is happening here? Zhang Han was utterly bewildered, yet his curiosity remained unquenched as his gaze lingered on the concealed door. Seeing his disinterest, Su Yao's irritation flared. Hanhan, how can you ignore me? She pouted, suddenly leaning down. Ouch, that hurts. Zhang Han's lip was inadvertently bitten, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. He attempted to push her away, only to discover her surprising strength. What on earth does this woman consume to grow so strong? Gradually, he felt lightheaded. It was only then that Su Yao relented. Cough, cough. Yaoyao, you nearly took my life. He gasped, drawing in deep breaths, having felt a fleeting sensation of drowning. Upon hearing his words, Su Yao froze. Hanhan dared to scold me. She looked up at him with a pitiful expression, blaming him for ignoring her, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Witnessing this, Zhang Han was taken aback. Wait, what? Why are you crying so quickly? Zhang Han, you ought to be ashamed. She merely bit your lip. Why so harsh? Women are just like that. It's normal. He gently wrapped his arms around Su Yao, hastily offering comfort. I'm not blaming you at all, Yaoyao. Su Yao nestled against his neck, her tear-filled eyes tugging at his heartstrings. I am sorry, Hanhan. Please punish me, she whimpered. Huh, what kind of game is this? Zhang Han scratched his head, cautiously tilting his body to ask, how would you like me to punish you? Since this is the boss's office, I shall be your little secretary. You can punish me however you wish, she replied playfully. My hair. Zhang Han could hardly believe his ears. Cosplay punishment? And who is this punishment for? Clearly it is for me. Yaoyao, I believe you haven't done anything wrong that warrants punishment, so. Su Yao leaned against his chest, playfully pouting. But I said I did. Zhang Han swallowed hard. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the entire stock had been dispatched just the day before. Yaoyao, how about we grab a bite first? Before he could finish, Su Yao immediately adopted a stern expression, her slender finger pressing against his lips. Her red lips, adorned with lipstick, formed a captivating arc, her icy gaze scrutinizing him from above. I said there will be. Zhang Han felt his entire body tense, too afraid to move. The sudden shift in her demeanor was astounding. Su Yao glared at him, her expression frosty as she interrogated him, as if he were a criminal. Now tell me, do you have it or not? Zhang Han quickly nodded. How could I dare say otherwise? Upon hearing his affirmation, her furrowed brow relaxed. She leaned in shyly, gazing at Zhang Han with a teasing lilt in her voice. So, boss, what do you want to do now? Go. Zhang Han exclaimed, incredulous. I can't believe it. I can't even satisfy one woman. He wrapped his arms around Su Yao's waist, his lips gradually exploring down her neck. The delightful scent wafting from her was intoxicating, rendering him utterly captivated. This is moving too slowly, boss. You're too enticing. Zhang Han grunted as he lifted Su Yao onto the desk, scattering files across the floor. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly traced her fingers from his shoulder to his waist, igniting a surge of energy within him. Wuhu Jinshin, activate. Xiaoming, could you please deliver this document to Miss Su? The executive in a beige dress exuded an apologetic demeanor, fully aware of the precarious situation. Who would dare to provoke Su Yao's wrath? Xiaoming stared at the document in her hands, on the verge of tears. After sending Zhang Xiao in with the files, he hadn't emerged since. Surely, he had been eliminated by Miss Su. Oh dear, why must you make things difficult for a humble secretary? She sighed, trudging towards Su Yao's office. Something felt amiss. Upon reaching the office door, Xiaoming sensed an unusual atmosphere. Despite the soundproof walls and door, peculiar noises emanated from within. What would that sound be? Her curiosity piqued. She leaned in to eavesdrop. I wish I hadn't listened. The realization struck her like lightning. Zhang Xiao and Miss Su were inside. Her mind reeled at the thought. Miss Su was known for her fastidiousness. No one ever dared to enter her office uninvited. Even when bringing her coffee, Xiaoming treaded carefully to avoid spilling a drop. And yet, Zhang Xiao had entered with the intent of creating a veritable fountain. Xiaoming found herself frozen in place, uncertain of what to do next. Were she to deliver the documents? As she hesitated, the office door swung open. Su Yao emerged, radiantly refreshed, seated confidently in her chair, her hair neatly tied back. Meanwhile, Zhang Han slumped against the doorframe, dejected, his lips pale. It was clear that he was in no condition to face the world. His dazed expression and trembling legs spoke volumes. Oh dear, it seems Miss Su was quite vigorous. Xiaoming had often fantasized about whether Miss Su would take the dominant role or the submissive one in such encounters. To her surprise, it was evidently the former. And not just any former, but an extraordinarily commanding one at that. As her thoughts spiraled, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. I can't believe it. This is too tantalizing. Zhang Han noticed Xiaoming covering her face, lost in her thoughts. Mustering a strained smile, he asked, Is there something you need, Secretary Su? Yes, let's get back to business. Xiaoming snapped back to reality, the earlier racy imagery fleeing her mind. She handed over the document to Zhang Han, beaming sweetly. Please, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Han stared at the document he held, his earlier foggy thoughts suddenly clearing. He widened his eyes, glancing between the document and Xiaoming. Wait, why does this scenario seem so familiar? He turned his head to look at Su Yao, who wore a perilous smile upon her face. Damn it, come on, let's do this. Zhang Han swiftly slammed the door shut behind him, striding towards Su Yao with an air of righteous determination. He had resigned himself to the fact that today he must subdue her. Chapter 36 Su Ming. Boo-hoo, who understands? Su Yao was meticulously organizing the scattered documents on the floor, while Zhang Han languished in his office chair, his small head filled with large questions. Wasn't he said that women in their 20s are like mice and in their 30s like tigers? Why, then was Su Yao, at merely 20-something, comparable to a dragon? This enigma eluded him. However, entering a sage-like mode, his cognitive abilities surged by 200%. He recalled the serious matters at hand regarding Su Yao's company. Yaoyao, he began, and upon hearing her name, Su Yao immediately halted her actions, her gaze ablaze with interest. Huh. Zhang Han hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to calm himself. All right, Yaoyao. Upon hearing this, Su Yao felt a pang of disappointment for reasons she could not quite articulate. When I came over today, I heard Su Meng say you were feeling down. What's bothering you? Zhang Han stood up, stamping his feet. I'm fine now, just a bit weak in the legs. He awaited her response with earnest anticipation. Su Yao, however, continued to idly arrange the files. And after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. It's because you took a day off without informing me. What? Zhang Han was taken aback, incredulous at such a trivial reason. Is it really that simple? You've been so harsh on me for that. Yet, observing the disappointment etched on Su Yao's otherwise stunningly composed face, he felt a strong urge to chastise himself for being so careless. Women truly have their quirks. Yaoyao, the crux of the matter is that I was in a bad mood today, and I was afraid my negativity would affect you. With a pout, Su Yao curiously inquired, Really? Indeed. Saman Sayit. I still haven't resolved the situation with Yang Wei. Su Yao gently embraced Zhang Han, her eyes brimming with sincerity, and smiled sweetly. You must share everything with me from now on. Regardless of whether you need my help, I want to share your burdens. I wish to know more about you, Hanhan. Zhang Han chuckled and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. This delicate girl, as long as she didn't exhibit her darker tendencies, was quite endearing. So, what exactly is troubling you? Zhang Han's eyes darted around, and he ultimately decided it was best not to divulge the truth. He playfully kissed her cheek, saying, It's nothing now. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yao had already grasped the reason behind his mood. After all, it was merely a quarrel with Yang Wei. A simple matter, easily resolved with some financial persuasion. Just then, a rumble echoed from Zhang Han's stomach, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Hey, you fed Yaoyao, but forgot about me. What a terrible master I have. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing his discomfort, Su Yao organized the remaining documents and took Zhang Han's hand, leading him outside. Zhang Han, perplexed but compliant, followed. Su Yao guided him towards a regular employee elevator, their fingers entwined in a manner that seemed almost declarative. As they passed numerous workstations, employees engrossed in their tasks were drawn by the sight of this striking couple. They halted their work, stunned upon recognizing the woman. What the? Is that CEO Su? Holding hands with a guy. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhang Han grew uneasy and attempted to withdraw his hand. However, with a gentle tug, Su Yao grasped it even tighter, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. For her, having Han's affection was a matter of pride. There was no way he could escape this. Zhang Han, with a resigned smile, waved at the flabbergasted onlookers, saying hi. Once they stepped into the elevator, the previously hushed office erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. What? Was that really CEO Su? And that handsome guy beside her, could he be her boyfriend? The whispers escalated, with one voice exclaiming, Keep it down. If CEO Su hears you, you'll be buried in trouble. Amidst the chatter, Su Meng felt the most uncomfortable, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. What should she do? She longed to share the juicy tidbit of CEO Su and young Master Zhang's clandestine office romance. Yet she feared the consequences of being discovered. With a sigh, she decided to keep this tantalizing secret to herself. Su Meng, boo-hoo, who understands? Meanwhile, Su Yao had taken Zhang Han to her car, eagerly assuming the role of driver. Zhang Han, somewhat flabbergasted, made his way to the back seat. Upon noticing this, Su Yao's expression hardened. Oh, perhaps it's best not to tempt fate. Zhang Han settled into the passenger seat, and Su Yao, satisfied, nodded approvingly. Soon, Zhang Han found himself at a 5-star hotel. As he exited the vehicle, Su Yao took his hand, declaring, Let us go. I'm treating you to a meal. As they approached the entrance, the security personnel bowed in respect, welcoming CEO Su. The sight startled the patrons in the lobby, who turned to gaze at the pair. Su Yao paid them no mind, offering only a curt nod in acknowledgement as she led Zhang Han to a secluded corner where she often sat. As soon as they were seated, a sharply dressed waiter hurried over, obviously of high rank. With a sycophantic smile, he presented the menu to Su Yao. CEO Su, what would you like to have today? Su Yao casually flipped through the menu before returning it to him with a cool, the usual. The waiter, bowing deeply, replied, Please hold on a moment, before hastily departing to place their order. Su Yao was a valued guest, and he was eager to avoid any minor errors that might incur her displeasure. Zhang Han marveled at the benefits of wealth. Thankfully, Yaoyao was my wife, hooray. While waiting for their food, A familiar voice caught his attention. Oh, Yang Wei and I were just playing around. You are my best girlfriend. Look, he transferred me money, so I'll treat you to a nice meal right away. Turning his head, he spotted Biku, who was currently entwined with Liu Ruyan, their bodies almost pressed together in an intimate display. How infuriating! After discussing matters with his brother, she was now acting so cozy with this so-called male best friend. Male best friend? Bah, just a casual fling. Su Yao followed Zhang Han's gaze and immediately recognized the provocatively dressed Biku. Was this the girlfriend of Zhang Han's friend? Previously, Su Yao had felt uneasy when Zhang Han dined with Yang Wei, suspecting he might be deceiving her. Consequently, she had sent someone to investigate, thus she recognized this woman. Clearing her throat, Zhang Han immediately stiffened in response. He was reluctant to let Su Yao misinterpret his gaze at by Chu as an interest in another woman. Yaoyao, allow me to explain, he began. No need for explanations. I'm already aware, Su Yao replied with a mischievous smile that resembled a crescent moon. Would you like me to assist you? Zhang Han was taken aback, still unclear about her insinuations. Su Yao beckoned, and a waiter promptly approached. She murmured a few instructions to him, and he nodded before departing. Zhang Han, bewildered, pressed, what precisely are you planning to assist me with? And what did you discuss with the waiter? Su Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on the scenic view outside, her spirits evidently high. Just wait. The show is about to begin. Chapter 37, The Deliverman, Caught in the Act. Let me be involved. The same waiter approached Bai Chu's table and whispered something to her. Upon hearing it, Bai Chu's face lit up with a delighted smile. After exchanging a few words with Liu Ruyan, the two of them linked arms and headed towards the elevator. Zhang Han was utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Su Yao, resting her chin on her hand, wore a triumphant smile. Call your brother over. Huh, is my Yaoyao about to cheat? Oh dear. Am I not satisfying her enough? What are you thinking? Hurry up, Su Yao urged. Zhang Han quickly sent a message to Yang Wei. Brother, I'm sending you a location. Come quickly. Yang Wei replied. Aren't we brothers anymore? I'm treating you to dinner. Hurry. All right, Han Yi. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Zhang Han, having sent the message, was still in the dark about Su Yao's intentions. Her enigmatic demeanor left him baffled. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of fear at the thought of arguing with her in the future. No, with her personality, it seemed unlikely they would ever quarrel. So, what exactly did she want? Su Yao took a sip of red wine. Just let Yang Wei message Bai Chu and ask her what she's doing. All right, Zhang Han replied, still in a daze. Before long, Yang Wei arrived, brimming with excitement. Spotting Su Yao, he instantly realized he had been deceived. Zhang Han only sees me as a plaything. I'm merely a pawn in his game with his sister-in-law. Zhang Han smacked him on the back of the head. Quick, brother. Send that Bai Chu a message asking what she's up to. Yang Wei, alto confuset, reluctantly compliet. Yang Wei message, what are you doing? Bai Chu responded. I'm having dinner in the dorm, darling. What's up? Yang Wei showed Zhang Han the conversation. Zhang Han frowned. This is useless. I don't even know what Su Yao is up to. He snatched Yang Wei's phone and handed it to Su Yao. Yang Wei lamented, I knew it. I'm just a pawn in their play. Su Yao read the message, and a satisfied smile crept across her striking face. A smile Zhang Han recognized as the one she wore after triumphing over him. Let us go. It's time to net our catch. Zhang Han and Yang Wei, still bewildered, followed Su Yao to the dormer-room. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Han, despite his confusion, understood her intentions. Caught in the act. But how did Su Yao know they would be in this room? Ignoring the two men, Su Yao produced a room key card, intent on barging in. Zhang Han quickly intervened. Yaoyao, you know it's illegal to break in. Su Yao paused, looking at him quizzically. Are you seriously telling me this? Given my status as a prominent company president? Nevertheless, she halted her actions, curious to see what Zhang Han would do. Yang Wei watched the two, feeling as though he were an audience member in a play, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, Zhang Han pulled out his phone and ordered a pack of Durex condoms. Upon witnessing this, Yang Wei was distraught. I knew it. Hango only sees me as a part of their game. He intends to enter the room with his sister-in-law and leave me outside to hear them. However, before Yang Wei could dwell on his thoughts, the delivery man arrived. Dressed in yellow, he huffed and puffed, clutching the order. Whose delivery is this? Ugh, I'm exhausted. Yang Wei was astonished. What speed is this? Even faster than my own. Zhang Han, seeing the delivery man, immediately began to act. He threw his arms around the delivery man, sobbing. My order. The delivery man, caught off guard, stammered, wait. A customer ordered Durex condoms and paid an extra $300 for a 2-minute delivery. I took the job because of the money. What's going on? The delivery man, concerned, asked. What's wrong? Zhang Han wept into the delivery man's knee. My girlfriend cheated on me. I can hear her in there. Yang Wei, bewildered, glunged at Su Yao. Isn't she right here? Who's in there? The delivery man, feeling sympathetic. Recalled his own middle school days when he had a crush on a girl who was interested in someone else. But I can't help you. The internet lies when it says delivery men are all powerful. I can't make your girlfriend change her mind. He patted Zhang Han on the shoulder. Take care, brother. Someone sniffed it. Looking at him sheepishly. Brother, could you do me a favor? The delivery man, puzzled, asked, what do you need? Zhang Han insisted. I'll give you an extra 10,000. Just kick the door down. The delivery man perked up. Really? I can catch them in the act? Without a second thought, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to charge. As he took a few steps back to gather momentum, he suddenly halted. Zhang Han and Yang Wei watched anxiously. Come on, kick the door. The delivery man scratched his head. Laughing awkwardly, what if I break the door? Who pays for that? I will. Zhang Han assured him. The delivery man, thrilled by the promise, took a few steps back and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door flew open. Inside, Yang Wei was left in shock. For a man and a woman were entangled in a half-naked embrace. The young man's hand lingered upon the young woman's bosom, as both reveled in the moment. Had they arrived a tad later, they might have reached a level of candor that was beyond mere acquaintance. The woman in question was none other than his current girlfriend, Biku, while the man was her best friend, Liu Ruyan. Chapter 38. Our relationship is merely platonic. Upon seeing the intruder, Biku was taken aback. Hastily, she pressed against Liu Ruyan's chest, pushing him away. Baby, listen to me. Our relationship is purely platonic. Yang Wei, despite his extensive knowledge acquired over the years, was oblivious to the notion that a platonic friendship could extend to such intimacy. You needn't say another word. We're breaking up, he bellowed, turning on his heel and bolting from the room. Seeing this, Biku frantically covered her bosom and intended to chase after him. Liu Ruyan, already annoyed at the interruption of his affairs, reached out to grab her, hoping to rekindle the unfinished business. However, Biku moved too swiftly, leaving him grasping at air. Damn it, I am her closest friend. What harm could one encounter possibly bring? His face contorted, reflecting his escalating frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Han stood at the door, blocking Biku's path with a raised brow and a derisive smile. Oh, what is this? Just finished with another boy, and now seeking my friend? He is merely my best buddy. Don't speak so harshly. She retorted, I'm off to find my baby. Zhang Han scoffed, dismissing her with disdain, and delivered a kick, for he found physical contact beneath him to be unsavory. As Biku fell to the ground, Zhang Han chuckled in satisfaction, surveying her with a gaze that lacked appreciation. Should she be sent to Myanmar to serve as a bus, or perhaps discarded in India to fend for herself? He shook his head, bewildered by his own thoughts. How strange. It seems my proximity to Yaoyao has influenced my mindset. Fuming, Biku rose. But her inability to match the male's strength left her no choice but to circumvent him in her pursuit of Yang Wei. Zhang Han, with a mischievous grin, allowed her to pass. As she exited the room, she collided with another woman. The impact jolted her, and she rubbed her nose in pain. Who the hell? Can't you watch where you're going? She shouted, only to freeze upon meeting the woman's gaze. In an instant, she was paralyzed with fear, for Su Yao radiated an aura of menace. The crimson hue of her eyes instilled a primal sense of dread. Su Yao, devoid of expression, scrutinized the scantily clad Biku. Did Hanhan just call her his girlfriend? Even if it were an act, it is unacceptable. Her displeasure was palpable, regarding Biku as though she were a mere cadaver. Liu Ruyan, who had hastily donned his attire to pursue Biku, momentarily forgot his intentions upon encountering Su Yao. Wow, I've never seen a woman so stunning. I must have her. He flashed an innocent smile and waved, hello, beauty. Shall we be friends? Zhang Han swiftly intervened with a kick. What the hell? Just finished with my buddy, and now you want to betray me? Liu Ruyan, clutching his rear in pain, glared at Su Yao. You'll regret this. One day, I'll have you on my bed apologizing. Su Yao regarded him, finding him vaguely familiar, yet unable to place him. Never mind, she thought. I have no time to waste. She beckoned, ready to teach him a lesson. At her command, for bodyguards rushed into the room. Zhang Han shrugged, thinking, well, with Yaoyao's prowess, I needn't intervene further. Listening to the cacophony of cries, Zhang Han and Su Yao returned to the dining area, where Yang Wei was slumped over the table, weeping inconsolably, drawing the attention of passers-by. Sangan Sayedin Risainahun. Enough with the tears. Feeling a touch on his shoulder, Yang Wei lifted his face, his tears having soaked his shirt. I can't forget her, he sobbed. Order whatever you like. It's on me. Really, father? Yang Wei perked up instantly, seizing the menu. I've been waiting for those words, Han Ge. We must indulge today. As he flipped through the menu, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, everything here is what I can see online, but can't afford. Seeing his tear-streaked face break into a comical grin, Zhang Han couldn't help but chuckle. nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Yang Wei wiped his nose, puzzled. Bro, why are you laughing? Just because. Wow, this meal is incredible, Yang Wei exclaimed, patting his round belly, contently leaning back in his chair. Zhang Han stared in shock at the multitude of empty plates on the table. Is this a feast? This meal has to cost nearly 100,000. He lamented as he paid the bill, regretting ever offering to treat. Yang Wei, astonished by the price, exclaimed, I never realized it would be so expensive. The menu didn't even list prices. Now I'm no longer your Hange. Huh, I didn't mean to. Zhang Han smirked. What I meant is, I'm not your Hange anymore, but I'm your father now. Upon realizing the jest, Yang Wei's frown transformed into a grin, despite his face still smeared with remnants of his meal. Zhang Han handed him a napkin with exasperation. Observing Yang Wei's nuance jai. Zhang Han felt a sense of fulfillment. In his previous life, he had made many mistakes. In this new chapter, he vowed to cherish everything around him. Chapter 39. Su Meng. Sob, I become a pawn in this game. Having satisfied their appetites, the group exited the restaurant, making their way to the car. At this time, it is autumn in Yuecheng, and the evening breeze makes people shiver. But the cool breeze failed to dispel the passionate brotherhood between Yang Wei and Zhang Han, which seems to be poorly described. Yang Wei wants to invite Zhang Han to the next stop, the Holy Land of Men, although the cost is quite high, but could be enjoyable all night. And it's easy to not be able to come out all night once you go in, and I will be in an excited state all night. And the boys who enter often make loud noises. That's right, it's an internet cafe. Hanye, let's go. Internet cafes stay up all night. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it because Su Yao's eyes were as sharp as a snake, staring at Zhang Han. But Hange looked at it without realizing it. If he dares to agree, he will definitely die in the next second, never mind. I won't disturb my sister-in-law and Han's sexual life anymore. Zhang Han's eyes lit up when he heard it. Sure, internet cafes stay up all night. It's been a long time since I did this with Yang Wei. Okay, he struggled to shake off Yang Wei's hand. He gave him a displeased glance. Why are you covering my mouth? I'm not different. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Wei vigorously shaking his head and head in front of him. What's this stupid big guy doing? Seemingly indicating that you are looking in a certain direction. Zhang Han turned his head to take a look. Huh, why does Yaoyao look so pale? I'm done. Kid, let's forget about going to the internet cafe and go home to spend time with my wife. Zhang Han was about to turn his head and refuse Yang Wei. But as soon as he turned his head, Yang Wei had long disappeared without a trace. My law, anyone here? 666. Zhang Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva, because he felt a chill slowly approaching behind him. It's not necessarily the kind that can be coaxed by this advance. Hanhan, you seem to have made me angry many times today. Huh, do you have it? How should I punish you? I don't know. Su Yao lifted Zhang Han's chin, and a faint smile curved at the corner of her mouth. The whole body exudes the aura of a superior. Her gaze scrutinized his panicked face. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by. Ajou. Upon seeing this, Zhang Han immediately took off his clothes and put them on her. Don't catch a cold, silly girl. Silly girl? Feeling the warmth on my body. Su Yao was stunned, feeling very satisfied in her heart, but still wrinkled, showing a dissatisfied expression. Do you think this will get rid of me? Zhang Han looked at the beautiful face within reach. Step on a horse. Fight it. Song Han fiercely grabbed her neck. Kiss me hard. Su Yao's body stiffened. Zhang Han rarely takes the initiative, which startled her this time. Most importantly, Hanhan launched a surprise attack. Not talking about martial arts. She turned her back and leaned Zhang Han against the car. The hand intentionally or unintentionally slid towards his lower abdomen. Regained control of the initiative in the battle. Feeling the softness of a woman's lips, Zhang Han felt a warm current slowly surging throughout his body. Especially the warm current in the hips has started to stir. He kissed even harder. In an instant, the two embraced each other, and the first battle was very hot. Zhang Han feels that his brother may be about to soar out of the sky, rubbing the big white rabbit with one hand reaching toward the back. He searched for the door lock. With a forceful pull, the car door was opened. Su Yao took advantage of the situation and directly pushed Zhang Han into the car. Get on the car directly. The epic battle between the two began. Su Meng in the driver's seat trembled with fear. Just now, Su Yao sent a message asking her to come over, saying that she may not be able to drive conveniently. Isn't this driving right now? Whoa, I have become a part of the play again. She listened to the intense fighting sound behind the car, slowly pulled down the partition inside the car. But listening to the sound of battle, isn't Zhang Xiao ashamed? Strange, why was he so weak last time? Return to the estate. Zhang Han and Su Yao both rushed to the second-floor bedroom as fast as possible. Leave Su Meng alone in the wind. Messy. Su Meng. All right, let's destroy it. Zhang Han and Su Yao turned the world in the room. The bed made a creaking sound. It's almost unbearable. Just as we were about to set sail, Zhang Han's phone rang. This interrupted the exploration of the world's most mysterious places by billions of tadpoles. Zhang Han still wants to finish the launch and check her phone messages. After all, the only person I often contact now is Yang Wei. But Su Yao was very dissatisfied. It's already evening. Who else can find Hanhan? Bring me your phone and let me see who called you tonight. Oh, it's almost over. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. I had to hand Su Yao the vibrating phone on the desk. Su Yao took the phone and felt relieved when she saw someone coming. Returned the phone to him and connected. Zhang Han secretly greeted the parents of the caller over 100 times. I picked up my phone and saw that it was Lawyer Zhang San. Chapter 3? Were you looking for me for now? He turned on the hands-free slightly. A happy voice came from the opposite side. Zhang Xiao, the 100 million funds of the Zhang family have been transferred to your account. Zhang Han, is that all? Zhang Han angrily hung up the phone. Continue the epic battle just now. Chapter 40. Come with me back to the Zhang family. The next day, Zhang Han rarely waited for the alarm clock to ring before getting up. But he got up early in the morning, because last night during the sage mode, he looked at the 1 billion in his account and had a sudden idea. I came up with a way to make money. That's opening a gaming company. And after he got married in his previous life, every day is spent doing housework and playing games. He also knows which new game companies will stand up later. This way, we can still invest in one hand. This is simply invincible. Zhang Han thinks this idea is invincible and super perfect. Quickly packed up. Go to the first floor to start your breakfast session. Uncle Chun immediately stood up to greet Zhang Han when he saw her coming downstairs. Today's breakfast is specifically for Miss Zhang. If he hadn't eaten it if I've been in this butler position for so long, I'll be finished. Zhang Xiao. Today's breakfast was specifically requested by the young lady, so you must finish it. What's going on? But when he walked up to the dining table and saw breakfast, he knows the answer now. Now he just wants to be quiet. Breakfast turned out to be stir-fried with chives and oysters. Juice oysters and juicing chives. Is this a breakfast that people can think of? A Yaoyao. Is this blaming herself for being useless at 13? 5 in one night? Woo-woo. There's still 5 times when I really can't stand up. It forced Su Yao to shake it out. Too cruel. Wah-wah, but forced by helplessness. For Yaoyao's sexual happiness. Fight it. Zhang Han burst into action and wolfed down his food. Uncle Chun was taken aback by the overwhelming aura surrounding Zhang Xiao. How considered Zhang Xiao was. As the steward, he felt compelled not to lag behind. He promptly retrieved 5 bottles of health supplement and placed them upon the table, his face alight with joy as he gazed at him. Zhang Han's hand hovered in midair, oscillating between the bottles and Uncle Chun. Zhang Han thought, never mind, I'll go for it. Under Uncle Chin's astonished gaze, Zhang Han uncapped a bottle, exclaiming with fervor, let us do this. Uncle Chin cheered, impressive, Zhang Xiao. Tonight, may you sing like a jubilant farmer. After breakfast, Uncle Chun stared in disbelief at the blood trickling from Zhang Han's nose. Has Zhang Xiao overindulged on supplements? He hastily handed Zhang Han a few tissues, gesturing for him to wipe it away. Zhang Han touched his nose, clearly aware that his excessive intake was the cause of his nosebleed. He accepted the tissues, elegantly dabbed at his mouth, but neglected to address his nose, as the crimson flow was a testament to his efforts. Post-breakfast, he headed to school, ready to embark on today's money-making venture. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted a familiar woman standing there, clad in black stockings and a fitted black uniform that accentuated her slender figure. Her mature aura starkly contrasted with the ostentatiously dressed girls within the school. Her striking beauty drew the eyes of many onlookers, yet the woman ignored their gazes, anxiously scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Was it Zhang Qing? What was she doing here? Surely she was looking for Zhang Lufang. Zhang Han shrugged it off and proceeded directly towards the school entrance, dismissing any ties he had with the Zhang family. As he brushed past Zhang Qing, her eyes lit up and she called out, Zhang Han. Seeing that he ignored her, she hurriedly jogged over to block his path. We finally shifted his gaze to her. She smiled and extended a warm necklace she had been holding. Han, this is for you. However, before she could finish her sentence, the necklace flew from her hand. Stunned, she stood frozen, recalling her intention to present the necklace to him 2 days prior. Unfortunately, it had broken when she accidentally dropped it. Devotedly, she had spent 2 nights repairing it, even enduring stomach pains, simply to see Zhang Han's delighted reaction upon receiving it. Yet now, confronted with his displeased expression, all her anticipation came crashing down, unleashing a torrent of unexpressed grievances that cascaded down her flushed cheeks, painfully exacerbated by the autumn breeze. Zhang Han used to be different, she choked out. He used to follow me around, calling me sister. Zhang Han shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, I've always been like this. What nonsense. You're wasting my time. As he turned to leave, she panicked and reached out to grab him, but her hand was deftly evaded. She stared in disbelief at her empty hand, then at his contemptuous face. Zhang Han, she called out, desperate, I was wrong about you. I investigated the matter and discovered that it was Zhang Lufang who framed you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han frowned. What was she referring to? He stood still, contemplating, before recalling the incident at the Zhang household when Zhang Lufang had carelessly tossed her original black lace lingerie into his room. Indifferently, he replied, it's fine. I don't care anymore. Witnessing his nonchalant attitude, Zhang Qing felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, as if a great stone were lodged within, constricting her breath. Zhang Han, come back to the Zhang family with me. I will advocate for you. I can ensure you lead a good life. Zhang Han's anger flared at her words. Advocate? Why hadn't she listened to him years ago and defended him then? He glared at his kind-hearted sister, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Don't be ridiculous. If you truly cared for my well-being, you would keep your distance. With that, he strode into the school gate, leaving her with no opportunity to retort. As he walked away, he scoffed at the current state of the Zhang family. To think that Zhang Han now found her repulsive. Staring at his retreating figure, Zhang Qing stood frozen, allowing her tears to cascade down her cheeks. After a prolonged moment of silence, her sobs subsided, and she turned slowly towards the necklace. This had once been Zhang Han's most cherished gift, yet he seemed to harbor no affection for it anymore. She knelt on the ground, gazing at the scattered, broken beads at a loss. Gradually, tears fell from her face, landing on the fragmented necklace. Onlookers around them were taken aback, murmuring in curiosity. What is going on? Why is this beautiful woman on her knees? Didn't she just confess to Zhang Han, only to be rejected? Zhang Han was truly despicable. He was not only being pampered, but also being confessed to by a beautiful woman. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Zhang Qing remained oblivious, fixated solely on rectifying her past mistakes. That was her only desire. Chapter 41. Ear Whispering? What a splendid name. Zhang Han returned to the classroom and took a seat next to Yang Wei. This afternoon, since we have no classes, let us embark on a grand venture. Huh? Yang Wei spluttered, noodles spewing from his nose. What has gotten into you, Hangge? Why abandon your role as a pretty boy for quick cash? Robbing a bank is illegal. Zhang Han was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth was this fool thinking? Was he truly suitable as a partner? Exasperated, Zhang Han handed him a tissue. I'm talking about starting a gaming company, and I want you to help me. Yang Wei scratched his head, puzzled. You're not feverish, are you? Why the sudden ambition to start a company? Zhang Han rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not joking. First, I have the capital. Second, we understand what gamers enjoy better than anyone else. That's our advantage. Seeing the seriousness on Zhang Han's face, Yang Wei suddenly found his argument compelling. Starting a gaming company with money and an understanding of players? What more could we possibly need? Exactly. However, after agreeing, Yang Wei was momentarily stunned. Zhang Han possessed wealth and resources, and he felt somewhat inadequate to offer any assistance. Brother Han, what am I supposed to do? Just follow me. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Will you join me? I will grant you shares. Absolutely. By my mother. I must join. Upon realizing that he would receive shares without having to invest any money, he felt compelled to participate, no matter how unreasonable it seemed, even if it involved robbing a bank. Though that was out of the question. Soon, the morning classes concluded, and with no afternoon classes, Zhang Han took Yang Wei to the storage room to borrow a tent, a chair, and a small blackboard. Yang Wei looked at the borrowed items, utterly perplexed. Brother Han, what are you planning to do? Just stick with me. Trust me. Oh dear. Brother Han, this tent is so heavy. Yang Wei, panting and wiping his sweat, finally understood his role. He was merely a laborer. Woe is me. Looking at Zhang Han, who effortlessly carried just a backpack, he felt he had nowhere to vent his frustration. After all, Zhang Han was wealthy. They stood at the most conspicuous spot on the playground. Zhang Han surveyed the surrounding crowd and deemed it a suitable location, noting the heavy foot traffic. This will do. Broderan, I am dying. Go tell my mothers I'm never returning to make tiles. Brother Han, Zhang Han interjected, let me reiterate, please enhance my best brother's position. Thank you. He approached Yang Wei, took the tent from his hands, and set it up. Yang Wei remained baffled, questioning the relevance of these actions to starting a gaming company, especially on the playground. Surely, one couldn't construct a building with mere blocks, right? Was this akin to Minecraft? Zhang Han wrote on the blackboard. New gaming company hiring employees. Salary $2,500 a month. Required skills, programming, artists, market research. What the? In an instant, Yang Wei experienced an epiphany. The students at school harbor dreams. And if a student were to start a company, it would undoubtedly ignite their aspirations. This could lead to a plethora of potential employees, especially as their salary expectations would be significantly lower than those who had already entered the workforce. Hiring employees in college. Brother Han truly has a knack for this. Yang Wei stared in astonishment at Zhang Han, who merely smiled faintly. I learned this tactic from novels. Who says reading novels is futile? You handle recruitment. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Understood, Brother Han. Zhang Han then removed his backpack, and Yang Wei eagerly watched as he unzipped it. Could there be hidden treasures inside? To his surprise, out came a round, plump watermelon. Zhang Han chuckled, giving the watermelon a hearty pat, producing a muffled sound. He sliced it in half, retrieved a spoon, and settled into the chair to enjoy his snack. Delicious. This is perfect under the blazing sun. Brother Han, I want to eat too. Go recruit employees. Woe is me. How unfair. Yet, after a considerable wait, no one approached. Zhang Han finished his watermelon, still with no sign of anyone. What was happening? After enduring yet more time, finally, a hefty figure wearing black-framed glasses approached, weighing around 200 pounds. This rotund individual bore a complex demeanor, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt from a popular anime. Despite being a short sleeve, it clung to him like a second skin. Are you still hiring? Hearing the dull voice, Yang Wei scratched his head, confused. Zhang Han, noticing his doubtful expression, swiftly slapped him across the face. Haven't you heard? One should never judge a book by its cover. He immediately extended his hand to shake the hefty man's hand. We're hiring. May I ask what skills you possess? I study computer science. I can program. The hefty man felt taken aback by Zhang Han's enthusiasm. What kind of boss behaved like this? Yet he dismissed the thought. After all, he was in dire need of money. Upon hearing he could program, Zhang Han was ecstatic. You're hired. Let us connect on WeChat and note down your details. Alright, Emarcion. Etsi Yuan? What a splendid name. Truly a name befitting a talent. Zhang Han admired the WeChat name, feeling quite pleased. When can you start? In the next 2 weeks, I'm looking for an artist and to finalize the company venue. 2 weeks should suffice. With that, Xiu nodded and bid farewell to Zhang Han. I have things to attend to. Boss, just message me on WeChat if anything comes up. Sure. Watching Xiu walk away, Zhang Han sighed, puzzled as to why no one else had shown up despite ample funding. It seemed he needed to investigate Yaoyao's rise to fortune tonight. They waited from 2 in the afternoon until 5, but still no one arrived. Zhang Han finally gave up, standing from his little chair and patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. All right, that's enough for today. You've worked hard. Yang Wei felt quite aggrieved, sensing he had darkened under the sun. I certainly have, while you were enjoying watermelon and playing on your phone. Actually, Brother Han worked hard too. Here, this is for you. As he handed over half a watermelon, Yang Wei's eyes lit up. He gazed at the watermelon in awe. Though a bit perplexed, he asked, Brother Han, didn't you just finish that? Zhang Han chuckled, patting his shoulder. Did you think I truly finished it? Of course, I saved some for you. You big oaf. If you were to stuff yourself in this heat and then stand, it would be detrimental to your stomach. Impressive, Brother Han. Watching Zhang Han munch on the watermelon, a knowing smile crept onto his face. Fool, a mere watermelon has won you over. Chapter 42, Don't Stop Me. I'm determined to kick her today. Just as Zhang Han and Yang Wei were tidying up their belongings, a feminine voice halted their movements. Are you still hiring? Upon hearing someone inquire, Zhang Han's face lit up with delight. Yes, we are. What skills do you possess? However, upon seeing the newcomer, his expression soured. Liu Ruyan? What on earth is she doing here? What a stroke of bad luck today. First one, then another, both interrupting me. If Yaoyao finds out, I'm finished. With this thought, Zhang Han shook his head. No way. This cannot happen. We're not hiring anymore. Please leave. Oh, come on. If you don't need employees. I'd like to apply for the position of the boss's wife. Hearing this, Yang Wei stared at her in disbelief. What the? How can a woman be so brazen? Who is this fierce character? Zhang Han, meanwhile, remained silent, feeling an unsettling churn in his stomach. He wondered if Yaoyao's spies were nearby. Someone should come and chop this woman into pieces to feed to the pigs. Noticing Zhang Han's silenza. Liu Ruyan assumed he was simply mesmerized by her beauty. He is cool, Zhang Han. Although you're currently being supported by AB, but I will still be captivated by my beauty. As long as he is willing to give me money to spend, then I could be a third. Previously, she might have felt disgusted when Zhang Han stared at her blankly. But I don't know why I think he's cute now. She gave a sweet smile. And does this mean that Zhang Han still has me in his heart? After all, they were stunned by the sight of others. Zhang Han will still be stunned when he sees me, at one point. Zhang Han felt disgusted for a while when he saw her like this. Covering his stomach, he immediately turned his head and spat out all the watermelon he had just eaten. Liu Ruyan immediately lost her composure and hurried over to help pat his back. Are you okay, Brother Zhang Han? Go ask your mom. Do I look okay? Zhang Han directly turned to avoid her. He doesn't want her to touch it. He finds it dirty. Women like Liu Ruyan are too disgusting. Yang Wei, is there anything else about Annie? After listening, Liu Ruyan froze in place. Brother Zhang Han is so great. It's been so long since we last met, but I still know how to care about my mother. My mom's okay too. Thank you, Brother Zhang Han, for your concern. Zhang Han was speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person before. Seeing him not speaking, Liu Ruyan revealed a pure smile and a blushing face as she looked at him. So, could I be the boss lady of this company? After speaking, Liu Ruyan showed a determined expression. After all, when Zhang Han saw this expression on my face before, she wouldn't be able to walk. People like you are suitable for making chickens. Really? Hurry up. Zhang Han gave her a displeased look. Making chickens? After hearing this, Liu Ruyan was confused and tilted her head. What kind of chicken are you making? Grilled chicken or fried chicken? If Brother Zhang Han likes to eat, I can also make something for you to eat. Yang Wei, lying on the grass. Awesome, this understanding ability is suitable for playing Genshin Impact. Eat your mother. Zhang Han didn't want to waste any more words. He put away his things and turned around to leave. He doesn't know how Liu Ruyan's intelligence got into this school. Fortunately, I didn't have a child with her in my previous life. Otherwise, that child inherited her intelligence and would definitely have to use a clothes hanger every day to whip until she becomes smarter. Seeing him leaving, Liu Ruyan quickly followed in his footsteps. You haven't told me the answer yet. Brother Zhang Han, it's useless to argue with Bai. She can't understand me scolding her. If she were M, she would still scold her. Never mind. Endure, 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 Brother Zhang Han, are you shy? It's okay. Endure your mother. Zhang Han kicked her in the stomach. Liu Ruyan covered her stomach and looked at him in disbelief. Zhang Han dares to kick me? Are you willing to hit me? Zhang Han couldn't bear it anymore and lost her mother. This damn thing is even more annoying than mosquitoes. He pointed at Liu Ruyan's nose and cursed. I'm the one who hit you. If you can't understand what people are saying, go die. I feel disgusted when I see you. I didn't care about your mother, just now. I cursed your mother, just now. I didn't say I like to eat chicken. What I said to you is that you are suitable for standing on the street. After finishing speaking, Zhang Han still couldn't help but feel frustrated. She went up and wanted to touch up a few legs. Yang Wei quickly grabbed him, afraid that he would kick Liu Ruyan to death with too much force. Don't stop me, Yang Wei. I insist on kicking her to death today. Anye, 40th. If she writes badly, don't you? If someone dies, it will be a complete failure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han suppressed his anger and clenched his fists tightly. I really want to punch a big hole in her head and throw it in the sea to feed sharks. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt very aggrieved and held back her tears. She didn't want to embarrass herself on the playground, but after sobbing a few times, tears still flowed down her stubborn face. Why did Zhang Han treat me like this? I didn't do anything wrong. She angrily shouted. What did I do wrong? Are you going to treat me like this? Zhang Han laughed angrily at her words and choked for a moment. This bad pen. I scolded her. She couldn't understand. If you hit her, she will ask why you hit her. How do you solve this trick? No solution. Yang Wei was also stunned. He thought that the girls from Wu University were already top-notch. This Liu Ruyan is even more of the finest among the finest. Seeing the two of them not speaking, Liu Ruyan thought that her roar just now reminded Zhang Han of her kindness. She said hypocritically, if you make me the boss lady of the company, then I'll forgive you. Yang Wei frowned. I just found out that Han Ge kicked her to death now. I want to kick her. Damn it. Impulsiveness is better than action. He went up and kicked Liu Ruyan's head. Zhang Han quickly grabbed him upon seeing this, afraid that he would kick Liu Ruyan to death with too much force. Don't stop me, Han Ge. I have to kick her to death today. Feeling the burning pain on her face, Liu Ruyan erupted instantly. You guys wait. I'm definitely going to the police station to report you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was taken aback. Zhang Han had a background. He didn't. He was instantly scared and turned his head to look at Zhang Han for help. Zhang Han sneered and crouched down, revealing a mischievous smile towards Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked at his creepy smile and felt a chill in her heart. What is Zhang Han trying to do? Grab me directly on the playground? It's not impossible either. In her expectant gaze, Zhang Han spoke slowly. Speaking of the police station, it seems like you still have 5 million left to pay me back, right? I forgot about it if you didn't say it. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. Zhang Han didn't care if she understood or not. But he said viciously, if you don't return it to me tomorrow, then wait for the lawyer's letter. Coco, I don't have that much money. If you don't have money, go sell it. Go di. I care so much about you. I'm very busy. If you don't pay tomorrow, just wait. After speaking, Zhang Han turned around with Yang Wei and left, leaving Liu Ruyan alone in the wind, staring blankly at his departing figure. Chapter 43. That woman appears. Suwan is Chizgurni. Liu Ruyan sat motionless on the grass of the playground. 5 million. Even in these years, Brother Liumong hasn't spent that much money on me. What should we do about this? The surroundings were filled with the sound of pointing and whispering. Liu Ruyan didn't care about these sounds at all. At this moment, she was completely lost and had the desire to die. Why did Zhang Han treat me like this? He shouldn't be my licking dog, right? Why? Ding dong. The mobile phone in the pocket sends a beep. She quickly took out her phone. Hope it's news from Zhang Liumang. Since the argument with Zhang Han in the cafeteria, for some reason, not even Zhang Liumang has been looking for her. She never understood what she had done wrong. Don't you just want Zhang Han to continue being her licking dog? Don't you just want to continue letting Zhang Liumang explode gold coins for you? I just want to go back to the past days. Why has everything changed now? Upon opening it, Liu Ruyan almost passed out in anger. It's a message from Zhang Han's lawyer, Zhang San. Chapter 3. The lawyer's letter has been drafted, and you must ensure that the compensation Zhang Xiao requires is transferred to his account tomorrow, or you shall face the consequences. Upon reading the message on her phone, Liu Ruyan felt as though the sky had collapsed around her. Should I truly consider selling myself? In an instant, she shook her head, discarding such thoughts. After all, I am the belle of Guangdong City University. How could I possibly stoop so low? Perhaps I should consult Brother Liu Mang for a solution instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Liu Mang had been consumed by agitation during this period. The empty classroom now echoed with his solitude. From initial excitement, he had gradually descended into anticipation, and then into frustration. What is this? Why am I dispatched individuals not returned with any news? Zhang Liu Mang dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he frowned and impatiently inquired, "Hello? Did I not instruct you to investigate the estate where Zhang Han resides? Why is there still no response?" The other end, already irate, erupted in fury upon hearing his tone. "How dare you even ask? The people we sent out are dead. Their bodies are in pieces. For heaven's sake, get lost. I will never accept your tasks again." Zhang Liu Mang was left reeling from the furious outburst, his ears ringing. He intended to inquire further, but the line had already gone dead. What? It was merely an investigation of the estate. Must it result in fatalities? Damn it. None of them can be relied upon. The Zhang family wouldn't dare to act against Zhang Han. Now, to spend money hiring someone to investigate the estate only to fail, what a bunch of useless fools. At that moment, another message arrived on his phone. He opened it to find a message from Liu Ruyan. "Emperor Ruyan, Brother Liu Mang. It's been a while since I last saw you. I miss you. Let us meet at our usual place tonight, wink. Indeed, it is time to release some pent-up frustration. I shall devise a plan afterward." A shadowy smile crept onto Zhang Liu Mang's lips. That evening, Zhang Liu Mang arrived at the Rose Hotel. He made his way directly to room 250 on the second floor. This was the room Liu Ruyan had reserved in anticipation of rekindling their old romance. As he stepped inside, darkness enveloped him. He recognized this ambience as uniquely Liu Ruyan's. Only a small lamp casting a warm yellow glow at the bedside pierced the gloom. He navigated through the darkness, calling out, "I'm here, my Ruyan darling." As he approached the bed, a slender woman sat poised upon it. In the shadows, her curvaceous figure became even more alluring. Zhang Liu Mang felt a surge of desire. His mouth watered, and warmth began to spread throughout his body. "Tonight, my Ruyan is stunning." He lunged toward the woman, but she deftly evaded him. "Oh, playing hide and seek, are we? How amusing." Zhang Liu Mang lunged again. But once more, she slipped away. This was beginning to irritate him. The tantalizing sensation of being so close, yet unable to grasp her, was maddening. "My Ruyan, stop fooling around. I can't take it anymore." At this, the woman let out a soft laugh. Just that single sound left Zhang Liu Mang bewildered. That is not Liu Ruyan's voice. In a panic, he stumbled off the bed and switched on the light. Sitting on the bed was a stranger, a woman in her 30s, though her impeccable upkeep belied any signs of aging. Instead, she exuded a certain charm characteristic of a mature woman. At that moment, she wore a purple cheapao, her legs elegantly crossed. The enticing gap at the top of her stockings was utterly captivating. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Upon hearing his query, the woman's lips curled into a playful smile, her gaze teasing as she regarded him. Zhang Liu Mang felt a shiver at that look. He had seen it before in Su Yao's eyes, the disdainful gaze of a superior towards an inferior. "Who I am is of little consequence, but I do have a favor to ask of you." Before he could finish, a knife was suddenly pressed against his throat. Zhang Liu Mang gulped nervously, fearing that if he misstepped, he might never speak again. "If I resist, I will die." Observing his fear, the woman chuckled and lowered the knife, returning to her seated position on the bed. Zhang Liu Mang's earlier arousal surged anew at the sight of her legs. He swallowed hard, his desire rekindled as he gazed at her delicate calves and voluptuous thighs. "This woman is incredibly alluring. If you help me with this task, I will reward you. What do you say?" The woman let out a seductive laugh, her voice entrancing. Yet, desire is ultimately a fleeting impulse. "Zhang Liu Mang gautio sili inquit. What favor do you require?" His eyes remained fixated on her legs. The woman slowly rose, handing him an invitation along with a note. "In 2 days, Bring this invitation to the auction and bid on the item listed on the note. Zhang Lumang glanced at the note, initially nonchalant, only to be taken aback. This is precisely the land Zhang's family needs. Is this woman plotting against the Zhang family? Or does she merely covet the land? What do you need this land for? You don't need to know that. You simply need to do your utmost to secure the land. We are allies. What do you mean? We share a common enemy. Your enemy is Zhang Han, and mine is. The woman trailed off, chuckling lightly. Never mind. Your status is too low for me to divulge further. Zhang Lumang felt insulted by her words, yet the knife in her hand kept him from voicing his indignation. What do I stand to gain from helping you? The woman's ruby-red lips curled into a tantalizing smile as her intoxicating voice flowed forth. As I mentioned, there will be a reward. With that, she turned and exited the room. Oh, and do keep this matter to yourself. Zhang Lumang's mind was awash with questions. Who is this woman? What does she want with the land? And what does she mean by a shared enemy? Suddenly, he heard a rustling near the bed. Startled, he turned to find a woman bound and gagged at the bedside. What the? Liu Ruyan, at the hotel entrance. Su Yuyin slowly raised her phone, glancing at the monitoring app. She smiled. All my efforts in investigation have not been in vain, Su Yao. This time, I believe I have outmaneuvered you. She turned her gaze toward the brightly lit hotel sign against the night sky. The show is about to begin, Su Yao. Chapter 44, Capital. At this moment, Zhang Han returned to the estate, resolute in his determination. Tonight, even if it meant sacrificing little Zhang Han, he would demand answers from Su Yao as to why he could not recruit anyone this time. He entered the dining room, but there was no sign of Su Yao, seemingly still caught up in work. Zhang Han thought little of it, for replenishing his resources was the priority. The servants had already laid out a sumptuous feast before him. However, today there is an utter lack of leeks and oysters, and not even a trace of kitty treasures. Is Yaoyao attempting to experience my unencumbered state? The thought of how I usually manage to scrape by with supplements is now overshadowed by this dire absence. This is a calamity. I must devise a solution. Uncle Chun. Upon hearing the call, Uncle Chun turned to him with a look of confusion. What is it, young Master Zhang? How may I assist you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the weight of his concerned gaze, Zhang Han awkwardly scratched his head. How do I even broach this? Should I admit I require enhancements to my combat prowess? Or perhaps tools that could fight in my stead? The temptations of a wife can be quite vexing. Nevertheless, for the sake of Yaoyao's blissful existence, I must make a sacrifice. Do you have any of that huirin? What do you mean? Uncle Chun was momentarily bewildered. What is young Master Zhang referring to? Zhang Han blushed fiercely, finally steeling himself for what he was about to say. Yuren Shenbao Pion. Upon uttering this, he felt an intense heat flush across his face. Oh no, my esteemed reputation is at stake. Uncle Chun burst into laughter for a brief moment before stifling it. Rest assured, it's not because I find this amusing. Zhang Han retorted, you laugh, you old fool. If a normal person were to engage in such activities more than 10 times a day, they would be incapacitated. For me to stand tall and fight for even 3 rounds is already the limit for all men. Cough, cough, young Master Zhang, I am a professional. Normally, I wouldn't laugh. Zhang Han observed Uncle Chun's struggle to contain his mirth, and he felt that there was no longer a reason to remain in this household. However, Uncle Chun quickly suppressed his laughter. He patted Zhang Han's shoulder and offered reassurance. It's all right, young Master Zhang. I too experienced this in my youth. The fear of lacking reserves is common, but it's nothing to worry about. Zhang Han rolled his eyes. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. This half-hearted amusement is even more disheartening. Yet, after hearing his words, Zhang Han scratched his head, as if considering the validity of his statement. Well then, if it's not available, then it's not available. But is there really a lack thereof? Am I being deceived? The truth is, my heart feels unsettled without it. There is some, but may not be applicable. What do you mean by that? You'll find out tonight, in the second-floor room of the Su family estate. Didn't you say that backup resources are unnecessary? Huh? Hey, what is the deal with the alluring woman standing before me? Yaoyao, let me explain. We've gone too far. Oh, what do you mean? As Su Yaoyao rose from her position, Zhang Han let out a sigh of relief. The overwhelming softness had been too much. If she didn't get up soon, he would be overworked again tonight, QAQ. This called for some serious negotiation for rest. Typically, couples or spouses engage intimately 3 to 4 times a month. So what? Su Yaoyao gently lifted his chin, her eyes sparkling. Not seeing you for just one day makes me want to devour you whole. So are we truly being reckless? Zhang Han gazed at Su Yaoyao's entrancing expression, instinctively swallowing hard. Honestly, had it not been for their daily encounters exceeding 10 times recently, he would have wanted to completely indulge in her right now. But that was not an option. Continuing this indulgence could lead to ruin. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body left him entranced. Moreover, today Su Yaoyao appeared particularly alluring. Clad in a delicate white lace top, her snow-white neck was exposed, and the sheer black stockings clung to her thighs, accentuating her sensuality. Zhang Han forcibly redirected his gaze, shaking his head vigorously. No, at least one day of rest is necessary. Seeing that firmness was futile, Su Yaoyao immediately adjusted her approach, leaning against his chest. She looked up at him with a pitiful expression. But Hanhan, don't you like me? Zhang Han regarded the woman in his embrace with a sense of helplessness. Yaoyao, you truly play unfairly. Every time you say no, you look at me with those eyes. I can't bear to see a woman in distress. Brother, stand by me for one more round. Just as Zhang Han was ready to unleash his ambitions, Su Yaoyao suddenly clutched her abdomen, her lips turning pale. Her expression one of profound pain. Zhang Han quickly laid her down, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine, let us continue." Having cared for his elder sister Zhangqing before, Zhang Han had acquired some medical knowledge, and he immediately recognized that Su Yaoyao was experiencing her menstrual period. He instantly understood why Uncle Chun had mentioned that perhaps there was no need today. It turned out that this foolish girl had her period. What continuation is even possible? I am not a beast that can fight through bloodshed. Wait here, I'll fetch you some ginger and brown sugar water. With that, Zhang Han dashed out of the room. Su Yaoyao lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, reminiscing about the day's updates concerning Zhang Han. Today, Hanhan scolded Liu Ruyan, +1 point. Today, Hanhan looked at Liu Ruyan with disdain, +1 point. Today, Hanhan doesn't he want me, -10 points. But Hanhan will make me ginger and brown sugar water, +100,000 points. Total score, 1,678,888. Before long, Zhang Han returned with a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water. He sat cautiously at the edge of the bed, testing the temperature before slowly bringing it to Su Yaoyao's lips. Su Yaoyao pouted, casting a woeful glance at him. In that instant, Zhang Han understood her meaning. All right, I'll feed you. Sighing, he thought, having a clingy wife can indeed be a burden. Once her emotions were stabilized, Zhang Han remembered the original purpose of this encounter. By the way, Yaoyao, I want to start a gaming company. I was recruiting employees at school today. But why did no one want to come for an interview? I see other novels where college recruitment goes smoothly. That's because you lack capital. Su Yaoyao lay on the bed with her eyes closed, casually responding. Upon broaching this topic, her expression instantly turned cold. After all, she didn't want Zhang Han to start a business. What if he became exhausted? What if he succeeded and stopped spending her money? Hearing this, Zhang Han was utterly perplexed. Huh, capital? He glanced down at himself. I seem to be doing all right, comparable to Europeans. No, that can't be the capital you mean. Chapter 45, it can be utilized. Su Yaoyao observed his comical demeanor, smiling slightly as she reached for his capital. Hanhan, I wasn't referring to that type of capital, but if you wish, it is indeed possible now. Truly, my wife has gone mad. Does she truly want me to fight through bloodshed? Feeling the softness of Su Yaoyao's gentle caresses, Zhang Han hastily pushed her away. Honestly, this woman is utterly unaware of her lethal charm. Yaoyao, stop teasing and tell me what you mean by capital. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao's expression fell in disappointment as she withdrew her hand. However, upon discussing this matter, her demeanor shifted entirely. She suppressed the playful atmosphere, her expression darkening as she gazed intently at Zhang Han, inching closer to his face. What does an employee value most in a company? Zhang Han felt a shiver run down his spine under her piercing gaze. Was Yaoyao perhaps taking this too seriously? He regretted asking Su Yao for her opinion. There was no need to be so grave about it. No, the adversaries on this path would not show you the same mercy I do. Samhan pondered, stroking his chin. That seemed to make sense. After all, not everyone can be as considerate as Yaoyao. After contemplating this matter, Zhang Han began to deliberate on what employees truly prioritize in a company. Could it be the scale of the organization? Su Yao nodded in agreement, yet simultaneously shook her head, leaving Zhang Han utterly perplexed. She was clearly reluctant to divulge her thoughts. However, witnessing his earnest demeanor, she couldn't bear to let his expectations go unmet. It's more or less accurate. The primary concern lies in the achievements. Just think about it. How can a company attract talent without accomplishments? Wow, that makes sense. Zhang Han felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. However, how could he achieve results when he couldn't even gather a team? He believed he grasped the concept, yet it still felt elusive. So what should I do now? First, I need to secure a location for the company. Zhang Han awkwardly averted his gaze, suddenly realizing that his ambition to establish a gaming company might have been rather hasty. After all, he hadn't even considered this crucial step, nor had he done any research. Observing his ignorance, Su Yao felt no disdain, Instead, she felt a sense of joy. If Hanhan remains this oblivious, he would undoubtedly remain in the palm of my hand. Yet, he must have his own aspirations too. With this thought, she sighed softly. You need to organize the headquarters first. Only then can you attract employees. That is true. Zhang Han contemplated this insight and began to understand the intricacies. Employees are like cattle and horses. They require fences and grass to ensure they remain. I have come to enlightenment. I understand everything. Suddenly, Zhang Han felt a push on his shoulder, causing him to fall back onto the bed. Han. After all the assistance I provided today, shouldn't you reward me? At that moment, Su Yao leaned closer. Her ample bosom nearly spilled out of her attire. It was uncertain whether this was intentional or accidental. Gazing at her alluring lips curling into a smile, Zhang Han couldn't help but swallow hard. No, wait. She needs to rest today. I also need to rest. Besides, even if I'm a beast, I cannot engage in a bloody battle. Yaoyao, stop messing around. You need to take care of your health today. It's permissible. After saying this, Su Yao smiled and gestured to her mouth. Zhang Han immediately understood. This statement rendered him utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that these words came from a decisive and formidable president in the workplace. Zhang Han, impressive. Instantly, while his body warmed, his heart felt a chill. This was too intense. The following morning, Zhang Han felt like a failure as a man. Wealthy, tall, handsome by all accounts, he should be the protagonist of a thrilling novel. Yet, he couldn't even compete with his wife. Such a failure. Zhang Han rose from the bed, reflecting on how formidable Yaoyao had been last night, even without utilizing her ultimate weapon. Oh no, if she starts wearing those alluring cheongsams or school uniforms, I might just perish. Nevertheless, today, Zhang Han finally grasped what he needed to do. Find a venue. He pulled out his phone from his pocket to call Yang Wei. He had forgotten to take his phone out of his pants last night, leaving it in a rather unfortunate state. However, it didn't matter. Those who achieve great things are not concerned with trifles. Though the screen was dirty, as long as it was functional, that was enough. Hey, big guy, where are you? You must be on your way to school. Asking such questions makes you look foolish. Ahem. Zhang Han certainly hadn't forgotten that he needed to attend school due to last night's escapade. Don't blame me. Blame Yaoyao for being so captivating. Don't go. Let us skip class and have some fun. From my foot. The first class is with the female tyrant. If you don't sign in, prepare for your demise. Just kidding. Let us go set up the company. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei instantly became interested, as every man harbors a dream of entrepreneurship. Let us skip the class. Send me the location. Soon, the two arrived in front of an office building. They entered the lobby, intending to inquire about the purchasing process. As they stepped inside, Yang Wei immediately sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Han Yi, do you feel like someone is watching us? Zhang Han shrugged and replied, No, you must be imagining things. Yang Wei still felt something was off and chose to stick close to Zhang Han. The two found a salesperson, but he seemed quite preoccupied. He was glaring at his phone, occasionally grinding his teeth in frustration. What the hell? Why is you, shooting from the front instead of the back? Can't you play properly? Chow, why don't you go capture Xiao? ISNT, that your forte. Zhang Han timidly interjected, fearing to disturb him, and inadvertently included himself in the reprimand. We're here to inquire about the process of purchasing the office building. As Zhang Han spoke, the phone emitted a defeat sound. The salesperson abruptly exited the game, stood up, and greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, let me show you the property. Zhang Han was taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor. Such adaptability is indeed ideal for sales. A top salesperson remains a top salesperson wherever they go. Yang Wei was equally astonished. If he were to be scolded by his mother for playing games, he might not even have the appetite for 10 bowls of rice, perhaps only 5. This salesperson was truly impressive. Chapter 46, Ghost. Zhang Han followed the salesperson to the 3rd floor. Although the space was unrenovated and covered in dust, Zhang Han was still quite satisfied. After all, the view was magnificent. The walls were made of floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking upwards, one could see the blue sky and white clouds. Looking downwards, one could observe the bustling street below. If one were to feel weary at work, a simple glance outside would surely be refreshing. Not bad, but who has been tugging at my shirt? Turning around, he noticed Yang Wei suspiciously glancing around, as if in fear. Hey, what are you so scared of? You've been acting like this since we entered. There's a ghost. Yang Wei jumped at his words, believing in ghosts, and leaped into Zhang Han's arms. Upon looking up, he saw the disdain and contempt on Zhang Han's face. Zhang Han sighed helplessly. There was nothing to be done. Those who play games tend to be timid and lecherous. I can't expect my teammate to strengthen our chances. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble. It's fine. Yang Wei scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Sorry. Hanga, I thought there was a ghost. How long are you planning to cling to me? Zhang Han cast a helpless glance at him, exclaiming in exasperation that even Yaoyao did not receive such treatment. How could it be that a man had taken the lead on the very first occasion? My apologies. Yang Wei awkwardly leapt off him, digging at his nose and extracting a large green, sticky ball. Zhang Han exclaimed, What on earth are you doing? Don't you know? In our hometown, nose boogers are said to ward off ghosts. Would you like me to offer you a piece? Crazy. Yang Wei, undeterred, even took a whiff of the green, sticky ball, nearly causing Zhang Han to regurgitate the breakfast he had just consumed. Had he known he would have to endure this for the rest of his life, he would have wished to remain a stranger to him. Brother Han, this booger is salty, he thought. Well, it seems I wouldn't have wanted to know him in my past life either. By the way, Brother Han, don't you feel like a pair of eyes has been fixed on us? Zhang Han rolled his eyes and retorted, What a load of nonsense. I think you've had too many flights and are hallucinating. Perhaps he was right. Noticing that Zhang Han genuinely seemed unaware of the gaze upon them, he took a few deep breaths. Maybe I truly am overthinking this. Citing Zhang Han, who had already followed the sales representative to explore another area, Yang Wei hurriedly called out, Wait for me, Brother Han. Zhang Han proceeded with the sales representative towards the largest room. In an instant, he resolved to purchase the place. The room was so spacious, he could even create a small room to share with Yaoyao. Cough, cough. Some things are better left unsaid. If I say too much, this chapter won't get published. The lighting here is excellent, and the feng shui is top-notch. This floor is the best in the entire building. The sales representative enthusiastically promoted this level, aware that he hadn't made a sale all month. If he didn't close a deal soon, he would have to exchange his stinky earnings for fragrant ones. All right, this is the place. I'll take it, Zhang Han declared, cutting off the sales representative mid-sentence. The sales representative was taken aback, having initially assumed that Zhang Han, with a student demeanor, wouldn't have much money. He had even felt a surge of irritation when Zhang Han had interrupted him while he was guarding the crystals. Yet, under the pressures of life, he had accommodated him. Little did he know that this seemingly simple student was, in fact, a wealthy benefactor. You're not joking, are you? The sales representative exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Han remained silent, simply producing a black card to make the payment. This way, please, esteemed benefactor. He nearly let slip his inner thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Han shrugged it off, unfazed. After swiftly completing the transaction, Zhang Han examined the contract in his hand with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. A bit more for renovations, and it will be ready in a few days. Once I hire a modeler, we can directly start developing the game. Zhang Han had straightforward plans in mind, intending to first create a card-based minigame for WeChat. This way, they could achieve early profitability and enhance their visibility. Once their reputation was established, they could recruit more cost-effective, practical labor from school. With a larger team, they could venture into developing more extensive games. Of course, they might also indulge in creating some risque games for personal enjoyment. With that thought, Zhang Han decided to return to school to see if he could recruit another modeler. Let us go. Yang Wei, we're heading back. Meanwhile, Yang Wei had already lost his way. The place was vast and unrenovated, giving him the impression of wandering through an abandoned building. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. Had he come here at night, it would have been terrifying. All day, he felt as though someone was watching him. The surroundings were eerily silent, creating a strange atmosphere. Yang Wei cautiously made his way forward. Suddenly, a voice, neither male nor female, echoed from behind him, speaking slowly. Are you looking for someone? He felt a touch around his waist. Yang Wei was instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that ghosts truly existed? Mom, where are you? I miss you. Why aren't you speaking? Are you shy? The voice was high-pitched, reminiscent of the ghosts he had heard in horror films. Terrified, he dared not turn around and immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Soda, please don't kill me. I'll give you all my mom's WeChat contacts. The spirit seemed momentarily baffled by his bizarre behavior, loosening its grip around his waist. Without a second thought, Yang Wei bolted. Seizing the moment, he shouted, Brother Han, where are you? As he ran, occasionally glancing back to see if anything was pursuing him. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally spotted Zhang Han's figure. Brother Han, you won't believe it. There really is. Before he could finish, that familiar voice rang out again. What are you two doing? The same high-pitched tone, the same slow cadence. In an instant, Yang Wei leaped onto Zhang Han, exclaiming, Brother Han, there's a ghost. A ghost. Zhang Han regarded the young man behind Yang Wei, deep in thought. A ghost that looked just like a person? Zhang Han seized Yang Wei by the waist and tossed him aside. Damn it, you're so heavy. Yang Wei rubbed his backside and, looking up, finally got a clear view of the so-called ghost. It was a man. Well, how should he put it? He bore a slight resemblance to someone from Chengdu. Though he had a muscular build, his demeanor was rather effeminate. It turned out it was merely a man who had frightened him. Hello, Em Chengdu Nan. What are your names? Chengdu Nan's voice was light and airy, indistinguishable from that of a young girl. Upon hearing him speak, both Zhang Han and Yang Wei were left speechless. This muscular young man was, in fact, quite effeminate. In a show of politeness, Zhang Han stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Han. Zhang is in to grow, Han as in to endure. Do you need something from us? Chengdu Nan smiled and shook his hand, casually brushing his fingers across Zhang Han's chest. The moment he touched Zhang Han's firm torso, his eyes lit up with excitement. What impressive physique. You truly are a Chengdu man. Zhang Han quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. Well, thank you for the compliment. But may I ask why you're looking for us? His gaze shifted toward Yang Wei. Where on earth did you find this eccentric individual? Yang Wei shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know him. Don't pin this on me. Chengdu Nan seemed to realize he had perhaps been overly enthusiastic, startling the two innocent souls before him. I'm currently unemployed, just hanging around this office building. I noticed you two earlier and wondered if you were thinking of starting a business. At this, Zhang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, we're looking to start a gaming business. Zhang Han abruptly shook off Yang Wei's hand, glaring at him. What are you doing? Yang Wei Leonid Grosser, his expression tense. Brother Han, if this person truly joins us, our future could be compromised. Zhang Han shot him an exasperated glance. Judging by appearances is foolish. He could be a hidden gem. I know what I'm doing. He turned to Chengdu with a renewed smile. We aspire to establish a gaming company. What skills do you possess? Upon hearing this, Chengdu crossed his arms and pondered. Yang Wei observed the robust man as pretentious demeanor, instinctively tightening his grip. Brother Han, truly, you are not picky at all. As long as one is capable, that suffices. That individual excels in modeling and construction. Remarkable. It's you. Zhang Han immediately embraced his hand, exclaiming, It's you, my brother. Our company is in dire need of someone skilled in modeling. Oh dear, we're too close. Chengdu blushed, gazing at Zhang Han, who was merely inches away. Yang Wei interjected. Isn't this inappropriate, Han? Zhang Han disregarded their disparate expressions, silently offering his WeChat QR code. It mattered not whether one was male, female, old, or young, human, fairy, demon, or zombie. If they were capable, they would be my employee. Chengdu happily scanned the QR code. Well, I'll take my leave now. Remember to contact me once the renovations are complete. After he departed, Yang Wei turned to Zhang Han in bewilderment. Is this right, Han? Zhang Han paid him no mind, stating, what is wrong with it? As long as they're capable, they're my employee. Chengdu descended to the ground floor and slowly lit a cigarette. He opened his phone and dialed a recent contact. Yes. Before long, the call connected. Boss, I've completed everything you asked of me. What should I do now? On the other end, Su Yan was seated in an office atop a high-rise, overlooking the entirety of Yu City. She crossed her legs, gently swirling her wine glass before taking a sip. Smooth and velvety. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, she felt elated by the voice on the phone. Good job. Now, just do whatever Zhang Han instructs you to do. Chengdu was taken aback by the response. Follow him? Wasn't I sent here as an undercover agent? What does that mean? Simply assist him wholeheartedly. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Chengdu's mind was flooded with questions, yet he quietly replied, all right. After all, Su Yuyan had a firm grip on his lifeline. Pleased with his response, Su Yuyan hung up, continuing to admire the scenery outside. Ah, the sun is radiant and the sky is clear. How beautiful this world is. She slowly swirled her wine glass and took another sip. Suddenly, she forcefully hurled the wine glass to the ground. Crack! The glass shattered into countless pieces. Get out. All of you get out. Su Yao, Hanhan, I will make you pay. Her gaze lingered on the shards below, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Su Yao, this time I will make you experience the suffering I endured back then. How wonderful this world is. The bodyguards outside, hearing the commotion, immediately burst in. Is everything all right, Miss Su? Disrupted from her good mood, Su Yuyan glared at them. What are you doing here? And stop calling me Miss Su. Apologies, Miss Yen. We were worried about your safety. Get out. Upon her command, the bodyguards retreated quietly. The scene returned to Chengdu, who extinguished his cigarette and disposed of the butt in a nearby trash bin. He then hailed a cab, instructing to Central Hospital. Upon arrival, he walked down the corridor, greeted by the nurses who all offered him a silent smile. Back to visit your little girlfriend again, Brother Nan? Chengdu merely smiled and nodded, offering no further response. He approached the end of the corridor and opened the door to a private room. The scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils, he had grown accustomed to it. Quietly, he entered and closed the door, isolating the noisy world outside from his room. He approached the bedside, gazing at the young woman still in slumber. She was but in her 20s, yet her body bore the scars of numerous ailments. Her once fair skin was now pallid from illness. Chung Dunan gently took her hand, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. "Xiao Yun, hang in there a little longer. I will earn money soon." At this, he shook his head helplessly, choking back emotions. He restrained his feelings, fearful of waking the woman on the bed. Chapter 48. The Story of Chung Dunan in the Water. Chung Dunan sat quietly on a bench, gazing at the tranquil girl before him. Time slipped by, and suddenly the girl stirred. Chung Dunan trembled, using the back of his hand to wipe his tears, terrified of being seen. Cough, cough, cough. Noticing her discomfort, Chung Dunan immediately rose to fetch some water. "Let us get you some water. It will be more comfortable." He carefully propped her up, finding a comfortable angle for her to lean on the bed. Gently, he brought the cup to her lips. Thirsty, she instinctively drank as her dry lips met the water. After quenching her thirst, she lay back down, drifting into a deep sleep, as if the previous moment had never occurred. Chung Dunan smiled helplessly, his hand inching closer to her sleeping face. Yet he dared not touch her, afraid of disturbing her rest. Just a little longer, Xiao Shi. He envisioned a beautiful future with her and laughed softly. However, as laughter subsided, he sighed deeply. "Xiao Shi, you must recover." Exiting the room, he found a stairwell typically used by medical staff and sat on the steps. With a flick, the lighter ignited, casting a bright glow as he lit a cigarette. He gazed at his phone, lost in thought, staring at the lock screen wallpaper. The image depicted a beautiful little girl, dirty and adorned with several bleeding wounds, yet she wore a pure smile while holding the hand of a young boy. The boy looked at her with a worried expression. As he studied the wallpaper, his thoughts drifted back to the day it was captured, a distant memory from his childhood. So far back he could hardly recall how many years had passed. He had lived in a village then. "Look, it's Chung Dunan." A group of boys stood atop a slide, looking down at him as he walked home from school. Upon spotting him, they began to sing mockingly, "A child without parents. A child nobody wants." They swiftly descended the slide, picking up stones from the ground to throw at him. Chung Dunan felt the sharp sting of the stones hitting him, but remained silent, gripping his backpack strapped tightly. "Grandma is waiting for me to return home for dinner." He only wished for them not to surround him and mock his misfortunes, for he feared his grandmother would discover he had been bullied. He didn't want her to feel sad if she found out he was struggling at school. Lowering his head, he continued on his path. Yet, a figure suddenly blocked his way, plunging the surroundings into darkness. He knew at that moment trouble was imminent. Sure enough, as he looked up, he met the cold gaze of the leading boy. The boy cast an unpleasant glance at him, questioning, "Why aren't you crying?" "What do you mean? Why should I cry?" Chung Dunan responded with curiosity. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, the boy, filled with dissatisfaction, kicked him to the ground. In a fit of rage, he repeatedly poked Chung Dunan's forehead, yelling, "If you don't cry, how can we find any joy? Hurry up and cry." As Chung Dunan lay on the ground, clutching his burning backside, he was utterly perplexed. He truly did not understand the reason for his tears. It seemed commonplace to him to be surrounded, ridiculed, and scolded on his way home. He was baffled as to why others expected him to cry when he had done nothing wrong. Noticing his lack of reaction, the boy spat on his face. While spitting, he incited the other boys surrounding Chung Dunan to mock him, exclaiming, "Ha ha, a worthless creature that no one wants. You deserve to sit on the ground and be bullied by us." He aimed to provoke him further. Yet, Chung Dunan remained unresponsive, simply wanting them to vent their frustrations and allow him to return home early to cook for his grandmother. As he continued to remain silent, the boy's anger reached its zenith. How could this creature, who had lost his parents yet excelled in his studies, receive accolades from teachers? Why was he praised by my parents? This thought only intensified his agitation. He removed his pants, intending to urinate on Chung Dunan's head. Chung Dunan, startled by the sight before him, froze in fear. "No, wait, Grandma will find out." He hurriedly stood up, trying to break free from the encircling boys. However, witnessing his fear only elicited greater delight from the boy. He shouted joyfully, "Don't let him escape. Make him drink it, and I'll buy each of you a pack of spicy snacks." Upon hearing this, an instinct within Chung Dunan propelled him to make a desperate attempt to flee. He could not comprehend why a mere pack of snacks could lead others to treat him like a plaything. He pushed against those restraining him with all his might. But several boys, laughing, seized his limbs, rendering him immobile. Soon, he was completely drained of energy. His backpack was tossed into a nearby trash can, emitting a foul odor. He was then positioned in front of a small pipe, the owner of which was savoring the look of fear, terror, and impatience on Chung Dunan's face. Observing his expression, the boy wore a satisfied, Mocking smile. Don't worry, let me gather my resources. I'm not ready yet. Just wait until I can fill you up. You worthless creature without parents. Despair enveloped Chung Dunnan. Even if they struck him or pelted him with stones, he would not mind. For he could always claim to Grandma that he had simply tripped. However, if he bore the stench on him, she would undoubtedly discover the truth. With this thought, tears began to well up in his eyes. Noticing his transition from choking back sobs to full-blown crying, the boy felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he felt ready to release his stream, a voice interrupted. What are you doing? A girl rushed over. Her arrival startled the boys, causing them to release Chung Dunnan. He rubbed his sore backside and lifted his gaze to see the girl standing defiantly before the boys. Hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out, she glared at them, demanding, what are you doing? Recognizing the familiar voice, he froze in surprise. It was Yin Xiaoxi, his deskmate. However, he recalled that her home was not in this direction. He dismissed it, assuming she might be heading to a nearby convenience store. The leading boy, gritting his teeth, loathed Chung Dunnan for one reason. Why did he always receive admiration? Why was he not worthy? He had only stolen a little something. Why did his parents despise him? Why was he always compared to Chung Dunnan at the dinner table? Unable to comprehend, he glared viciously at the fair-skinned Yin Xiaoxi, warning, you better not meddle. Yin Xiaoxi simply smiled, and without a word, she approached and slapped him. Chung Dunnan was taken aback, never expecting a girl to be so fierce. Soon after, the boys fled, for they had only bullied Chung Dunnan under the assumption that he would not retaliate. In a true fight, they were the ones who feared. It was during this moment that a photograph was taken. She emerged from the scuffle with various bruises and cuts. Yet the instant she wrapped her arms around Chung Dunnan's, she revealed her brightest smile. A cigarette burned down to its filter, scorching Chung Dunnan before he snapped back to reality. He returned to the hospital room, where Yin Xiaoxi had awakened at some point. With all her strength, she managed to squeeze out a smile. Good morning, or perhaps good afternoon. Upon seeing her in such a state, Chung Dunnan felt as though a taut string within him had suddenly snapped. In his memories, she had always been so formidable, unafraid to confront several boys, willing to engage in combat. Yet now, smiling took all her strength. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes to his chin. His lips trembled as he yearned to speak, but words escaped him. Instead, he buried his face in her neck and sobbed uncontrollably. Yin Xiaoxi had grown accustomed to this. Every time she awoke, this man would burst into tears. She could not fathom what warranted such sorrow as he cried daily. Chapter 49, Little Black. Let's go back to school. All right. Emerging from the office building, Zhang Han and Yang Wei each harbored different emotions. Zhang Han was filled with excitement. For as long as the gaming company stood tall, so would he. No longer would he be forced to endure the humiliation of being beneath Yaoyao. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was elated, for all he had to do was cling tightly to his benefactor's leg and proudly tell his mother, your son has made it. Han Ye. Does this mean we can set sail once the renovations are complete? Yang Wei asked while massaging his shoulder, eager to flatter him. After all, Zhang Han was his true benefactor. Zhang Han nodded, thoroughly enjoying the massage. This feels quite nice. Maybe I should open a massage parlor in Chengdu and have you wear a JK uniform as the manager. We'd surely make a fortune. It's settled. However, as if recalling something, his expression abruptly turned serious. Now we must return to school and collect our debt from Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, I'll come to collect. Just then, a dog passed by, and as it lifted its leg to relieve itself beneath a tree, an idea struck him. He pulled out 5 crisp red bills from his wallet and handed them to Yang Wei. You go buy a fierce dog. I'll give you $500. Go to the dog market and bring one back. Why buy a dog? Yang Wei asked, eyeing the cash, already formulating a plan in his mind. Just don't question it. Just buy it. Got it. Han Yi. I promise to complete the task. Hearing the command, Yang Wei stood tall and saluted. Before long, the two gathered at the school gate. Zhang Han looked at Yang Wei, fully armed, and felt quite satisfied. He nodded, let us go. Leave Liu Ruyan with no trace. Received. The two of them walked to the class and found Liu Ruyan. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was still discussing with Zhang Liumong about the incident with Su Yuyan yesterday. How'd you get tied up? Zhang Liumong asked curiously. Want to see if he could analyze Su Yuyan's information from it. After I sent you the room number, the woman came in and my vision darkened. When I woke up again, I saw you. Do you know her name? Upon hearing the question, Liu Ruyan shook her head helplessly. You don't even know this. Are you asking me? You're still his teammate. Zhang Han walked over and interrupted the two of them. Oh, Sasa, why don't you hit them? Zhang Liumong was stunned when he saw the person coming. TM gets angry when he sees him, causing me to be scolded by the underground organization. You can't ask them for help in the future if there's anything. Zhang Han is also angry when he sees him. This guy is just trying to seduce my wife. This kind of person is chopped up and thrown into the sea, and even sharks dislike his meaty smell. Thinking of this, he couldn't resist. Going up is like punching Zhang Liumang down. But it's not what I want to fight, haha. It was his face that hit my fist voluntarily. Watching him lying on the ground in a disheveled state, Zhang Han nodded with satisfaction, feeling very relieved. Then he turned his head and glared fiercely at Liu Ruyan. Borrowing money is easy, but collecting it is difficult. He always evades and never repays it. Yang Wei gave a thumbs up behind his back. Good one, Kian, brother. Anyway, if he doesn't understand, that's right. Zhang Han. I copied it from Baidu. Liu Ruyan was already stunned by Zhang Liumang's defeat. After hearing the poem, she was even more stunned. What does this mean? She's a serious person who goes through the back door. Unlike those shameful individuals who rely on their own efforts to get into college. They have answers in their minds during exams. Why can't they cheat with their answers? What does it mean? Zhang Han smiled, and so did I. I don't know, cough, cough. He clapped his hands and closed the door. Release the dog. Oomph. The dog I just bought is meant to deal with Liu Ruyan. Previously, Liu Ruyan was scared by vicious dogs. I am now very afraid of dogs. Come on, cry. Afraid of noise. Woof, woof, woof. Why does this sound a bit off? Watching a little black dog standing there, barking at Liu Ruyan with a milky voice. Liu Ruyan was not scared, but happily started petting the dog. Someone instantly petri feet. This dog is not as tall as me. Xiao Zhang Han. What's the use? Didn't I just give you a few hundred yuan to buy a dog? Yang Wei scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, brother. He bought food and milk tea for half of the money. I'll buy food for a few hundred yuan. What about that thing? What is it? What's the food? TM, the vicious dog, didn't buy it. So should I keep some of the food for me? I've finished eating, but there's still a cup of milk tea left. Would you like it? Looking at the only sip of milk tea left in his hand, Zhang Han almost took out a mouthful of old blood. Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Han shouldn't blame me, right? Zhang Han is speechless. She originally wanted to play the role of closing the door and letting the dog go. The result came out like this. But it's okay. Dogs are also dogs. Go up, little black. Bite her. Slide down. Xiao Hei's agile posture led him to jump into midair. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Although this dog is small, its obedience and combat attributes are full. Not bad, but as soon as Xiao Hei flew into midair, he was grabbed by a pair of big hands at his waist. It struggled desperately, but still couldn't escape. Sorry. Small animals are not allowed to enter the school. I'll take this dog away first. An old man wearing a security uniform took Xiao Hei away like this. Zhang Han knelt on the ground with heartache, watching as his 500 yuan disappeared without a trace. Don't worry too much. Never mind. Take care of your own food and clothing. Song Han slowly approached her. Liu Ruyan shook her head in fear. Don't hit me. Song Han, I'll pay you back. What told me earlier about TM? If you had money to repay me earlier, I wouldn't have to deal with so many sons. Zhang Han walked up to Yang Wei and saw him, still drinking milk tea. I'm not angry at all. Give him a slap on the back of his forehead. I'll go with you. Hurry up and retrieve your mobile payment code from TM. Touching the forehead that had been slapped red, Yang Wei didn't feel any heartache. He felt heartbroken as he looked at the milk tea with small ingredients left on the ground. Woo-woo, there are so many pearls left. This is the best milk tea. He asked awkwardly, why do you want my payment code? Mine definitely can't light up. Wait, if Yaoyao finds out, then it will be a disaster. Zhang Han rolled his eyes irritably. All right. Yang Wei took out his phone and handed the QR code to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan quickly transferred the money over. This money was given to her by Su Yian last night. Tell her to use it to repay the money. Zhang Han looked at the extra 5 million in Yang Wei's phone and felt very happy. He patted his flowing buttocks. Turn your head and shout towards Yang Wei. Let's go. Next trip. Oh, is there another one? Come on. Chapter 50 has been so many years. At this moment, Su Yian walked to a tunnel. Today she wants to add a more stable bargaining chip to her layout. This tunnel is the entrance to an underground casino. Look inside from outside. This tunnel is pitch black and damp, and there is no light on the road ahead, so there is no end in sight. Without any hesitation, Su Yian walked in. I don't know how long it has been. She walked to the end of this tunnel. At the end, there's a door with the inscription, Welcome to the Pure Land. Su Yian's red lips curled slightly when she saw this slogan. TSK, Zayadongzi is so powerful now. I'm really happy. She twisted open the door lock and walked in. As soon as the door was opened, the view instantly became spacious. This place is big and simple, with gambling machines or tables everywhere. The smell of tobacco and alcohol is overwhelming. The sound of gambling, a passionate sport, is everywhere. 3. Otso Nima coin. Tired of playing and numbing. We still need one corner kick. Take a corner kick. Take a corner kick. Corner kick. Awesome national football powerhouse. Eating sea cucumber tonight. Seeing this scene, Su Yian also instantly became excited. This place is so lively. She looked at the noisy crowd around her with increasingly fiery eyes. If only I had a gun sweep all the people here to death, listening to their mournful cries must be very enjoyable. Thinking of this, Su Yuyin excitedly licked her ring finger, but she felt it wasn't enough. Her teeth tightened. In an instant, the finger broke through the skin and blood immediately flowed out. The pain made her feel comfortable and coquettish for a moment. It also made her slightly calm down. I'm here today to do business. She walked towards the elevator. This underground casino is divided into several floors. The negative layer is the casino she just passed by, which either became rich in one wave or has no offspring. Gambling. Negative second floor, a paradise for men, also known as the Apple Paradise. It features both grand and modest establishments, some ripe with prosperity, while others remain in their nascent stages. The third sublevel, a den of iniquity, serves as a gathering place for society's dregs, teetering on the brink of legality. Even Su Yuyin has never ventured into this realm. The fourth sublevel is occupied by the ordinary employees, while the fifth sublevel houses the casino's proprietor. Su Yuyin pressed the button for the fifth floor, her mood buoyant as she felt the elevator descend. In just 2 days, she would allow Su Yao to experience the anguish she had once endured. Just 2 days. As the elevator doors opened, the surroundings were a stark contrast to the first floor, exuding a lavishness that was quite remarkable. The floor was crafted from fine ceramics, and the walls adorned with priceless artwork, each piece lined up in an awe-inspiring array. Beneath each painting sat a corresponding vase. Su Yuyin strode toward the room at the end of the corridor, where 2 thugs sat, idly caressing their firearms. Upon her approach, they immediately aimed their weapons at her. Both men bore scars on their faces, a testament to their rough lives, as they seemed to guard the individual within. One, with a calm demeanor and a cigarette dangling from his lips, bore a large rose tattoo on his neck and warned, "No trespassers allowed." The other, more flamboyant in appearance with vibrant green hair, upon seeing a woman of Su Yuyin's caliber, lowered his weapon and whistled, "Hey there, gorgeous. Care to have some fun with me?" A smirk played on Su Yuyin's lips as she locked eyes with him. "Are you truly suggesting we play?" The flamboyant thug, upon hearing of such an enticing prospect, promptly handed his gun to the comm man and approached Su Yuyin, unfastening his belt. The comm man frowned, cautioning, "Don't go over there. She could be dangerous." The flamboyant thug, his gaze fixated on her form, exclaimed, "She must be a 36E. What is the harm in playing with such a woman, even if it costs me my life?" Unfazed by the comm man's warning, he turned dismissively. "What is there to fear? She is nothing but a weakling." Suddenly, he stiffened, sensing an unseen force piercing through him. Gradually lowering his gaze, he discovered a dagger protruding from his abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed forth from the wound. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The comm man, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Though the flamboyant thug was no paragon of virtue, he was trained. How could he be dispatched so silently and swiftly? He immediately aimed his weapon at Su Yuyin and shouted, "Get down. Protect yourself." Su Yuyin, however, did not comply. Instead, she approached him with a sweet smile. "But it was he who wanted to play with me. How can I be blamed?" As she drew nearer, the comm man's finger tightened on the trigger, and a tense standoff ensued. At that moment, the large door behind the comm man creaked open, and a deep voice resonated, "Sister Yin, it's been too long. Why are you still so playful?" A stout, robust man stepped forth. Upon seeing him, Su Yin smiled. "Hong Dong, your men have frightened me." Hong Dong scratched his head, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. "Then how about I offer you a finger as compensation?" The two burst into laughter, and after their mirth subsided, Su Yuyin wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes and said, "I have come to discuss serious matters with you." "Very well. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce you to my capable aide." Hong Dong enthusiastically gestured toward the comm man. "This is Jun, who has been with me for many years." Jun stared blankly at Su Yuyin, having never seen his boss exhibit such warmth. Hong Dong then pointed to the flamboyant thug lying in a pool of blood. "That was Sam 8, but he is no longer with us. No need to dwell on that." Together, they entered the room, leaving the comm man in a state of bewilderment. "What? Is this true?" The leader of Su Yao's bodyguards, nicknamed Stone due to his sun-kissed skin and robust physique, frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. "It seems that a woman named Su Yuyin entered Yu City 2 days ago." Stone hurriedly made his way to Su Yao's office. He burst through the door. "Ms. Su, we have a problem. That woman may have come to Yu City." Su Yao, engrossed in reviewing documents, remained silent, merely responding with a non-committal hum. Seeing her calm demeanor, the bodyguard thought he hadn't explained clearly enough and rushed to clarify. "It's Su Yuyin. I understand. You may leave now." But the bodyguard attempted to interject. Su Yao shot him a cold glance. "Did you not comprehend?" With no choice but to comply, he exited the room. Once he was gone, Su Yao slowly set down the documents and rose. She has been gone for so long. Why return now? Chapter 51. After a few days of behaving. Has the itch returned? Zhang Han led Yang Wei to the principal's office. Yang Wei always felt an inexplicable sense of pressure in this place, perhaps due to the principal's authoritative presence over the students. Hanga, what are we doing here? Just follow my lead. What are you saying, Hanga? Spending too much time with Yaoyao has left me instinctively responding this way. How troublesome. Zhang Han chuckled. Leave the adult matters to us children. Just follow my lead. Criminal. I don't understand anything. Just let it be. Zhang Han knocked on the door and stepped inside. The principal, initially furrowing his brow in thought about maximizing the benefits of the new teaching building, was quite perturbed until he saw the visitors. Instantly, his expression brightened as he stood to greet them. What brings you here, Xiaohan? Zhang Han returned a polite smile, shaking the principal's hand. How have you been? Esteemed principal? Thanks to you, I'm doing quite well. Yang Wei observed in astonishment. What is Han Ge doing, acting like such a genteel workplace savant? He silently scoffed, yet dared not voice his thoughts, for the times had changed, much like the game of tiles. When lacking the skill of marksmanship, one must resort to shouting for attention. When the skill was present, such clownish antics were rendered unnecessary. Principal, I actually came here today to request a favor. The principal inwardly rolled his eyes. Every time Zhang Han visited, it was never for anything trivial, yet who could deny him, given the influence he wielded? Go ahead. Zhang Han smiled as he slid a bank card across the table. Principal, I've recently started a company and need your help with some publicity. This Xiaoan is quite considerate. Every time he comes, it's surely for something good. Excellent. Having been through this before. The principal hesitated less this time, but still feigned reluctance. Oh, Xiaoan, why be so formal? Next time, just tell me. I would have gladly assisted. After all, it was merely a matter of making a few remarks during the flag-raising ceremony. Zhang Han was acutely aware that it was only due to the favors he had extended to the principal that he received such attention. Otherwise, the principal would have paid him no mind whatsoever. Such is the reality of life. Nevertheless, he remained courteous, remarking that it was merely a small token of respect. After all, there may be future matters for which he could seek the principal's assistance. Upon hearing this, the principal accepted the card with a beaming smile. Zhang Han's purpose for returning to the school was now entirely fulfilled. In his contemplation, he anticipated convening the staff the following day. Even if only 2 individuals were present, they could still create a simple game together. Just as he was about to take his leave, a commotion erupted outside the main entrance. Yang Wei, who had been on the verge of slumber, stirred awake in a daze. Principal, you must give my child an explanation. He wiped his mouth and noticed Zhang Han and the principal still engaged in conversation, so he returned to his slumber. After all, he was oblivious to the specifics of their discussion. Zhang Han furrowed his brow. The voice from outside sounded vaguely familiar, but he could not recall who it belonged to. Once the person entered, he recognized her immediately. Fan Jian. It seemed she had gone a few days without her usual antics. Upon entering, Fan Jian was filled with rage upon seeing Zhang Han. She had intended to confront the principal to reprimand Zhang Han, but instead, she found him here. Without hesitation, she pointed an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a torrent of insults. You beast! Look at what you've done to my son. She gestured toward Zhang Lumang, whose face was marred with handprints, some areas even swollen. The principal could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, Goodness, Zhang Han, you've struck him with such ferocity. He resembles a butchered pig. Seeing the principal chuckle, Fan Jian immediately retaliated. What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing? At her inquiry, the principal quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. I was just recalling something amusing. Zhang Han, unable to restrain himself, burst into laughter as well. I too have something joyful to share. My wife is about to give birth. Fan Jian glanced between the principal and Zhang Han, feeling exasperated. She pointed at Zhang Han, declaring, How do you intend to resolve this matter? Zhang Han, furrowing his brow, replied, How would you like to resolve it? Fan Jian, misinterpreting his furrowed brow as a sign of submission, immediately grew more assertive. First, let my little Lu Meng retaliate, and then reimburse the medical expenses. After a moment's thought, she added, and return the 1 billion left to you by your grandfather to the Zhang family. Though it was intended for you, it was never explicitly stated that it must go to you. Zhang Han was taken aback by her words. It was meant for me, yet not guaranteed for me? How intriguing. Still, he acquiesced, eager to see what other absurdities she would utter. Witnessing his unhesitating agreement, Fan Jian was slightly incredulous. Yet, it quickly dawned on her that Zhang Han must be enduring hardship at the wealthy woman's home, prompting him to wish to return to the Zhang family. You will have a taste of your own medicine now. With this thought, she began to impose further demands, insisting that he transfer his current vehicle to Lu Meng. Your possessions belong to the Zhang family. Someone Skofit, do you truly believe I hold any value in your Zhang family? What did you just say? Do you no longer wish to return to the Zhang family? I'd rather return to your grandfather's big bus. Zhang Han, delivering a swift slap that sent her crashing to the ground. Fan Jian stared in shock at his cold expression. Zhang Han dares to strike me. Seeing this, Zhang Lumang rushed over to help her up, exclaiming, Mom, are you alright? He had initially been a bystander, anticipating a spectacle, given that Fan Jian's fighting prowess surpassed Zhang Tianba's. However, Zhang Han's sudden aggression took him by surprise. The principal was equally astonished. While physical altercations outside the school were permissible, he still had to maintain some order within the institution. If he turned a blind eye, Zhang Tianba might come seeking retribution, which could lead to complications. How to navigate this situation? Zhang Han, noticing the principal's concern, flashed a playful smile at the woman on the ground. No need to worry, Principal. I will handle this matter entirely. With his assurance, the principal felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, internal conflicts should be resolved internally. I see nothing. I hear nothing. Fan Jian, upon hearing Zhang Lumang's consolation, thought to herself that they must maintain the Zhang family's dignity in public. She sprang to her feet and aimed a slap at Zhang Han's face. However, to Zhang Han, her movements felt sluggish. After all, he had engaged in high-intensity sparring with Su Yao every night. He sidestepped and deftly seized her wrist, yanking it forcefully while driving his knee into her. Fan Jian fell to the ground with a thud, turning to Zhang Lumang, who had never witnessed such proficient combat maneuvers. He realized that Zhang Han had indeed been toying with him all along. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, Brother, you are my biological brother. You can't strike me after hitting my mother. Zhang Han, unwilling to elaborate, simply thought that when it came to filial piety, no one could outdo Zhang Lumang. Chapter 52, The Super Academy. Zhang Han regarded the trembling Zhang Lumang on the ground with icy detachment. How should I deal with this? Should I sever little Lumang and feed him to the crocodiles at home, or simply dispose of him in Myanmar? He sighed, upon noticing Zhang Lumang's sudden panic. He realized his thoughts were not well received. Oh no, I must act quickly. He clung to Zhang Han's leg, wailing, Brother, you are my biological brother. In China, we have an old saying, a wise person knows how to adapt, and a tiger does not eat its own cubs. You are my dear brother. Zhang Han disdainfully kicked him away. Forget it, the Zhang family won't last much longer. Zhang Han had long since devised a plan for dealing with the Zhang family upon his rebirth. However, the time was not yet ripe. Acting too hastily now could lead to complications. Thank you for sparing my life, big brother. Zhang Lumang hastily expressed his gratitude before making a hasty exit, ignoring even the fallen Fan Jian. Zhang Han shrugged and sighed, reflecting on the nature of familial bonds. He glanced at Fan Jian, who lay unconscious on the floor, and chose not to intervene. It was her own doing. He walked over to Yang Wei, who was reclining on a large black sofa, drooling profusely. Zhang Han, feeling disgusted, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Hey, wake up. There was no response. He slapped his face gently. Hey, wake up. Still, there was no reaction. Your mother is calling for you to fight. Suddenly, Yang Wei's eyes widened in embarrassment as he blushed bright red. Why is Brother Han trying to play my mother? Zhang Han remarked. People truly become speechless when they are at a loss for words. He delivered a firm slap, exclaiming, Damn it, I'm trying to handle serious matters. And you're here sleeping? Yang Wei sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, Brother Han, you have no idea how exhausting it is to fight. I battled all night long. Zhang Han was left speechless. I, too, was up all night doing serious business. What did I say? I said nothing. All right, let's go. Where to? Of course home. Each to their own. Huh? Yang Wei scratched his head. Is that it? It's over? I haven't even had enough sleep or study. Fine. You go home and do your own thing. I have matters to attend to. The renovation should be finished by tomorrow. I've utilized my financial capabilities. Don't go to school tomorrow. Just gather at the company. Okay. Yang Wei saluted and dashed off immediately. After all, he could do some tiling. Moreover, recently, the tiling skills had improved. It was even more convenient to call for his mother. Zhang Han turned to the principal and said, farewell, before exiting the office and leaving the campus. He then drove alone to a martial arts hall, having made a reservation the previous night. After all, to truly ascend to the peak and stand beside Su Yao, merely earning money wasn't enough. One must also possess strength. It was absolutely not because he couldn't defeat Su Yao at night. It was simply his desire to enhance his martial prowess. Standing at the entrance of the martial arts hall, he gazed at the 4 large characters on the door. Super God Academy? How intriguing. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a series of pairs of students clad in white martial arts uniforms engaged in combat. Wow, impressive. Quite professional. Curiosity piqued. He approached, excitement overtaking him. Excuse me. I'm looking for the hall master. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, alert and cautious. Zhang Han inwardly thought, oh no, they wouldn't think I'm here to challenge the hall, would they? This is a disaster. Just as he pondered whether to flee or stay, a frail, nearly skeletal old man with white hair emerged, leaning heavily on a cane. His face was lined with wrinkles. Yet a satisfied smile adorned his features as he observed the spirited students. Upon seeing the old man, everyone ceased their activities, standing straight and bowing. Good day, hall master. Ha, no need for such formality. I'm just an old bone. This world now belongs to you young folks, so continue your training, the hall master replied warmly. At his words, the students immediately resumed their practice. The hall master then approached Zhang Han. Zhang Han stared in astonishment at the frail old man, contemplating, how does this little old fellow possess such strength? It's astonishing that he commands such respect from so many. The elder disregarded his skeptical gaze and instead smiled. You must be Xiao Han, right? Ha, indeed robust. I'm a master of this hall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han respectfully bowed. Good day, hall master. It is always prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum. The hall master, stroking his beard, regarded him with satisfaction. Quite polite. However, his gaze turned cold, and with a serious demeanor, he continued, to enter the hall and learn, it's not so simple. Huh, there are hidden requirements? Zhang Han scratched his head, but quickly straightened up. No problem. I want to give up, no matter what. I am determined to become Su Yao's man. The hall master nodded in approval. Follow me. Zhang Han was then led into a small room. This chamber was barely 10 square meters, devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by a few freshly lit candles. Inside were 2 diminutive buckets, seemingly filled with water. However, due to the insufficient light, Zhang Han couldn't see clearly. He was uncertain of the purpose of this setup. If you wish to learn in the martial hall, there are 3 trials. This is the first. You must squat in a horse stance while holding the buckets. Just this? Zhang Han thought, glancing at the buckets, which appeared smaller than his head. He obediently approached, intending to lift the buckets before assuming the stance. However, upon gripping the handles, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The texture felt wrong. If it were made of wood, it would be rough. Instead, it felt metallic. When he lifted it, he realized it was quite heavy. This must weigh at least 20 pounds. Moreover, this wasn't a water bucket, but a solid iron one. He had thought it was just a formality. He was taken aback, glancing outside at the hall master, wondering, how long do I have to hold this? A smile slowly crept across the hall master's face. The first trial is called perseverance. Hold it until the candle extinguishes. Just hold it. Wait. A single candle takes at least an hour or 2 to burn out. Looking at the iron buckets, Zhang Han gritted his teeth. For the sake of Yaoyao's happy life, to become stronger, he was determined. Chapter 53. Thankfully, I frequently engaged in certain activities in my past life. Time passed without his notice. Zhang Han observed that the candle had only burned halfway. He felt as though he were nearing death. His legs, locked in a horse stance, began to tremble, not to mention the strain on his hands, which were clutching the nearly 20-pound buckets. Fortunately, his past experiences had built up his hand muscles. Otherwise, he might have collapsed by now. Sweat poured down his forehead in large droplets, some even stinging his eyes. Yet, he dared not slacken his efforts. It was akin to the urgency of finding a restroom when one has stomach aches. If one holds it in while searching for relief, one remains highly focused on that goal, thus avoiding accidents. However, danger often lurks at the safest moments. Just when one nears their destination, one must remain vigilant. For if one relaxes too much, all their efforts and hard-earned reputation may be lost. Zhang Han understood this principle deeply, which only heightened his resolve. Meanwhile, the hall master had seemingly set up a table at the entrance, sitting cross-legged before it, leisurely sipping tea. The aroma of the tea was rich and pervasive, filling the room, especially as Zhang Han now felt parched. He could hardly resist the urge to kick the old man aside and indulge in the tea himself. This old fellow is too much. I can hardly hold on. Just as he contemplated a daring leap forward, the hall master took a sip of tea and mused aloud. Patience is essential. One must not rush. Haste can ruin everything. He blew on his teacup, gauging the temperature. It was unclear if his words were meant for Zhang Han or himself. His melodious voice wafted into Zhang Han's ears, leaving him utterly astonished. This old man possesses wisdom. His eloquence is remarkable. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Han felt enlightened. In his past life, he had been too hasty and foolish, leading to all matters spiraling into chaos. With this realization, he redoubled his efforts to lift the iron buckets. I must ensure Yaoyao's happiness. Time slipped away again. Zhang Han felt utterly drained, his entire body devoid of strength. The buckets he held were sustained solely by sheer willpower. His legs had gone numb. He looked at the candle, noting it still had a third left, and despair washed over him. However, the mere thought of Yaoyao instantly revitalized him. He yearned to be capable of protecting her during her moments of distress. He longed to be her pillar of support in times of danger. His mind was rife with thoughts, yet he had never once contemplated surrendering. At that moment, the curator slowly rose, clapping his hands. "Young man, the trial has concluded. You may rest now." Zhang Han glanced at the candle before him, still a quarter intact, refusing to relinquish the iron bucket in his grasp. Instead, he cast a skeptical gaze towards the curator. Could this also be a facet of the training? Were they deceiving him into believing it was over when, in fact, the time had not yet come? The curator, noticing his confusion, approached and took the iron bucket from him. "Rest assured, I did not deceive you. The trial has indeed concluded." As he felt the weight in his hands lessen, Zhang Han's grip slackened, akin to a balloon deflating, and he collapsed onto the ground. His clothes soaked with perspiration. "I knew it. Sustaining a candle for that duration is beyond human capacity." Suddenly, the curator chuckled. "In my day, I gave up after merely 20 minutes. What?" Zhang Han turned sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Then why make me endure for so long?" "Ha! The essence of this trial was to teach you to abandon the struggle in the face of adversity for your own preservation. Life is meant for enjoyment. When faced with challenges, it is acceptable to circumvent them rather than push yourself to the brink." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing from frustration. "What the hell? I persevered for so long, only to be told I could have given up? Then why did you wait until I was nearly finished to let me stop?" The curator awkwardly scratched his head, a mischievous smile unexpectedly gracing his aged face. "That was because you never gave up." "Huh. Then why did you allow me to rest?" "I was concerned you might genuinely harm yourself." "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Someone exclaimed. "Isn't this supposed to be a test of perseverance? Why does it feel like a riddle instead?" Sensing his grievances, the curator chose not to elaborate further, merely handing him a bottle of water. "Prepare yourself. The next trial is about to commence." "What? WOC? I still had over 10 minutes of rest on Yaoyao's bed. How can this be considered a proper break?" With a burst of defiant energy, Zhang Han violently twisted open the water bottle and gulped it down in one go. "Refreshing, but now I feel worse." The curator led Zhang Han to the rear of the dojo, where a magnificent mountain loomed. Behind the dojo, a narrow path wound its way to the summit. Were it not for the picturesque scenery, Zhang Han might have suspected he was being lured to the mountain for nefarious purposes. Tall millet grass bordered the path, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a serene and comforting sight. "So the second trial is climbing a mountain?" Sama Musit. He was well acquainted with mountaineering. "What? Where are you going?" "This is serious climbing." Having been abducted into the mountains during his childhood, he often had to ascend for various tasks, honing his climbing skills. "Bring it on, curator." The curator, observing his unwavering confidence, smiled quietly and began to lead the way. However, despite being labeled as a trial, the pace of the ascent was remarkably slow. After navigating numerous inclines and declines, Zhang Han leaned against his knees, gasping for breath. He glanced at the curator, who showed no signs of fatigue, casting a shadow of doubt over his own stamina. "How is this old man not tired? I feel like I've nearly collapsed." Yet he quickly recalled the purpose of the previous trial, to teach him the value of relinquishment. "All right, I can't go on. Shouldn't the trial be over now?" "Huh?" The curator, scratching his bald head, regarded him with confusion. "What do you mean over? We haven't even begun." "What? Not begun?" He stared incredulously at the curator, searching for deception in his wise gaze. Alas, he found none. It appeared to be genuine. I'm going to lose my mind." Before long, they arrived at the site of the second trial, standing before a small waterfall. The curator was about to explain the details of the challenge when Zhang Han waved him off. "I understand the task." With that, he shed his clothing and plunged into the waterfall. Woo! Refreshing. Wasn't this akin to Naruto's training method in Naruto? Practicing under the waterfall. He had always wanted to try it. The curator, helplessly rubbing his balding head, pondered if this young man might be a bit unhinged. The second trial was supposed to test his endurance by carrying water down the mountain. He sighed and decided to let him enjoy himself for a while, especially after the previous trial had nearly pushed him to his limits. Chapter 54. Zhangqing. Woo! What a joy! This is the life of my dreams. Zhang Han reveled beneath the waterfall, taking in the stunning scenery beyond the mountains. As dusk fell, the setting sun painted the sky with hues of gold resembling a rural wheat field. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being alive. Moreover, how could Naruto's training years in Naruto be considered arduous? Spending days shadowing Jiraiya and peeking at girls while frolicking in the waterfall. If only I could live like that. I would also want to be Naruto. Watching Zhang Han lost in his bliss, the curator deliberated whether it would be appropriate to interrupt him. However, if he refrained from doing so, who could say how long Zhang Han would remain in the water? Ultimately, he decided to intervene. All right, it's getting late. What? I haven't had enough fun yet. The trial isn't complete. Actually, the trial hasn't even started. What? It hasn't started? Zhang Han sat bewildered in the pool, staring blankly at him. What? It hasn't begun? The curator chuckled awkwardly. I didn't want to interrupt your enjoyment, so I held off on calling you. My hair. 666. Then what is the trial? You are to carry 2 buckets of water down the mountain. What? Damn it. Zhang Han gazed at the sun, which was preparing to set. Carrying 2 buckets of water down now? That would take until the next lunar year. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? Haha. No worries, you may begin now. Zhang Han sighed, resigned to his fate. Just moments ago, he had been marveling at the joy of life. Now, he was merely trying to survive it. He exhaled deeply, preparing to carry the water. Wait, where are the buckets? Zhang Han stared in shock at the curator. Don't tell me you forgot to bring the buckets. The curator, seemingly predicting his thoughts, smiled kindly. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness, the buckets had simply been left behind on the mountain. So what do we do now? Descending the mountain to fetch water, only to ascend again with a burdened bucket. Zhang Han Sahid in exasperation. Once more, he trudged down the mountain, retrieving 2 buckets to carry back up. In that moment, he understood why Zhu Beiji was reluctant to bear any luggage. The weight was simply unbearable. By the time Zhang Han reached the bottom, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Gasping for breath, he leaned on his knees, casting a weary glance at the curator. To his astonishment, the curator promptly took the 2 buckets of water to flush the toilets. Zhang Han, are you serious? After all my toil, you're using the water to flush the toilets? Well done. You have passed 2 trials. Tomorrow marks the final challenge. You may return now to rest, the curator remarked. Hearing this, Zhang Han bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude for the curator's guidance before exiting the dojo. The curator watched his retreating figure with satisfaction, appreciating the rarity of such patience in the youth. Quite commendable indeed. As Zhang Han stepped out of the dojo, his teeth clenched in frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to vent his ire. The entire day had drained him, and yet he had gained nothing. Not even a hint of the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms or the destruction of the universe fist. With a resigned sigh, he decided to return and play the finger game with Yaoyao to comfort his weeping brother. Can you let me in? I am Zhang Han's sister. Allow me to see him just once more. The bodyguard at Su S estate looked helplessly at the woman before him. Young Master Zhang has ordered that no members of the Zhang family seek him out. Please leave, miss. Chapter 55, Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, seeing that the bodyguard still refused her entry, implored further, please, I beseech you, let me in. I have something of great importance to give to Zhang Han. The guard was torn. After all, Zhang Qing was undeniably beautiful, and any man would feel sympathy for her plight. Moreover, she had been standing there since noon, refusing to leave. Unable to endure her pitiful expression any longer, he reluctantly consulted his earpiece, addressing Shirtu. Boss, Zhang Qing from the Zhang family wishes to see young Master Zhang. At that moment, Shirtu was lounging comfortably in the surveillance room, observing the screens displaying various angles of the estate, with the largest screen focused on Zhang Han. This was a surveillance app obtained solely by Su Yao. Noticing that Zhang Han was about to return to Su S estate, he spoke into the intercom. Young Master Zhang is on his way back. Let him handle this. The bodyguard acknowledged, understood, boss, and looked at the pleading Zhang Qing, shaking his head helplessly. I still cannot let you in. Zhang Qing's face fell immediately, her thoughts obscured. The bodyguard, feeling a pang of compassion, added, however, young Master Zhang is returning. You might seek him out yourself. Zhang Qing's previously somber expression brightened instantly. All right, as fate would have it, not long after, a luxury car pulled into the estate. Zhang Han emerged, stretching luxuriously. Finally home. Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. Upon seeing him, Zhang Qing dashed forward, calling out, Zhang Han. To his surprise, it was not Yaoyao rushing toward him, but Zhang Qing. Zhang Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, oh my, it really is Zhang Qing. He had been trying to avoid the Zhang family. He had no desire to entangle himself further with them. What brought them to seek him out? As she approached, Zhang Han rolled his eyes in irritation. Speak. What do you want? Zhang Qing cautiously extended a handmade necklace, fearful that he might toss it away as he had done previously. Gazing at the necklace resting delicately in her palm, a wave of uncontainable anger surged within Zhang Han. How ridiculous! When I was around, you constantly berated and belittled me. Now that I am gone, You suddenly wish to appease me? What sort of world is this? I don't need it. Just leave. Zhang Qing was taken aback by his words, momentarily stunned. However, she quickly donned a gentle smile, continuing to placate him. Brother, don't sulk. It was my fault before. Can we not reconcile? She reached out to pat his head, but Zhang Han swiftly dodged her hand, regarding her with blatant disdain. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from his elder sister, who had always been decisive in her career. All her tenderness seemed to be reserved for Zhang Lumang. In the past, when she was in a foul mood, he would try to cheer her up with sweets, only for her to dismissively say, "Stop being childish. What is so great about candy?" Yet, when Zhang Lumang offered her sweets, she would graciously accept, praising him for being considerate. She had always been harsh on him, withholding any affection. Now, she was the one attempting to curry favor with him. Zhang Han felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Frowning at her, he asked, "So, what is it that you want?" Zhang Qing, seeing him evade her touch and maintain his look of disdain, felt her smile falter. "I merely wish to return the necklace that Zhang Lumang took from you." Zhang Han swiftly grasped the necklace before dismissively saying, "All right, you can leave now." Without a backward glance, he walked toward the estate, casually tossing the necklace into the trash bin at the entrance. Zhang Qing stood frozen, staring at the series of actions he had just performed. Why? I had already apologized. Why can't he forgive me? Suddenly, she shouted at his retreating figure. Why? Why have I approached you to apologize? You had long cast me aside. This is merely my gesture of goodwill. Zhang Han did not turn back. Upon hearing her response, Zhang Qing remained rooted in place. Slowly, the sky began to drizzle. Initially, it was but a light mist, barely perceptible against her skin. Gradually, the rain intensified, the droplets blurring her vision. She stood in the rain, silently watching Zhang Han enter the estate. The gates closed behind him, and he walked into the villa, shutting the door without ever glancing back at her. Uncertain how long she stood there, her clothes soaked through, clinging to her body without warmth. As the wind swept past, a chill enveloped her. Zhang Qing felt a shiver run through her, snapping her back to reality. She took slow steps toward the trash bin, where a foul odor wafted forth, a noxious blend of rotting banana peels and spoiled food. Yet, without hesitation, she reached in to search for the necklace Zhang Han had discarded. A wave of stench assaulted her senses, and suddenly, warmth spread across her face. She touched her cheeks, unsure whether it was tears or rain. The trash can have been thoroughly rummaged through, and the refuse was nearly spilling out. Yet, she still cannot find it. Zhang Qing decided to cease her search. Curling her legs and sitting by the side, she surely did not realize that the usually commanding presence she wielded in the office, where her voice commanded immediate attention and no one dared to oppose her, had now rendered her utterly disheveled. The rain soaked her hair, causing it to cling to her face. The once pristine OL uniform had become marred with discolored patches due to her recent foray into the refuse. An odorous stench enveloped her. She stared blankly at the estate. Zhang Han, did I lose it? Scenes from the past replayed vividly in her mind. Sister Zhang Qing, don't be sad. I'll give you some candy. Candy? What are you thinking? Do you still believe you're a child? You want candy? Sister Zhang Qing, I ranked second in the entire school. Only second. What are you celebrating? Why didn't you secure the first place? Sister Zhang Qing, I came in first. Let us go to the amusement park. I don't have time. Go find your second sister. But she said she's busy too. Then we want to go. Why are you so annoying? Was everything that transpired now truly of my own making? In an instant, a surge of complex emotions flooded her heart. Zhang Qing clutched her legs tightly and burst into tears, wailing. Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have lost you. Her cries were drowned out by the torrential rain, dissipating into the air. Chapter 56. Should I feel joy or sorrow? Zhang Han entered the villa without casting a glance at Zhang Qing. After all, he had severed all ties with the Zhang family. Zhang Qing's demise outside was of no consequence to him. It was not that he was cold-hearted. Rather, it was the Zhang family that had frozen the warmth of his blood in a previous life. In this lifetime, he would not repeat the foolishness of presenting his warmth to those who were indifferent. However, he found it peculiar that the villa was eerily silent today. What was happening? Where's my wife? Had she been abducted? At that moment, Uncle Chen approached and gracefully bowed. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze scanning the quiet surroundings. Where is Yaoyao? And why are the bodyguards nowhere to be seen? Uncle Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Today, the young lady had specifically instructed him not to disclose her whereabouts to Zhang Han, as she wished to keep her intentions concealed. He could only chuckle awkwardly. The young lady has matters to attend to at the company. She may not return today, or even tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, he was momentarily unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy was for the prospect of finally getting some rest. The sorrow was also for the same reason. Should I feel joy or sorrow? At this moment, Su Yao stood before a vast estate in Yu City. Behind her was a formidable contingent of bodyguards clad in black and bulletproof vests, creating an imposing sight. Su Yao gazed coldly at the entrance of the estate, her eyes devoid of warmth, even wishing to bury this estate anew. The estate was indeed vast, sprawling across approximately 300 acres, an exaggeration of grandeur. Before long, the gates of the estate swung open, revealing a graceful woman who stepped out with an elegant gait, her face adorned with a welcoming smile. How delightful to see you, sister. Upon seeing the visitor, Su Yao was initially incredulous but could only accept the reality. She regarded the newcomer with icy composure, inquiring, "Why have you returned?" Su Yuyan. Su Yuyan shrugged innocently. "Sister, how can you be like this? After so many years apart, can't you be a little more welcoming?" "Very well." Su Yao's lips curled into a smirk. "You desire warmth?" She waved her hand, and the bodyguards surged forward. Su Yuyan crossed her arms, pouting at the spectacle. "Oh dear, sister, you're quite wicked to approach someone in such a manner." A group of bodyguards emerged from behind her as well, leading to a standoff. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Su Yao smiled, her eyes filled with disdain. This expression instantly incited Su Yuyan's fury. Her gaze had always been like this. Even now, it remained unchanged. She detested Su Yao's condescending look more than anything. Throughout her life, the family had always revolved around Su Yao, leaving her feeling like an unwanted stray. Yet she feigned composure, unwilling to remain a perpetual figure of defeat. "In previous years, you lost the competition and were supposed to never return. Why have you come back?" Su Yao scrutinized her, perplexed as to why she would return. Little did she know. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan erupted into manic laughter. Her beautiful face contorted with rage, her throat visibly straining. "Do you think that I, having lost back then, am destined to lose for a lifetime? I'm back now." Su Yao furrowed her brow, having never encountered such a deranged woman. What did she mean? Seeing Su Yao's perplexed expression only elevated Su Yuyan's spirits. "What I mean is, the competition continues." With that, she burst into laughter once more. After a prolonged fit, she gradually calmed down, revealing a shadowy smile as she looked at her. "My dear sister, I have prepared a grand gift for you."